Hello? 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 Wolfpack, can you hear me? Want to make sure the mic's working. Alright, we're live. Submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society, I call this story The Tale of Ranking Every Are You Afraid of the Dark Tale Ever. Hello, Wolfpack. Want to make sure you guys can hear me first. We don't want any mic failures like last time, but yeah. We're back and we're talking about Are You Afraid of the Dark? Hey, Chip the Blue Wolf, you made it. Yes, after all the fan base requesting me to review this show, we're finally going to talk about all the best and worst episodes of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Hey, Akira. If you don't know, Are You Afraid of the Dark is another horror anthology show considered a dueling rival of Goosebumps and Tales from the Crypt. It was basically a more child-friendly horror anthology show, but a classic nonetheless because it truly pushed the boundaries for what you could do and get away with on children's entertainment, and was one of Nickelodeon's best live-action kid-coms ever. Are You Afraid of the Dark had great horror storytelling, great comedy, great fun, and a lot of enjoyable episodes for the kids. Hell, it's about time. Hey everyone, hey Shadowlink, hey Jon Snow, you made it. We're talking about every Are You Afraid of the Dark episode ever. So, I'm not a huge Are You Afraid of the Dark super fan, but I will admit there are a lot of great episodes, enough for me to actually list a lot of favorites, if you can believe it or not. So, a lot of people really wanted me to do like top 10 best and worst episodes. However, there's one big problem. Copyright keeps trying to snipe our Are You Afraid of the Dark videos. Some of our videos keep getting blocks on them, we get them back up, or we have to re-edit them, and I'm just kind of afraid copyright will completely destroy any top 10 lists I do, and I'd hate for all that work and effort to go to complete waste because copyright keeps screwing over my Are You Afraid of the Dark content. So we're going to settle for talking about every episode ever here on a stream. That time Magic School Bus actors was in Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, Tucker is played by Carlos from Magic School Bus in one of his main roles. The Midnight Society are actually sort of this Rod Serling slash Crypt Keeper slash R.L. Stine type of host. They're more so a framing device where they tell you stories and the episode is the story being told. Unless you watch the mini-series where the Midnight Society are the main heroes, going on kind of Jumanji-esque adventures. Yeah, the Midnight Society actually do get spotlight episodes in a few of these, but most of the time it's just a standalone anthology show where you can jump in literally any time. There's no heavy continuity in any of this, unless you watch the Revival miniseries. And as you can see, we have every episode ever. We have all the original classics, we have the first Revivals episodes, and we do have the miniseries because people keep requesting us to review the miniseries, but I'm probably not going to do that because copyright BS. So yeah, I do have to explain if this is your first tier list ever how this works. Gonna be ranking all the episodes ever from best to worst. Up here, the S tier, the A pluses, we have favorites. These are the classics, these are the tales I openly admit are awesome. They are perfect 10 out of 10 stories, and the best of the Midnight Society. Then we have terrifying. These were good horror adventures. These were fun, these were good, not great. They were pretty fun, amusing, they did their job, and a lot of other people might put them in favorites, but I just think they're good. They're good old-fashioned fun, but they're far from perfect. Then in the middle, we have alright. That speaks for itself. These are okay. The middling ones, they had their good moments, but they also had some bad moments and flaws and such. Didn't quite make it super high, but they are passable. These ones are alright and completely watchable, but not all-time favorites. Then we have meh. These are the weak ones, the forgotten ones, the forgettable, the duds, the weak episodes, the ones you completely forgot were a part of Are You Afraid of the Dark? And at the bottom, we have worst, awful, bad, 0 out of 10, and the ones that I think a lot of people are going to predict which ones are going to be down here because there are some big stinkers in Are You Afraid of the Dark? Again, I'm not a super fan, and even Midnight Society fans have agreed with me that some of these episodes were bad, and you know which ones are going to end up down here, but we'll talk about that as we go on. Ooh, all the tales of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yep, they're here. After following the rapid fires, it fills me with glee to see this tier list. Thanks, Yara. Again, I wanted to do a top 10, but copyright keeps taking down my Are You Afraid of the Dark content, and I'm afraid if I work hard on this video, you people are never gonna see it because copyright hates you guys having fun. Like, they keep claiming my videos because they say I use too much footage. I do not. That is not at all the case. And worst of all, half these episodes are free on YouTube, but they still get claimed anyway. So, what are you gonna do? This is just the easy step. But King Sumi did Are You Afraid of the Dark without any copyright strike. That's because King Sumi doesn't use much audio from the episodes too. Like some of my clips, even if they're like only 5 seconds long, they claim, oh, you used audio, that counts for a block. They pull that BS all the time. Hopefully the Renegade virus doesn't interrupt this stream. Hopefully not. I'll be striking with these ads. I'm watching Are You Afraid of the Dark right now, lol. I have some of the books. Are You Afraid of the Dark had books? I did not know that. Alright, so, as you can see, we got a lot of episodes. Are You Afraid of the Dark technically has over 100 episodes, but lucky for us, some of them are multi-parters, such as the mini-series here, and a few others, so we're gonna have to settle for 90 episodes over the 100, but yeah, Are You Afraid of the Dark, a long-running show, has its fans, has its haters, and has people like me who think the show is just fine. We're gonna talk about all the episodes ever, if the Renegade virus stops hitting us with ads. So yeah, let's begin this list with the first episode ever. Don't worry, we don't have to go in order, but I think it's appropriate we start with Are You Afraid of the Dark's first story ever, The Tale of the Phantom Cab, if I can find it. Sorry, just looking for it. Midnight Society. Stupid ads. The Renegade virus is here, isn't he? Renegade Virus, Cutter's Tale. Sorry, got like only 90 episodes to look through. The Phantom Cab is the first episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? It has Dr. Vink. JonTron reviewed it, so you can probably tell how good this one's gonna be. Oh, I thought I saw it. Dang. Virtual Pet, Vampire Town. Yeah, the first episode, I do think is kind of weak, actually. We're gonna have to start narrowing some of these down, but I want to find the Phantom Cab, because that one should be the first one. Ah, here it is, finally. Down at rock bottom, of course. Alright, Phantom Cab, the first episode with Dr. Vink, first episode of the series is going into meh. Yeah, honestly, not a huge fan of this one. If you don't know, it's these two brothers get lost in the woods hitchhiking. They meet a guy who's obviously a ghost. I'm not a park ranger. I'm a serial killer. JonTron reviewed this one, hilariously so. They meet Dr. Vink, who has this creepy science lab, like in a cave. He gives them a riddle. He shows the censored object in the jar and scares the kids. We find out that the creepy guy in the woods actually had a car this whole time, and dun dun dun, he's a phantom cab driver who takes people and kills them unless you can solve his riddle. So this was one of the times where the show started weak but got better. Yeah, sadly, the first episode I do think is weak. It's not that terrifying. The child acting is god-awful in this one. Dr. Vink and the cab driver are definitely the funnest actors in this. They're over the top, they're goofy, they're more so silly than scary, but definitely entertaining overall. Dr. Vink was such a popular character that his actor kept coming back, either as Dr. Vink or some other side character in multiple Are You Afraid of the Dark episodes. I do not think he came back in the miniseries. I know Sardo did. My thoughts on Sardo, my Are You Afraid of the Dark fans should know. Just want to make sure. You guys can't hear me, right? Okay, the microphone looks like it's on. That's good. So yeah, Phantom Cab, it's alright. The twist ending is very weak. Unlike JonTron's review where he showed the boys dying, nope, they did not die. They actually solved the riddle. They call the cops on Dr. Vink because he didn't do anything wrong, but we find out Dr. Vink was a ghost because his lab is gone. That was the twist. There were 2 ghosts out in the woods, and yeah, it's pretty mid, not gonna lie, very meh. Yeah, Phantom Cab wasn't really a good start to the series. Bad acting and a meh plot. At least Vink and the cab driver were good. Totally agree, Shadowlink. That was the best. Here, Cat, use this spray to get rid of him. Hate being sick. Are You Afraid of the Dark or Goosebumps? I will have to lean towards Goosebumps. I did not grow up with Are You Afraid of the Dark. This show came out and was new before I was even born, and unfortunately I was too old when it came back for the miniseries to have that same childish love for it. My generation, I grew up with Goosebumps reruns on Cartoon Network, The Haunting Hour, and I did catch The Nightmare Room. It was on Kids WB back in the day, and it was also on Chiller for a brief time. Anybody remember Chiller? That was an awesome horror channel. Okay, yeah, Are You Afraid of the Dark did have books. I've never read a single one. I did not know they even had books until people in the comments told me. Hey, cool show. Glad you made it. I hope you feel better. Are You Afraid of the Dark has 23 books and one that doesn't have any episode, The Tale of the Horrifying Hockey Team. Yeah, Jake the Snake was better. Yeah, show started out weak. It definitely got much better over time. Phantom Cab was kind of a mess start, honestly. It's got so many good 10 out of 10 episodes later. Most of the good episodes, I believe, are in seasons 3 through 5. Those were definitely the highlight seasons. There were definitely good ones in the earlier ones, but not the entire slew of Gold Skull material, if you catch my drift. Dr. Vink with a and I am not a nutbag. Wasn't Dr. Vink in Goosebumps as well? Yes, he is Dr. Shriek, the creepy piano teacher in Piano Lessons Can Be Murder. Sorry, we haven't reviewed that one yet. Wolf is actually going to review Piano Lessons Can Be Murder because that was the first episode that scarred him for life and he's going to confront his fears. But yeah, Dr. Vink was in that. Yeah, and the cab driver is going to drive them into a tree. Oh, he was also Cranky Kong. I guess from that Donkey Kong CGI show. It's Sardo, accent on the do. Same thing, Cat. While Are You Afraid of the Dark may be a little bit scarier, Goosebumps had much more of an impact on me. Yeah, because Goosebumps actually had a solid structure. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Sometimes the writers kind of made it up as they went along, and you could really tell that was the case in the revival seasons. Beautiful Hans! Beautiful Hans! Yeah, I can't wait for that underrated episode. I do think Piano Lessons Can Be Murdered is a good episode, but we'll have to recheck it out for the review if any thoughts have changed. Also, Ansela from The Adventures of Little Mermaid. I hope Wolf will be fine reviewing that. Yeah, Wolf actually really wanted to review Piano Lessons Can Be Murder. He was going to review that for Halloween, but some stuff came up. But it's okay, we had Attack of the Mutant instead, which was awesome. So speaking of which, we should start getting some more episodes done. Okay, so don't worry, I won't go too much in order. Some I will save for last. I might save the mini-series for last because those were the last released products, but we could go at random now. So let's go with, The Tale of the Pinball Wizard. I do remember giving this one a gold skull, so I will put it on Terrifying. This is the one, it's ironically not about pinball, it's more of an RPG. A kid gets sucked into a video game and he has to play the game to escape it. And surprise, it's like at a shopping mall. They make it seem like it's going to be a pinball game, which was my first thoughts. This one is rated very highly among Are You Afraid of the Dark fans, but I thought it was okay. Namely, they kind of trick you. It's an RPG game. He has like an inventory, he's fighting like dark mythical monsters, and he's trying to save the princess. Spoilers, the twist is he doesn't win the game, he just completed like the first level or something, and he's stuck in the video game forever. Pinball Wizard was a fun time. Yeah, I definitely agree there. Also, having every title start with the Tale of Blank just gets tiring after a while. Oh yeah, I felt that when I was binge reviewing them for rapid fires. Yeah, Wolf will definitely be fine reviewing that. Yeah, Pinball Wizard is definitely a fun one. A bit flawed, not one of the best episodes, but it does its job. It's pretty interesting, it's unique. Are You Afraid of the Dark is at least very creative, even with their non-scary episodes. It was very much a children's fantasy show, and a very good one. I think the Pinball Wizard is exactly like Haunting Hour's Game Over. Dumb fun, shoutouts to video games, a rockin' fun time. They tried to make like a video game in real life where if you die in the game, you die in real life, that kind of stuff. I do think it's definitely one of the fun episodes. Not one of my favorites, but it does land in golden territory, and I'll put it on terrifying. But here's a favorite, The Tale of the Midnight Madness, aka the episode with Nosferatu. Yeah, this one's going on favorites. This was my first ever Are You Afraid of the Dark review, and yeah, to this day, I still think it's a golden classic. This is the one with the old movie theater. They're losing money. They're afraid they're going to shut down until Dr. Vink steps in with his new awesome horror movies. And it's basically a copy of Nosferatu. Dr. Vink helps them, but he wants to own the theater. The manager, Mr. Krabs, is a dick and screws him out of his money, where Dr. Vink vows revenge, where Nosferatu comes to life. Yep, he actually beat SpongeBob by appearing on this Nick show. Nosferatu is actually played by Fear from The Haunting Hour in one of his earlier bit roles, and man, Nosferatu is really creepy. They really pull no punches at how scary the vampire is. He actually kills Mr. Krabs, and he wanders around the theater as this silent movie monster. The makeup really went all out. Are You Afraid of the Dark's practical effects are easily the best part of the show. Gary's actor is played by Daniel Benedict in Mutant X, never watched it. Best Dr. Vink episode. Great story with Nosferatu, and you gotta love the fun horror atmosphere. Yeah, this one is a total shout out to the old school silent horror movies. The movie theater workers, they have this cute romance. They become a couple, and they have to combat the monster, where the main hero basically grows a spine and traps Nosferatu back in the film, and they do kill him exactly like how he died in the silent movie, exposing him to sunlight, because it's daytime in the silent movie. And yeah, this one's very creative, very fun, got a creepy atmosphere. They show a lot of love for Count Orlok in this. He actually looks scarier than Bill Skarsgård's Count Orlok, just saying. But yeah, this one is definitely one of my favorites. This one actually would have ended up on my top 10 best episodes list, because The Tale of the Midnight Madness is just a classic. I love old horror movies. Yeah, some of them are good. I've thought about reviewing the old Phantom of the Opera, but I wanted to see how Phantom of the Auditorium would go. Speaking of which, I still need to watch the Nosferatu remake. Yeah, I heard it was actually pretty good. This Nosferatu looks much scarier than Bill Skarsgård does, I will warn you. Alright, I gotta talk about one of my friend Blacksmith Orange's favorite episodes, The Tale of the 13th Floor. And sorry, Blacksmith, but I'm putting this one on terrifying. So, this was actually the first episode I watched all the way through, and I thought it was fine. This is the one where aliens are at the apartment complex, and they're running these very peculiar tests. The aliens are disguised as like a toy company, and they have the two main characters come in, where they're obviously doing some weird experiments on them. We find out that they're actually extraterrestrial beings, and they want to take the girl. Why? They never tell you until the twist, of course. And I think this one has fun moments. This one has definitely a kooky, eerie sci-fi atmosphere. Once again, the guy who played Fear is in this. He plays one of the alien guardians, basically. He's like a security guard, but has this creepy look about him. Hi, cat. I am not a nutbag. I love old horror movies. Yeah, old horror movies are definitely pretty entertaining. 13th Floor, I do think has definitely some very fun ideas. The aliens actually look very weird in this. They look like Slenderman, but wearing kind of like that gray kind of mesh suit. Ah, yes, the 13th floor. Pretty solid episode, likable kid characters, some creepy moments, and a nice twist at the end. Yeah, the best part about this one is the twist. The aliens were here because the girl is actually one of their children they lost across the galaxy. They were running tests on the kids to discover if this was indeed like their alien kin. They were trying to get her back, trying to show that she was an alien. She ran away from them, and we get one of easily the darkest twist endings in this episode. Basically, they find out that they had like a time limit to get her back, and because she didn't come, she now has to suffer the consequences, where she transforms into her true alien form and has to remain frozen in hibernation for like 1,000 years until they can come back and get her. And yeah, she's like stuck this way as like an alien mannequin for 1,000 years or something. Very screwed up twist. Yeah. Popping in to say hello, doing game stuff with my sister at the moment. Might pop back in later if I'm able to. Hey, Emily, don't worry, you didn't miss much. We're like 4 episodes in. 13th Floor, I thought, was definitely a solid episode. Not one of my favorites because the aliens never tell her that they're related to her, which makes this kind of contrived and forced because they don't tell her that they're actually good guys trying to save her, so instead they scare the hell out of her, and she's running away fearing for her life, only for their stupidity to basically doom her forever. 13th Floor, I do think overall is definitely a fun episode. Not one of my favorites, but it is definitely one of the good Are You Afraid of the Dark entries. So, who says 13 is unlucky? Alright, we got one of our first bad ones, The Tale of Locker 22, which is going into worst. Okay, I think this episode is hugely overrated. This is the one where the kid gets the magical locker, which helps her time travel to the past at her school. Basically, the previous owner of Locker 22, I believe, died in a freak accident. There's this teacher who's like this mean, gruff, stern guy. We find out in the past he was actually this fun-loving science teacher who cared about kids. However, he accidentally caused a accident at the chemistry lab, which blew up and killed this girl, and now her ghost haunts Locker 22. The current protagonist time travels and has to prevent this accident from killing this girl. May I suggest the episode I'm on the tail of the feeding hounds? Okay. It's wolfin' time. Yo, cat, eating tacos. Hey, Emily, nice to see you. Locker 22 is a nothing episode for me as well. Definitely one of the many weaker ghost tales in the series. Yeah, if you know Are You Afraid of the Dark, there is a lot of redeeming ghost episodes, helping the ghosts find and make peace with their past, help them with unfinished business. Locker 22 is definitely one of them, and it's just boring. It is boring. It takes place at this generic high school, and the time travel aspect is cool at first, but they don't really do much with it. They find out more about the ghost girl, and they prevent the accident, and she's alive and somehow remembers the kids despite never meeting them, but time travel. See, that's the thing about time travel, Barry. The more you do it, the less the rules apply to you, and yeah, this one's boring. The time travel logic does not make sense, and believe it or not, it actually got worse in later stories. I'm looking at you, Ghost Island. But yeah, Locker 22 is just nothing. It is a boring episode. It is one of the weakest Ghost redemption arcs, and has a very lazy kind of atmosphere. It's not creepy, it's not funny, it's not unique, it's not very creative. This one definitely feels like one of their more infamous low-budget episodes. I put it at our first worst. Okay, I think we should start with one of our Sardo episodes. Oh wait, someone said they wanted the Hungry Hounds. Okay, we'll do that one first. I just gotta find it. Sorry, there's like 80 episodes still on here. Where are you, Sardo? There's the door unlocked, but that's not his first one. I believe it's the Super Specs one. Shiny red bike, laser maze. Sorry, people. I'm just trying to scour these 80 episodes for it. Forgive me. I believe it's the Tale of the Super Specs. The one where they get the magic X-ray goggles and they can see shadow people. I am the Shadow Man. and I will not harm the person under whose bed I live. Alright, where's the super specs? Man, this one is pretty big. Door unlocked, prisoners pass. Yeah, Sardo is a character I just don't really care for. I know he's a major fan favorite. Everyone loves Sardo. He's in multiple episodes. Everybody liked working with the actor on the Are You Afraid of the Dark? Ah, here it is. The Tale of the Super Specs. This one, I'm putting on meh. I thought this one was like a 5 out of 10. Sardo is not one of my favorite characters for one big reason. I don't think he's that funny. I've never really laughed that much. Sardo's basically this sniveling, cowardly con man who sells magic haunted trinkets to unsuspecting kids, which unfortunately screws up their lives, and he basically gets roped into helping them. And one thing I don't like is it's not because he actually cares for the kids, it's because they kind of force him to fix this mess he started. Yes, the Super Specs was the first Sardo one. Okay, thank you for that. The Super Specs, I thought was another meh episode. Basically, they have these magic x-ray goggles that can see shadow people. And the shadow people are haunting, like, the main girl, stalking her. She's trying to figure out who they are. And all I can think is, hey, why don't you stop using the damn goggles? It's like, they're after you because you can see them and you're a threat to them. The shadow people basically want to swap lives. They want to become our real counterparts. The shadows are evil versions of us, and they want to take over the world, of course. And basically the girl and her boyfriend and Sardo lose, the shadow people escape, and unfortunately this kind of breaks Are You Afraid of the Dark continuity because Sardo pops back perfectly fine and well every episode he's in. Kat, how can you improve the characters like Sardo or Dr. Vink? And how of the two has the most potential to be a better character? You had to choose, please, I want to know. I think Dr. Vink is definitely the better character because they usually frame him as a bad guy. I think the Tale of the Cutter's Treasure actually redeemed him, but Dr. Vink was much better. Sardo, I think they just need to make him funny and actually give him redeemable qualities. Like, how about he actually cares about helping the kids, not because they're threatening him or forcing him to clean up the mess he started. Yes, I know Sardo's at fault for causing it, but if Sardo actually had like a heart of gold deep down, that would have made me like him a little better. So what we on now? We're on the Super Specs, which I think is meh. Didn't really find it scary. The shadow people are non-threatening. The main characters are kind of annoying. Like the girl's boyfriend is this really annoying, douchey prankster brat. She's trying to solve the mystery, getting freaked out. He's completely unsympathetic towards her. Sardo is not very helpful in this episode. He got much better as the show went on, but as his first appearance, he's just kind of meh. Super Specs, I think, is just a very weak episode. It needed some maintenance here and there, needed some more polish, some time to flesh out this idea, basically. It's all a bunch of lazy jump scares, and the shadow people just aren't threatening until the twist ending. I do find it rather meh. Sardo is a mixed character for me. He's of course a bumbling idiot, and his episodes vary. Super Specs is one I liked as a kid, but noticed its flaws the more I watch it. Yeah, don't let my opinion kind of turn you against what you like. I'm not here to do that, but in my opinion, Sardo's just never been one of my favorite characters, and I did not grow up with Are You Afraid of the Dark, so yes, I am very biased against him. Please redo the Haunting Hour, maybe. But Dr. Vinks does evil stuff in some episodes. He got away with it. Sardo at least tried. Yeah, Sardo is... Well, this is the thing. Sardo's also not very tragic, and he doesn't really care that his magic harms them until it comes back to bite him. That's kind of the thing. He's helping them out of selfishness, or because they forced him to. Dr. Vink actually underwent a redemption and became a good guy in his last appearance. And I do think Sardo had potential, but I'm just not one of his fans. So Super Specs is going right there. Okay, somebody wanted the Tale of the Hungry Hounds. I think I remember giving that one like a silver skull at least. It was not a super eventful episode. It's basically one of the ones with ghost dogs. It's a very peculiar episode, a lot of Silent Hill-esque imagery. The ghost towns are kind of creepy, but it's never been one that's really haunted me. Ah, here it is, The Tale of the Hungry Hounds. Okay, someone really wants this. I'll put it on alright. Yep, we got our first alright entry, folks. The Tale of the Hungry Hounds. Basically, this girl inherits this kind of old mansion-esque house. It's haunted by ghost dogs. These dogs are like hunting dogs, and they aren't at peace. They aren't put to rest, and basically they try to kill the girl. They show up in like these Silent Hill-esque nightmares. They chase her around. It's a very trippy episode, not gonna lie. Redo the Haunting Hour like how Dead Meat has been redoing certain franchise kill counts? Maybe. The Kid Demon is a pretty reoccurring villain. Kid Demon? Not sure what you're talking about. I don't think there was a Kid Demon in this show, unless you're talking about the Silver Sight Demon. Also, Ron Traub was in Superman Man of Tomorrow. Hungry Hounds is one I liked, mainly for the Silent Hill-like style. Oh, you're talking about The Tale of the Dangerous Soup. Yeah, I remember that one. We'll get to that one next then. Hungry Hounds, very trippy. I love the Silent Hill dream imagery. There's like a stairway into the sky. There's a lot of fog, a lot of clouds. The girl's entering through magic doors. The ghost towns do have some creepiness to them, but because they're animals, they can't really convey much character. You don't really understand what's going on as the girl's solving the mystery, and basically this has one of the more controversial endings where the girl sacrifices a fox to be hunted and killed by the hounds. The hounds are restless because they haven't been on their final hunt, and they basically save the day by murdering this fox. The hounds hunt and kill the fox, and they're finally put to peace. And yeah, that solves everything, I guess, and everything's all happy unless you were the fox that got killed by them. Just showed up, and I think The Tale of the Prom Queen should be on top as it had a beautiful ending. We'll get to that one. Yeah, the Demon Kid was in the Silver Sight. Okay. Yeah, so Hungry Hounds I thought was alright. I had mixed feelings about the twist because they save animals by killing an animal, which kind of sends a mixed message kind of there, but yeah, I thought it was alright. If I recall, this one did fall into Silver Skull territory because I did like parts of it, but it is just an alright episode, not one of my all-time favorites, and I don't even think it's that terrifying, so we'll stick it down there and alright. You did good, dog. You did good. Alright, so I guess we should do the second Sardo episode, The Tale of the Dark Dragon. The Dark Dragon is their drug addiction episode, and I'm putting it on alright. Yeah, I will put it under The Hungry Hounds. The Tale of the Dark Dragon is basically Sardo sells this loser nerd who can't get any girlfriends this magic elixir, which is supposed to make him hot and charming, but it makes him into kind of a monster. He sells him the Dark Dragon, which is basically a dragon canister. It's a drug that the main protagonist gets addicted to. It gives him confidence, but is also making him uglier. It isn't until his crush, this cute nerd girl who wants to go to prom with him, accidentally uses the Dark Dragon and it starts killing her. Basically, she starts dying. The kid forces Sardo to help because, of course, the idiot who didn't know he sold him drugs would know how this drug works, but whatever. They try to solve the Dark Dragon, and basically, he undergoes this kind of self-esteem style journey where he has to gain backbone, be confident in who he is, and not let his addiction control him, and he saves the girl with the power of love. Yeah, it's an alright episode, and pretty much was the first warning sign that I was not gonna like Sardo, because he's kind of useless in this episode most of all, because he doesn't really offer much help. He's there to give exposition and talk with the main protagonist about the magic trinkets. That's really all he does. The main protagonist pretty much solves this all on his own. Surprised that this episode didn't win a humane award. I meant the dragon one. The Tale of Pinball Madness has aged poorly, but hella good twist ending. The 13th Floor, WTF ending. Yeah, that one was pretty screwed up. Okay, so, yeah, the demon kid was on the silver side. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, this one, Dark Dragon, I think it's alright. It's an alright drug addiction metaphor story, but not really scary, and I didn't really feel that emotionally invested in it. Maybe as a kid I would, but I just thought it was definitely decent. It had a nice message, had good makeup, good effects. Sardo actually had a funny joke in this, so I'll give it that. But yeah, this one's square in the middle for me. How would you rank that episode where the old lady sacrifices the teenage girl she hires into dogs and has to perform some animal sacrifice to remain youthful? Oh, that one's the mirror one. God, I have to narrow these down to find it, but yeah. I thought that one was actually pretty interesting. Somebody asked a different one. Dark Dragon was okay, simple being yourself and love yourself for who you are. Though other episodes like Goosebumps and Haunting Hour, The Haunted Mask did that The Haunted Mask from Goosebumps did that meaning better. Yeah, they did by a long shot. Miss Fortune Cookies S tier, JK. Oh, hey, Spongy actually made it. Good to see you. Alright, so somebody wanted the Prom Queen. I remember that one. Prom Queen actually going up on favorites. Yes, I do like it. This one I gave a 10 out of 10, so it will go ahead of the Midnight Madness. Tale of the Prom Queen, easily on my top 10 best episodes. This one was going to be, I believe, number 10 or 9 if I ever made that video. But yeah, the Prom Queen is actually pretty good. It has one of the best ghost redemption arcs I've ever seen. Has a very creepy, eerie atmosphere. A decent mystery afoot. The Prom Queen character is actually well done in this. It is a good twist ending. Actually has a happy ending. The main protagonists are actually interesting. The douchey prankster actually gets his comeuppance at the end. The Tale of Super Specs is special for me. A very scary episode for kids. The stakes are very good. And hood twist. Nobody talks about the boyfriend doing nasty things with real magic. Yeah, that's kind of why it costed points and is a meh. The kid demon is basically Pennywise's clone. Prom Queen was awesome. Fun ghost mystery story. I agree, Shadowlink, it is cool. What annoyed me is in the original airing they played In the Still of the Night when Judy and Rick drove up, but later they changed it and we don't hear it. Probably because of rights issues. We know Viacom is very stingy when it comes to that. Prom Queen could have been its own movie. I do think the twist gets a bit more obvious as it goes on. So yeah, surprise, the twist is the main protagonist, the shy girl, is actually the prom queen who died. There was a tragic accident where a car crash happened. It went over the bridge and fell into the water. And basically, the prom queen is helping these two guys solve the mystery because she's trying to solve her own murder and find her dead boyfriend so they can hook up and go to the afterlife to have their perfect prom dance. Oh, Kara Piefko was Yeoman Kelly Chambers in Mass Effect 3. I think you mean Mass Effect 2, because that was where she was more important in. But yeah, Prom Queen I think is awesome. It's got a very creepy atmosphere, a very fun mystery. The Prom Queen is actually a fleshed out character, and I do think they do the twist where the main protagonist was dead all along very well, because she actually knew she was a ghost the whole time, and was using these two guys to help her get her real man back. They find where he died. His car sunk underwater after going off a bridge. They summon him back out. There's a few fake outs because one of the kids is a douchey prankster where they trick you into thinking there's a ghost. His cousin dresses up as a spooky prom queen, but nope. We find out that the girl was the real ghost, and his car comes by to pick her up where they go get laid in heaven. And it's a actually happy twist ending because she's finally at peace. Yeah, this one's one of the favorites and one of the best Are You Afraid of the Dark episodes ever. No argument there. They do that twist a lot, yeah. Get used to this, people. There are a lot of twists where a character we're following was actually a ghost. But because the prom queen was earlier in the series, it did it the best because they kept it a surprise. They don't make movies and TV shows with 50s ghosts anymore, just like Susie Q movie. Yeah, because the 50s are problematic, which is bullcrap. Sorry, just reading some comments. Okay, Katie Griffin was also Sailor Mars and Sailor Moon, and whatever. Just drinking my 500 waters. Yeah, Prom Queen, pretty good. It's going up top. Alright. Alright, we're finally back to this one, The Tale of the Frozen Ghost, which I'm putting on worst. Yeah, I agree with pushing up roses. This is one of the worst episodes of the series. The Frozen Ghost, I thought was gonna be so cool, like a killer snowman or an ice-powered ghost, but nope, it's just a little boy who tragically died out in the woods, freezing to death, and it was haunting the characters because it just wanted his jacket back to be warm. And yeah, basically we follow this dorky kid and Sabrina the Teenage Witch, who's his babysitter. Apparently she follows him all the way up to his family vacation, but whatever. If Sabrina was my babysitter, I'd want to be with her. It's like the ghost of next door of Goosebumps, but worse. Ghosts? A ghost? That's right, a ghost. I'm so cold. The chameleons that take on their victims' human forms with Tia and Tamara Mowry. The prom queen equals the ghost next door. Yeah, definitely fit that one. Much better than the Frozen Ghost did. Yeah, the Frozen Ghost didn't age well. Not a big fan of the characters or the story. Yeah, Sabrina the Teenage Witch should be called Sabrina the Teenage Bitch because she's really nasty and unpleasant. Basically, the kid is a whiny dorkosaurus, afraid to get dirty and afraid to explore the world. However, the Frozen Ghost convinces him to finally, be a man and check out the area, and he's the one who makes peace with the ghost, and he finally rests in peace when he gets his stupid jacket, which was in a log the ghost could have easily gotten it from himself. Yeah, this one sucks. It is boring. It's not scary. The Frozen Ghost is not a very compelling character, especially because it's very obvious that the ghost is not a villain. It just wanted to obtain peace. All he says is, I'm cold, for like 5,000 years, and yeah, it's just lame. It is lame. This is one of the worst episodes, and the first bad review I gave to Are You Afraid of the Dark, so yeah, after all these years, it should have stayed on ice. It's not Melissa's fault. It's just sad that Melissa Joanne Hart starred in a terrible episode. Yeah, Melissa deserved better. Hey cat, Sabrina is my babysitter. I wish. Alright, so, The Tale of the Crimson Clown. How could we overlook this one? This one, not going into favorites, but I will put it on terrifying. This is the one with the Crimson Clown who punishes bad kids who behave badly. Basically, we follow the kid who played DW, who's a whiny, obnoxious brat. His brother, tired of his bratty ways, tells his little bro how if he doesn't act good, the Crimson Clown will come after him. The Crimson Clown is apparently this supernatural boogeyman that scares bad kids straight. Basically teach them a lesson, threatens to kill them if they don't be good, because they're dicks and the world won't miss them, so he can get away with murder, which is pretty dark. The effects are very cheesy in this episode, but it's a fun kind of cheesy. Reminds me of like old-fashioned B-movies. The clown is actually pretty creepy in this. It has this weird kind of Jack-in-the-Box demon design, has like this big balloon head, this very creepy body which can contort. We see the Crimson Clown is actually a little toy poltergeist doll, but slowly grows bigger and bigger over time, before it takes the shape of like a living man and a giant that tries to strangle DW. Very good episode. Pennywise's grandson, Crimson Clown. Sabrina was such a babe. Yeah, totally agree. Not scared of clowns myself, but yeah, Are You Afraid of the Dark did these episodes well. Crimson Clown was a good comeuppance story. Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's a comeuppance story where DW gets scared straight. The clown keeps attacking him. DW acts up and tries not to believe the clown is real, thinks it's a dream, thinks he's imagining things, but no, the clown shows he's very real, and the Crimson Clown has this creepy-ass voice. It's first high-pitched, squeaky, has a creepy Joker laugh, but as it goes on, it gets deeper and sounds demonic. Nobody will help you, Sam. Nobody even likes you. And very creepy, kind of Freddy-esque nightmare sequences. And yeah, it's a simple story, but a very terrifying one. This one is rated very highly among Midnighters because it's got a very scary atmosphere and one of the scariest villains villains of all time. A very simple plot, though, which did hold it back for me because it kind of repeats. The boy acts like a jerk, the clown scares him. Boy acts like a jerk, the clown scares him. It goes on like that until DW finally straightens up and apologizes for his misdeeds and turns good. But the Crimson Clown is always watching and will harm bad kids again if they ever act up. Family started acting in Are You Afraid of the Dark? Oh, cool. Also in The Frozen Ghost, the kid visits his elderly cousins, and there is some foreshadowing about some non-working. They figured it out after finding the key, which was linked to the I'm cold. Oh yeah, that's right, the environment was also freezing. Also, there's that scene in the bed. Are you talking about where the giant hand comes in and extends and grabs him while he's asleep? Or the creepy balloon that says, like, no Sam, which is very creepy. Tale of the Dark music. That tale is fucking scary. Ghost, blah, blah, blah. Elderly cousins open the broken oven and find out it's full of gold. The cousins are set for fire now. Or set for life now. Alright, I'm here. What I miss? Not much. We are finishing the Crimson Clown, which I am putting on terrifying. Definitely better than 13th Floor and Pinball Wizard. Got very creepy. It's a bit simple, which is my only nitpick with it, but I do think it's one of the better episodes. I'll put it on terrifying, but not one of my all-time faves. Why do you call Mike DW? Because the kid played DW on Arthur. Arthur, like, DW was played by a little boy in the original seasons of that show. The kid who plays the main character in The Crimson Clown voices DW on PBS's Arthur, which was very funny. Yeah, same actor. Alright, somebody wanted the Tale of the Dark music. This is the one where the family moves into a creepy house that was owned by their creepy uncle. His uncle mysteriously disappeared, and there's a monster lurking in the basement. The boy is the only one who sees it, while his family strangely never encounters it. And got kind of an old-fashioned things that go bump in the night. The monster comes out whenever music is played. Like, this is why it's called the dark music. Like, whenever the radio's on or the kid's listening to his headphones, the basement door creaks open, and this creepy shadow monster, we never see its true form, but it's sort of like Pennywise. It's a living boogeyman, the embodiment of fears, and it takes multiple forms of scary creatures. This one was clearly inspired by it. The Tale of the Dark music, I'm putting on favorites. Yeah, I will put it above Prom Queen. We'll give it that. Tale of the Dark music, one of the classics of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Everyone who I talk to loves this episode. It is top 10 best episodes material. It is scary. It is classic. The basement monster is so creepy. Some of his transformations, not so much. I point to the weird, spooky, scary skeleton guy, which looks very obviously fake, but that doll form was super creepy, and to this day, it still looks so off-putting. What do you think of the 2019 Are You Afraid of the Dark? Well, we haven't ranked those yet, but I thought the first one was okay. The other two suck. So you'll see why when I talk about that, but yeah. Dark music, it is a classic, man. It is awesome. The doll scene in the final shot sacrificing his sister. Well, he might not sacrifice his sister, but it's implied he will. Dark music is top 10 favorite of mine for sure. Love the fear of the dark entity gives, especially with the doll, plus has a sinister ending. Yeah, if you don't know, this one has one of the most infamous final acts and twist ending of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Basically, the kid is dealing with this douchey idiot bully who looks like he's 20, but he's picking fights with 12-year-olds. The idiot bully, like, follows him and tries to beat him up, but only to get trapped in the dark basement where he sacrifices the bully to get eaten by the entity. Yeah, basically you find out the twist. The dark entity will spare the main protagonist if he feeds him souls. The idiot bully dies, and in exchange, the monster gifts him a new bike. Yeah, the boy gets magic wishes fulfilled if he feeds souls to this monster. And it's implied that he's going to feed his sister next to the monster. We hear the sister telling, if you don't if you don't get me ready for dinner, you'll be sorry. And he gives like this evil, sinister wink to the camera, implying the sister is going to be fed next to the monster. Yeah, the doll scene is creepy. Until this very day, it looks spooky. Dark Music had a dark ending, yeah, where the kid had to kill others to get good stuff. He ate the idiot bully. Yeah, the idiot bully dies horribly. Scooby-Doo meets the Boo Brothers. Did the lost treasure being found better than the frozen ghost? Yeah, they definitely did. I might save 2019 for last. Sorry, it might go on a bit long, but what can I say? We have like 80 episodes left. The bully played by Roger from Doug. Yeah, that's right. The idiot bully who looks like Roger and talks like him. He was in. They kind of modeled him off that. As you can tell, Nickelodeon owned the show, and some of their characters clearly were Nick extras or were inspired by some of their Nicktoons. Yeah, the idiot bully felt like the green guy. But yeah, Dark Music, it is a favorite. One of the darkest and scariest episodes of the series. To this day, I think it holds up spectacularly well. It is a classic for a reason, and the Dark Music is definitely a tune I jam to every time. Alright, somebody wanted the mini-series, so we'll do one of them. We'll do the Carnival of Doom. So, what does Kat think about the first Are You Afraid of the Dark reboot miniseries? I thought it was alright. Yeah, I thought it was alright. I'll put the Hungry Hounds above it because that had better imagery. So, the Are You Afraid of the Dark miniseries was the 2019 revival, I believe, where basically they were going to make an Are You Afraid of the Dark movie, but I guess Viacom got cold feet on doing that and turned the movie into a miniseries. It was by the same guy who made It. I believe the actor who played Kid Ben is one of the Midnight Society members, and I thought it was alright. I think it should have had a bit more, like, depth and exploration to it, but it was decent. I didn't find it super scary until, like, the second part. I will be petrified if the music brought a giant roach or spider. One. I gotta go for a while, but I like the 2019 one. Oh, good, Jon Snow. Glad you liked that. Wolf Entertainment. Well, actually, Jake Bale to Michael Calio's voice DW. Well, DW was voiced by a lot of people. I mean, Arthur's only been on since the late 1990s, all the way to the early 2020s, so of course they'd replace actors. Carnival of Doom was okay. Solid first part, good second part, disappointing third part. Yeah, I agree. The third part is where it fell apart for me. It was super rushed, and unfortunately, I did not get too attached to the Midnight Society members. When the carnival starts abducting kids, I confused who was originally abducted with the leader of the Midnight Society. There's like this pretty boy who the main girl Rachel crushes on. Like, I thought he was abducted at the end of part 1, but no, it was the goofy, nerdy guy who also had a crush on Rachel, and the Midnight Society leader gets abducted anyway at the end of part 2, which kind of baffled me because wouldn't it have made sense if he was the one abducted to get you to investigate this carnival in the first place, but whatever. I thought it was okay. It has some good effects. Mr. Top Hat is definitely a fun, over-the-top villain. I don't think he's scary. He's kind of like Swarmin' Norman, but made of insects. He has like scorpions and scarab beetles all over him. He's this haunted ringleader of a haunted circus. Basically, he abducts kids so he can consume their souls to be alive because he's actually immortal. Apparently, Mr. Top Hat made a deal with the devil. Spoilers, we never find out who this demon guy he made a deal with is ever, but there's this creepy shadow-like demon who gives him immortality and helps him save his carnival, and it'll only cost him his soul, where he's abducting kids to repay his debt and also stay alive through his immortality, whatever. The circus is just not all that creepy. They do have cameos from what was his name? The ghost clown. I'm trying to remember. The ghost clown who killed kids to get his nose back. God, I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry. The Tale from the Laughing in the Dark Ghost Clown. I think Zebo, that was it. Yeah, Zebo has a cameo, and the Dead Man's Float Monster has a cameo in a water ride, which, honestly, it made me ask, wouldn't this have been so much better if instead of Mr. Top Hat, the villain was Zebo the Clown? It's like a lot of Are You Afraid of the Dark fans would love that, and a new generation would be introduced to this classic monster, kind of like how Scooby-Doo does, but nope, he's an original character. The guy playing him is fine, but not very scary or threatening. That was my problem with him. Zebo, thank you. I was right. The revival is about on par with the Goosebumps movie, mixed with a little from 2018 Halloween if it was PG-13. I remember a review on the Renegade virus, and the guy reviewed called the virus a midget, but then said he didn't want to offend anyone, so he rephrased it to call him a short little person instead. To anyone who's read this, anyone remember Kellogg's Apple Jacks having promotional where you can get a flush button camera? Are You Afraid of the Dark logo? I'm not that old, so I don't remember it. I wish Christina V should have been on Are You Afraid of the Dark? Well, Christina V is kind of old now. She's like 30, and Are You Afraid of the Dark appeals to kids, but I could see her as a ghost. Yes, thank you. Wouldn't it have been cooler if Zebo was the carnival leader? Instead of Mr. Top Hat, we had Zebo. And breaking his nose, just like in the original series, is what killed him. Like, the nose is what gave him power, and I know it's a kind of Killer Clowns-ish, but that would have been a lot more interesting if Zebo was the villain. Instead, Zebo has a cameo for like 3 seconds, and he doesn't show up ever again. Basically, the kids are trying to crack the case of this Carnival of Doom. Part 2 is kind of pointless. It is basically one big fake out where they look into the carnival, we think the carnival clowns and staff are going to kill them, but nope, it was all a fake out, they were all fine, it was just a coincidence. But spoilers, they were right, and Mr. Top Hat was evil and is the one abducting the kids. Then part 3, they actually try to take him down. And yeah, part 3 is very rushed. Like, a lot of is thrown at you at once, and it kind of speeds through the climax. They defeat Mr. Top Hat by, spoilers, breaking his top hat, where he rapidly ages to death, which is pretty cool. Everyone is freed from the carnival who was abducted, the ghosts are finally gone, the town's returning back to normal, the Midnight Society forms, and the nerdy kid who crushed on Rachel from earlier joins the Midnight Society, where they tell them the tale of the return of the Ghastly Grinner, which only pissed me off because it meant we could have had the Ghastly Grinner in this, but we chose not to. I thought it was alright. I didn't find it scary. I can understand kids finding it scary, but I found it kind of boring, especially in part 3. Part 3 rushed through so much, and there was a lot of great potential for this, but it would have fallen in Silver Skull territory for me. I would have given it like a 7 out of 10. It's not perfect, but it definitely did justice for Are You Afraid of the Dark fans. It's a fun little mini-series, and that's about it. It's not one of my favorites. It's not even that scary. It's just alright. Sorry, reading some comments. The Tale of the Dead Man's Float, yeah, he was in this. The Tale of the Dark Music, I didn't see him there. The Tale of the Midnight Shift, The Tale of the Ghastly Grinner, Tale of the Super Specs, My Scary Episodes. Oh, okay, those are your top 5. Yeah, some of those are going to rank high. Sorry, I do not agree the Super Specs was all that good. It was not good looking at it for the first time. The Idiot Bully also had an abusive beer-drinking Hulk Hogan dad who wears a baseball cap. And Beetlejuice pants. The Idiot Bully threatens to kill the main character because he accidentally messed him up. He messed up his porch, yeah. I remember Are You Afraid of the Dark have a computer game, The Tale of Orpheo's Curse. A lot of people requested us to do that, but I can't find that game anywhere. Maybe I'll ask Emily to review it. Where it's weird, we see a female headless ghost. Not that weird. Pretty much the same. Between the 2019 revival or the 3-part Fear Street movies, which do you prefer? I have never seen Fear Street, so I do not have an opinion to convey. Are You Afraid of the Dark? I thought their first miniseries was okay. It wasn't that great to me. I can see why Are You Afraid of the Dark fans would love it, but because I'm not a super fan and I was already too old watching this show for the first time, it didn't leave that much an impact on me. I thought it was decent entertainment, but miles better than the other two we're gonna talk about later. Don't say his name 2 more times. Ah, you mean Michael Keaton. Gruesome Gourmet should be in the worst because it's the worst one. Yeah, that probably will be, but let's finally get to some other episodes. Here's another one for the worst. The Tale of the Full Moon. This one I'm putting above Locker 22 at least, because it's at least funny bad. The Tale of the Full Moon is about a kid who thinks his neighbor might be a werewolf, and doing some certified child detective sleuthing to solve the mystery. We find out, nope, the neighbor's not a werewolf, it's his twin brother, who they routinely lock in the basement and feed like an animal, because I guess he never reverts to human form, but yeah. This one is one of Are You Afraid of the Dark's goofy dark comedy episodes, and it is so bad it's good. I will say it is funny bad, but still bad. It's one of the more goofy, outrageous concepts. I can respect them wanting to have fun with one of their weirder stories, but to me it is pretty lame, and especially the ending is kind of screwed up. His mom is dating basically the neighbor. It's sort of an homage to the Lost Boys, where the mom is dating the vampire leader. The mom is dating the mysterious neighbor. The boy thinks he's a werewolf until he breaks into his house and finds out his twin brother is the werewolf, who he's kept locked up. And the mom and the neighbor basically get married and they form a big happy family. Except there's kind of one disturbing problem. The werewolf brother, murdered pets and stray animals on the block, so are they kind of cool with that? They were trying to help, this old lady who lost her cat, and the werewolf pretty much ate them. The werewolf ate cats and dogs living on the block, and it's kind of overlooked for this goofy happy ending where the boy is playing fetch with his new uncle-in-law werewolf. It's a really goofy episode. It's bad, but I will admit so bad it's good, but it's still going on worst. Oh yeah, Full Moon is awful. Definitely top 10 worst for me. Yeah, I agree with Walter Benaziac's top 5 worst Are You Afraid of the Darks. A lot of those are bad. Knew it had Full Moon in the title, so I figured we had one with a werewolf. Yeah. Yeah, I grew up watching this series myself, 90s kid at heart, and hoping they get an adaptation of My Teacher's an Alien. Anyone remember that in the PC game to go along with that? I don't. I wasn't from that generation. Alright, so let's talk about a good one. The Tale of the Phone Police. If you believe it or not, this one's going on favorites. Yeah, I know. The Phone Police is one of the more mixed episodes among Are You Afraid of the Dark fans. A lot of people hate it because it's goofy and outlandish, but I honestly really enjoy it. It is stupid, but a fun stupid. The Phone Police is really underrated. Basically, this episode is also kind of dated because they're using landline phones, and the phone police are implied to be a government agency that follows people on their phones. Basically, these two troublemaking kids get into wacky prank call adventures and abuse their phone privileges until the sister warns them that if they don't start handling the phone with care, then the phone police will get them. The phone police are this super secret Men in Black police force that watch people through their phones and monitor every phone call ever, and if you misuse your phone or use it for prank calls too much, then they arrest you and throw you into life in prison. We actually see a kid getting dragged off to be executed in this episode. Spoilers, the kids get captured by the phone police. One of them does. One of them is being tracked and is desperately running from them. I love the dial tone sirens from their police SWAT cars. That was so goofy but very funny. Most overhated episode. Phone Police is a ton of dumb fun, and I will not deny it's a good time. Yeah, this one gets a lot of hate because the Phone Police are very ridiculous and over the top. I would say this is a good version of Don't Go to Sleep, the Goosebumps episode with the reality police, but the Phone Police are actually funny because it's so hilarious how they're dead serious about people abusing the phone privileges and hunting kids who do prank phone calls. One of the kids is on the lam and trying to bust his buddy out of phone police prison. The prison is unironically played dead scary. Like, it is a creepy, dark, dingy dungeon, and as I said, a kid actually gets dragged off to be executed by the phone police. Yeah, imagining getting killed for abusing your phone privileges. That is very scary stuff to a kid, I'm sure. Better than the reality police. Yeah, definitely. They are much better than the reality police because they're actually funny and they go the extra mile to make the phone police seem like a real institution. There's like these funny statues everywhere of phones, like cellular phones and landlines, logos everywhere. They have a dial tone siren in their police car. The kids eventually get away, they make it home, and we get one of the more confusing twists where it was all just a dream and the guy following them was the pizza guy who delivers to the big sister. The kids vow to never abuse their phone privileges again, and we find out, oh, the phone police were real and they're just monitoring the kids now to uphold that promise. It's very stupid and outlandish, but man, is it so much fun. I love the phone police. It is one of my favorites, and I actually will defend this as just a dumb fun time. It is one of the better Are You Afraid of the Dark tales, and yeah, despite, dissing Full Moon, which was also a ridiculous episode, this one had a lot more passion and care thrown into it, so it's one I'd ring up anytime. Good episode, but dated, yeah. Erase from reality. When they're in the prison police. Alright, so let's get another good one up there. The Tale of the Doll Maker. And yep, this one's going on the favorites too. Yeah, I will put it above Prom Queen. The Doll Maker is their creepy doll episode, but in a unique spin, they don't actually have a doll. They have a doll house. Basically, this little girl is visiting her grandparents at this haunted house, and I believe her cousin, mysteriously disappeared. There's, no trace of her. We find out the cousin was absorbed by this magical cursed dollhouse. The dollhouse is a living sentient monster that basically takes people to live inside of them and transform them into plastic dolls. Her cousin was, turned into this creepy Lily D knockoff and is trapped there, where the main girl basically tries to solve the mystery and save her cousin from the dollhouse, and I really enjoyed it. It has a very creepy atmosphere. The dollhouse is played up as this very vague Lovecraftian mythical monster. Because it's a dollhouse, it doesn't really express itself like our usual creepy dolls like Slappy or Lily D or even Chucky. No, the dollhouse is kind of this monstrous entity, kind of Silent Hill-esque. It's feeding off of the children, basically. Drag the cousin in here. The main girl gets trapped in the dollhouse too. This one has very creative sets too. It's got a door to nowhere, a creepy kind of Bill Cipher looking window here. Good episode, excellent makeup and special effects. Yeah, I agree. The turning into doll sequences are very creepy. The cousin looks like this knockoff Lily D, has a plastic face, has plastic hands, but also has some fleshy bits here, her mouth is still moving and one of her legs is still at least flesh and blood, while the rest of her is plastic. Very creepy body horror for a kid's show. Dollmaker is another good one. Definitely love the doll and glass effects with the curse, and you do root for them to escape. The actress of Phoebe Teresa from the Magic School Bus is in this episode. Oh, okay, she was. Okay, good to know. She got to be on one of the best Goosebumps and best Are You Afraid of the Dark tales. Yeah, the Dollmaker I really like. It's got this creepy Silent Hill feel. This one has great horror atmosphere. Not much monsters, but creepy effects, creepy makeup, creepy cinematic visuals, and the dollhouse is super creepy. The dollhouse is the doll maker, and it's basically trying to lure in the main character with her cousin. The main girl wises up, she outsmarts the house, and she manages to escape with her cousin, bringing her back in the real world, where they get a happily ever after, and the dollhouse house is appropriately destroyed. Yeah, this one, 10 out of 10 episode. Blacksmith Orange listed this on her top 10 best episodes ever, and I fully agree. I thought this one was awesome. Very creepy, very eerie, and very creative. The Tale of the Dollmaker is definitely one you'll want to play with. Alright, gonna take a restroom break, but feel free to vote on which episode you want to see next. I'll be right back. I'm back from the dark, Wolfpack. Let's see, what did you vote for? Tale of Station 109.1, the radio station. Let's do another personal favorite, The Hatching. Ooh, really good episodes, okay. Got Ghastly Grinner and Jagged Sign, or That's for the End. I do want to end on a positive note, so we'll save one of those for the end, but yeah, we'll talk about a positive one. Alright, let me just yeah, here it is. The Tale of the Station 109.1, aka the episode that stars Gilbert Gottfried. So this one, going on favorites, and yes, it is better than the dark music to me. I love this episode. This is easily one of my favorite Are You Afraid of the Dark tales ever. This was the last Are You Afraid of the Dark review I've ever done, and I think we ended on a pretty good note, because this one kicks ass. This one is awesome. It's hilarious, it's dark, it's creative, and Gilbert Gottfried pretty much steals the show. If you don't know, comedian Gilbert Gottfried guest starred on Are You Afraid of the Dark, and he basically plays kind of this Grim Reaper kind of angel of death, basically. Gilbert Gottfried is the agent of death, and death operates like the DMV. He assigns people to heaven and hell, basically. The main character accidentally gets mistaken as a soul crossing over to the other side, and Gilbert Gottfried is basically threatening to send him to his doom unless the main character can prove he's alive. And yeah, basically a main character who has like this obsession with death, is a total goth, loves the afterlife, loves the grave, tombstones and such, basically kind of snaps out of it when his life is finally on the line. This one also has, I'm trying to remember his name. That's it. Ryan Gosling, Mr. Knuff, is in this as the brother. The brother tries to scare his little death-obsessed brother straight. This unintentionally gets him sent to the afterlife DMV, where Gilbert Gottfried is threatening to sentence him to his doom. And basically, we get a wacky misadventure of the kid and his brother trying to prove that he's still alive and he doesn't belong here in limbo. But Gilbert Gottfried's having none of that, because when he was alive, he worked for the Department of Motor Vehicles. And very funny. This one's a good dark comedy, and Are You Afraid of the Dark actually made a good horror comedy episode. I agree. R.I.P. Gilbert Gottfried. Yeah, may he rest in peace. R.I.P. Gilbert Gottfried. Station 109.1 is great. Gilbert Gottfried was absolute highlights, and I absolutely love the take of avoiding death. Yeah, basically, the boy kind of regains an appreciation for life. He snaps out of his death obsession when he literally is at death's door. Gilbert Gottfried almost sentences him to hell, but it turns out, nope, it wasn't his time, and God spat him back out, and Gilbert Gottfried lost his pension. Perfect, absolutely perfect. My favorite moment, yeah, Gilbert Gottfried said, uh-oh, there goes my pension, when he realizes that he sent an alive person to the other side. Yeah, Iago from Aladdin. Do not knock on that window! What's the matter with you? You can't read? Look, knock window. Do not on the. Let's try it together, shall we? Do not knock on the window! Yeah, Gilbert Gottfried has so many funny quips in this. He is basically the highlight of this show because Gilbert Gottfried is at his A game. He makes these really stupid jokes actually work and make them funny as heck. Gilbert Gottfried is awesome. Yeah, Ryan Gosling, Ken Nuff in the Barbie movie, and young Hercules. Yeah, Ryan Gosling is in this one, and he is in Say Cheese and Die, another episode I'm sure all of you are waiting from us. But yeah, Ryan Gosling, also pretty good. He gets scared straight himself too. Old Man Corcoran is in this episode, and Ryan Gosling and Old Man Corcoran team up because the old man was supposed to cross over to the other side, but the brother took his place, got mistaken identity for him, and they save the brother. God spits him back out. Gilbert Gottfried loses his pension, and all's well as ends well, and the main character learns to appreciate life, which I find is actually a surprisingly heartwarming message, especially for a silly comedic episode. But yeah, this one is the best, and spoilers, I do think it is our number one. This is my all-time favorite episode, and to this day, I think it holds up well as Are You Afraid of the Dark at high frequency. Alright. Ryan Gosling in our favorite spooky horror nostalgic shows. Yeah, only the first day, Say Cheese and Die, though. Yeah, he was in the first Say Cheese and Die. They replaced him completely in Say Cheese and Die again, but personally, I think Gosling dodged a bullet there. And my name, Saki, is the main character in this episode. He is in our childhood. Yep, love Gilbert Gottfried. Also, didn't you say that the two will count the two of them as one episode? Same thing with the Monster Blood ones. Yeah, Monster Blood is going to be counted as one review because it is a two-parter. There is a to be continued, and the next episode carries on the plot line. Yeah, I know more Monster Blood is greatly different from Monster Blood 2, but it is still a two-parter in the show's case, so that one will be combined. Depending on how we feel about Say Cheese episodes, we might combine them into one, Say Cheese and Die again, but we'll have to see how that pans out. Right now, that one's not on schedule at the moment. Also love the nice little ending when the actual person moves on. Aren't you afraid that it'll be bad? It's only horrible if you led a bad life. If you led a good life, it's the best thing going. Yeah, really touching ending. Surprisingly sweet from Gilbert Gottfried. Zachary Carlin was also Ricky Beamer in Calling All Creeps. Yeah, awesome episode. He got to be awesome on Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, this one's definitely a favorite. But we do have to move on. The Tale of the Hatching. Someone recommended this. Going on to favorites. Yeah, I like this one. This one is awesome. This one is the most underrated episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? And I am shocked how not many people put this on their top 10 favorites list because it definitely would have been on mine. This one is kind of a creepy, Perfect School-esque story. However, instead of evil clones, the kids are there's like this perfect school. These two troublemaking brats are sent to it. It's mysterious, it's vague. The teachers are very loopy and off-putting. But we find out that the school is actually run by aliens, and they're serving their evil alien lizard queen who lives under the school. Basically, the kids are being brainwashed into being good, but that also means being slaves. There's like this underground hatchery underneath the school. They're making alien eggs, and these eggs are going to be taken back to their homes where alien spies and army creatures are going to break out to take over the world, of course. However, the kids catch on. They break free of their brainwashing. It's revealed that the teachers are aliens through really creepy means. They drink like this weird jello kind of champagne, and one of them like has their skin injured and it peels off, revealing a lizard claw. Yep, the aliens are actually lizard monsters, and their queen is a giant kaiju lizard where they feed troublemaking kids to their queen, and they save the day with the power of rock. Yeah, one of them has like their Walkman and they play their music real loudly. It was confiscated at first. They brought it back and we find out why. Because the lizards are deathly or fatally allergic to loud noises, and rock music saves the day. They play it loudly over the intercom and it blows the alien queen up. It like blows up and releases confetti guts, and the aliens all die in this school. The hatching is definitely one of my faves. Yeah, I agree. Also, when I saw Paparena review Say Cheese and Die Again, he had this joke in the beginning of two people arguing that it's the first time reviewing it, while the other asks why they're doing it again. Hatching is the one I watched the most in my young days, and it held up very well. So much tension with the brainwashing and an alien invasion. Yeah, it is fun. Tale of the Hatching, I would say, not super scary, unless you're like a really little kid, but it is a fun episode. It's got a creepy, kind of like a PG rated The Faculty. All the kids are being used by the aliens, and they use this really kooky, crazy means to defeat them in the end. Yeah, The Hatching feels like a PG The Faculty. The Hatching is one of my favorites, I agree. There were a few things I loved before I was just some random guy who comments, and they were Mighty Machines, Scooby-Doo, Tom and Jerry, Goosebumps, etc. Those are all good. I remember how the teachers locked the kids with the queen, but when they saw that they were going to use the cassette on the queen, they tried to open the gate, but there were too many keys. Yeah, apparently Tim Burton's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory ripped that joke off. That episode reminds me of the first episode of Just Beyond, where it was the music that saved the school. Well, music also saved the day in Star Trek Beyond, because why wouldn't it? This is more scarier than the Season 3 Reptilian Lost Tapes. Well, that's because the Lost Tapes look fake as hell. But yeah, The Hatching, it is awesome. It is one of my favorite episodes. Love the power of rock saving the day. It blows the lizard's head off. The kids free the school, all's well as end well, but we find out in the twist ending that one of the eggs survived and is hatching. But I guess they're gonna set up the school elsewhere by themselves because it's only one lizard. But whatever, awesome episode. It got a 10 out of 10 from me, and I agree that this is one of the best episodes of the series. I wish people would talk about The Hatching more, because it really cracked into some craziness. Alright, so what do we want to do next? Alright, BRB, later. See ya, Shadowlink. I guess we'll go over some of the duds. Alright, The Tale of a Silent Servant. This one is their haunted scarecrow story, and not gonna lie, I think it's going on meh. The Tale of a Silent Servant is basically about two farm kids who really hate doing their farm chores, where they get a magical scarecrow that will do whatever you command if you write like a note and plant it in its body with its straw. And basically the Silent Servant does magical things, but because it's this mindless kind of drone, it basically causes a lot more problems than good. And I found it rather meh. Namely, one, we don't see the scarecrow actually move. We don't see it walk around or act threatening. Most of its actions occur off screen, which is super lazy, not gonna lie. Cracked into some craziness, huh? Yeah, you got it. Goosebumps and Haunting Hour did Scary Scarecrows better. Yeah, they did. Are You Afraid of the Dark, Scary Scarecrow? It sucks. This episode is so slow, boring, and droll, and the monster is kind of off-screen for the longest time. I do not get what people see in this episode, because it's a very slow burn story. Basically, one of the kids accidentally miswrites what he ordered, and the scarecrow tries to murder their dad, because it's kind of crazy. It murdered their dad, and they're trying to break the magic over it, and of course they succeed just in time, and the dad never sees the scarecrow walking behind him to strangle him. And yeah, they stop the Silent Servant's rampage and basically learn about responsibility and such, and Yeah, it's boring. It is a meh episode. It is not the worst one I've ever seen, and I can see other people liking it, but it's just forgettable. It's dreary, it's slow, and the Scarecrow is not scary. The Scarecrow is never seen moving on screen until the final act, where it's about to kill their dad, which I guess could have worked, but we keep seeing it lifelessly, so you're not really surprised when you do see it walk. Okay, Cat, the hatching, it's very good, but I am losing in the deal. That reminded me of the golem from the Jewish history. Yeah, that's kind of what they went for, but the Haunting Hours golem was at least a little better, despite my nitpicks with that. Yeah, Silent Servant, it's a meh. It should have been stuffed with a whole lot more. Alright, somebody wanted the Ghastly Grinner. Alright, Ghastly Grinner. This one, of course, is going on to favorites. It will go low because it's not one of my top 10 episodes, but I can see what others see. Basically, this is the classic comic book character comes to life plot. This boy who's an artist wants to make it big into the comic book industry, wants to be like his favorite creator, so he finishes his favorite creator's last story, The Tale of the Ghastly Grinner. The Ghastly Grinner is an obvious Joker knockoff, very creepy, psychotic supervillain clown who kills people by making them laugh to death with its Joker toxin. Don't worry, they never call it the Joker toxin, even though that's obviously what they're going for. Like, the boy is this socially awkward artist. He befriends the comic shop girl who gives him the Ghastly Grinner comic to finish, but he uses magic paintbrushes from Alan Miller, which brought the Ghastly Grinner to life in the real world, and the Grinner goes on a rampage killing several hundred people until it kills the creator before it can finish the story. What's your opinion on a cruel twist ending on a kid's protagonist? Definitely My Old House from the Haunting Hour, one of the best versions of the cruel twist ending. But if you're talking about as punishment for a kid protagonist, I'm okay with it if it's scary. If it's because the kid made a mistake or it's basically their poor actions backfiring on them, that is pretty creepy. I think Calling All Creeps did a good cruel twist ending, but it's also darkly satisfying in that way. Who would win in a fight, the Masked Mutant or the Ghastly Grinner? That's a tough one. I might go with the Masked Mutant because he can shapeshift into anything, and he's already a laughing, maniacal lunatic, so the Grinner might have no effect on him. Want a good review on the Tale of Orpheus Curse? Pushing Up Roses did one, yeah. Oh, read that one. Also, I love the Arnold actor was in this episode. Oh, he was? Okay. The Ghastly Grinner is an iconic Are You Afraid of the Dark villain. He's basically this jester, but also clearly a bootleg Joker. I mean, he looks like the Joker, he talks like the Joker, he makes lousy, dark jokes, and he kills people by making them laugh to death. And yeah, he does kill several people in this. We see the douchey principal dies, we see a bus driver who's for sure killed and dead. The parents almost die, but the boy manages to save them. Basically, he has to finish the story, uses Alan Miller's magic paintbrushes to write the ending to the Ghastly Grinner, where the Grinner is defeated and trapped within his comic. It's implied he might still be alive because they escape from the Grinner, they save the original creator, and the boy achieves his dream of being a hit comic book artist, and finally gets his name as the Ghastly Grinner's creator. Very happy, sweet ending, and a very creepy-ass villain who actually succeeded at being a threat because so many people are dead. He did save his parents, because we see his parents are at the Comic-Con with him, but nope, everyone else died. The principal is dead for sure, and the bus driver is obviously dead. We see him twitching dead. I was literally thinking the other day, I wish he did more Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, sorry, John Smith, but copyright has been crushing us at that. They keep sniping out my Are You Afraid of the Dark content, so this was kind of a compromise doing every episode. Yeah, Ghastly Grinner, I think it's good. It'll leave a smile carved on your face. I love this episode as a kid. I was scared of clowns. Nowadays, not no more. Neil Krotech was the actor of the Ghastly Grinner. He did a pretty good job. Apparently, the Ghastly Grinner was supposed to return in the miniseries, but spoilers, they never did that. Instead, brought Captain Cutter back because everyone remembers that guy over the damn Joker. Yeah, Ghastly Grinner favorites. Alright, so here's a not-so-favorite one. The Tale of the Carved Stone, with Sardo returning, along with Frank Gorshin as the demon buyer. The Carved Stone, going on to meh. I was not a huge fan of this episode because, number one, it's about Sardo, and number two, it includes time travel. Basically, this girl moves into a house, she purchases a magic artifact that Sardo has, however, the artifact is actually being hunted by this demonic Freddy Krueger-like monster, played by Frank Gorshin, the OG Riddler from Adam West Batman. Frank Gorshin wants to hook his claws into this magic trinket, but the girl bought it, and she finds out it time travels. She returns to the past where she has this kind of cutesy romance with the past boy who lived there, I think in like the 1800s or so, and basically Frank Gorshin time hops and chases after them to try and kill them for this magical trinket. They accidentally rope Sardo into this because of course they do, and they get into wacky chases running through time periods and Scooby-Doo doors and such. This one is just kind of slow. Frank Gorshin is awesome, but he doesn't get to do much in this episode. That's my problem. Frank Gorshin is kind of kept mysterious and creepy, which is good. We see he has like a Freddy Krueger claw hand, which is creepy, but mostly it's the kids and Sardo bickering, this cutesy kid romance, and all the time hops through different periods being chased and such. I thought it was okay. Smile on your face. You did it again. Yeah, sometimes I pull a funny. So are you doing streams for around 3:30 for a while? I might. I do have a lot of episodes to go through. At least we narrowed some down. But Carved Stone, it's a dud. It's not that interesting. It's not really scary. And once again, the time travel logic is very weird. Basically, they managed to destroy the trinket and kill Frank Gorshin, whoever he was. Sardo and the girl are back in the main time. And we see in our twist ending that the boy left a love message for the girl in the future. He carved a message on the stone for the girl, telling her that he's fine and he loved her. And it's a cutesy twist ending, because I guess this was a romance all along. Carved Stone, very weak episode. It's just meh. It's another crazy idea that they don't really explore too much of, and Frank Gorshin feels really wasted in this. He should have been one of the best Are You Afraid of the Dark monsters, but he's kind of a generic monster, man. And Carved Stone, going on to meh. It's just a dud. Alright, need some water. Alright, let's talk about The Tale of Jake and the Leprechaun, which I'll put on alright. I will put it above The Dark Dragon because I had more fun with this one. Jake and the Leprechaun, it's our magical leprechaun story, and it's decent, but not all that great. Namely because the child actor is not all that good. Basically, Jake and the leprechaun get into wacky misadventures. They're performing a play. They find out that the play's star is actually this immortal monster using the leprechaun magic. Jake stumbles upon the leprechaun, frees it, but finds out he's got a curse where he's turning into like a leprechaun. Though he grows like elf ears, which looks pretty weird. The child acting is not the best in this one, and the wacky misadventure is really cheesy, really kooky and crazy. They have a fight with the actor like on the stage. They're both kind of transforming into monsters because without the leprechaun's magic, the actor is slowly revealing himself as a mythical monster too. He's slowly becoming deformed, and they kill the actor on stage with the leprechaun magic, and of course the audience thinks it's all a part of the show and claps, and yeah, it's all just pretty meh, pretty mediocre storytelling. It tried to be funny, but it's not super entertaining. Bye, cat. I have church. Okay, see ya, Kira. I mean, we might be going when you come back, so take your time. Reminds me of Leprechaun 3. Lots of Luck was much better. Yes, it was. It was way better. Leprechaun here was just really goofy. Jake and Leprechaun, I remember giving it a silver skull, so I think it's an alright. It's okay, but needed more of that Leprechaun mojo. Here's a bad one. The Tale of the Midnight Ride. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Does the Headless Horseman? And I didn't like it. It's going on worst. The Headless Horseman actually does have a really creepy look to him, but it is a child-friendly adaptation of Sleepy Hollow. Basically, the new guy moves into town, he has a crush on the girl, but the jerk-jock boyfriend doesn't like it, and apparently the Headless Horseman shows up and is chasing the main character down like Ichabod Crane, and I remember not liking it all that much. Number one, way too much focus on the love story, not enough on the horseman monster. And number two, the effects and costumes have not aged very well. I think this is one of the more dated episodes. Not as bad as the Phone Police, but definitely looks a lot faker and cheesier compared to most. The horseman, cool idea, definitely, but not super scary, mainly because it's got a guy with a cheesy pumpkin head mask on and not really threatening when he chases down the kid. There is not high suspense like a Tim Burton movie. It is campy, cheesy, low budget kind of schlocky horror, and I remember not liking it all that much. I have not rewatched this episode because I remember not liking it the first time. Sleepy Hollow was better. Yes, it was. Have you seen Scooby-Doo's version of the Headless Horseman? I've seen the one with Scooby-Dumb, where they find out it's Cousin Elwood who is trying to steal $1 million necklace and escape the country. I didn't see that one. If you're talking about something else, probably not. Midnight Ride, I do not recommend. It is boring. Way too much focus on the CW tween drama. Not enough on the horseman. It's a ride worth skipping. Alright, The Tale of the Dream Girl. Ooh, appropriately after Valentine's Day. Dream Girl, I found alright. Yeah, sorry, it's another alright. I do like it more than Mr. Top Hat, that's for sure. The Dream Girl is basically a kid has a romance with a dead girl, basically. He has like this weird dreams and psychic visions and finds out that the girl is actually a ghost. They have like this forbidden romance kind of thing. It is not one of my favorites. Are You Afraid of the Dark is not good at romance stories. I'm just gonna put it out there, and The Dream Girl definitely shows all the weakest traits of that. Namely because their romances, their child actors do not have much chemistry together, and their romance writing is usually cheesy, cliche, and very schlocky. Dream Girl is also not super scary. It's supposed to be creepy because the girl's a ghost, but spoilers, she looks like a regular human. We find out she's a ghost halfway through. It is just an actress who turns out to be dead all along, that kind of story. We find out that she actually had a boyfriend, and basically the main protagonist is trying to help her rest in peace. We find out she has a boyfriend, and he helps hook them back up, where she finally moves on to the afterlife with her true love, and he helped his dream girl achieve her own dream, and yeah, it's alright. I remember giving this one a silver skull and not really being super impressed or feeling for it because I do not like Are You Afraid of the Dark romances. They are easily the black sheep of the show, and Dream Girl has all of that. I think it's okay. It is watchable if you like it. If you like the emotional horror stories, then I would recommend this one, but as an all-time classic of Are You Afraid of the Dark, it is just a mediocre, alright episode. It is kind of cool that may have inspired The Sixth Sense, though, or has been debunked. Yeah, this one actually did inspire M. Night Shyamalan's The Sixth Sense. We find out that main character can see dead people, and M. Night used that for his first movie. Are You Afraid of the Dark actually did inspire a lot of horror movies, and if some of these plots sound familiar, they were definitely recycled for big budget horror flicks. like I'm saying, it's the House of No Return versus the Perfect Brother versus episode, where the protagonist makes mistakes but redeems himself but gets punished anyway. Yeah, I know what the cruel twist ending is. Yeah, the one with Scooby-Dum, that's the one I meant. Yeah, that one I have seen. I have it on my DVR. Yeah, I still use DVR. Recently watched it with my brother Wolf. We still find it funny. Yes, this one is indeed the tale that inspired The Sixth Sense. The Sixth Sense was definitely better because they had a lot more time to explore it, but The Dream Girl, I think, is just an alright dream. Alright, someone said The Misfortune Cookie. The Misfortune Cookie, I think, is also an alright episode. This is the one where basically Are You Afraid of the Dark does It's a Wonderful Life mixed with, I think, Chinese folklore. Basically a kid with a troubled home life wishes he was never born. He's having fights with his family. He thinks nobody likes him, nobody wants him. Then he enters a parallel timeline where he never existed. We see what his family life is like, and we find out that the family are actually worse off than they were with him when he was alive. The sister is like this punk Chloe Price bitch. The parents are fighting a lot. They have financial troubles. And whilst this is happening, he encounters ghosts. The ghosts are these yin and yang warriors. There's like a black Chinese knight and a white Chinese warrior who are fighting over his soul, basically. In a twist, we find out these are like the yin and yang. They're his two halves, his evil half and his good half, fighting over control of his soul, and basically helping him learn that his life was important. He did matter. He was vital to his family all along. His sister actually needed him and did care for him. And his yin and yang basically fight him, jump him all episode, try and corrupt him, try and bring him towards the light, that kind of spiel. I See Living People, The Cuckoo Clock of Doom, or this episode. Cuckoo Clock of Doom or Misfortune Cookie? I might go with Misfortune Cookie because it's a lot more creative with its premise, I will say. I thought it was alright. A lot of people seem very mixed on this episode, mostly because they do not do the Chinese folklore justice. I got into an argument with someone on the comments section that they thought I was complaining that they whitewashed it, asking what I meant. I'm saying the Chinese folklore kind of lean more towards Western values because they did not understand the yin and yang. Basically, the black is supposed to be good while the white is supposed to be bad, but here the black one is bad and the white one is good. That kind of stuff. Very small, minor issues here and there. I thought the tale was alright. Of course, the boy learns that his life was good. He returns for the sake of his sister and finally has a happy family, appreciates his life and such, and is finally at peace with himself. And I thought it was alright. I thought it was okay. It's not one of my favorite episodes. I will say there are definitely interesting concepts in this one, but they did not pass above average for me. I think the Misfortune Cookie is definitely one that should have baked with the different ingredients. BSO, you made it. Blacksmith Orange, yeah, you're here. Boo. I bet R.L. Stine stole from a lot of Are You Afraid of the Dark episodes, as well as some Twilight Zone. He did steal from Twilight Zone. Are You Afraid of the Dark? I think the camera one, definitely. Hey, Blacksmith Orange. Glad you made it, Blacksmith. We're not super far. But while we're here, I guess we'll talk about one of Blacksmith Orange's favorite episodes, The Tale of the Curious Camera. This one is Are You Afraid of the Dark's version of Say Cheese and Die. And I will actually put it on terrifying. Yeah, you know the deal. Haunted camera, it causes bad things and accidents to happen. It takes photos of the future Final Destination events which will occur, all that stuff. Here, there is an explanation. The camera is actually haunted by the spirit of a gremlin. Yeah, there's like a gremlin monster living in the camera and causing all these horrible things to happen. They try to get the gremlin out. The gremlin kind of technology hops into different tech and stuff. It takes over like a camcorder camera, it hops into a computer, and it hops into a car, so on and so forth. Basically, the gremlin is causing all these things. The kids try to crack the mystery. They have a fight with the gremlin through the tech. They think they finally burnt him out, but haha, the gremlin jumped into the old Macintosh computer, meaning he's going to run very slowly and be less effective. But yeah, this one I actually thought was stupid, but pretty fun stupid. Curious Camera is not scary. It's more of a dark comedy episode. The effects and gremlin are so over the top and ridiculous. It's like if you wanted to see a comedic version of Say Cheese and Die. I will say that. Definitely had its fun moments, and I did laugh a few times. The climax is definitely the funnest part. That episode is scary. Oh, you found it scarier than the Goosebumps episode? No. Didn't Ron Oliver direct this episode? Yeah, Ron Oliver directed a lot of stuff. He directed Are You Afraid of the Dark? He directed Goosebumps, and I think he directed Tales from the Crypt episodes. Oriental episodes in The Haunting Hour and Are You Afraid of the Dark? Why? Well, they want to reach out to broader audiences and basically teach other people about other cultures. I'm not against that kind of stuff, but one, you have to hire somebody who actually understands the culture, and it's very clear they had like a very bare minimum Wikipedia knowledge, which was the problem. Did the camera also remind you of a gun at times in the episode? I mean, the shutter button was almost as sensitive as a trigger. Didn't quite reach that for me. It reminded me more so of like Techness from Danny Phantom, where he's hopping into tech and using it to haunt stuff. Yeah, Curious Camera, I think is terrifying. It definitely got a high score because how fun the climax is. It snapped a pretty good picture. Alright, got a lot to go through. Let's talk about, while Blacksmith Orange is here, the episode that guest starred Eddie from Ed, Edd n Eddy, The Tale of the Water Demons. And might upset some people, but also going into alright. This one, Eddie is, surprise, a greedy, selfish, bratty jerk with a loving, nerdy brother. They're basically amateur con artists trying to earn money, trying to make it big. Eddie uses underhanded schemes to make money. Funny enough, just like how he will do on his hit Cartoon Network show. Basically, they're helping this old guy move his treasure, but we find out the treasure is haunted. This old guy, this old sea captain, basically stole treasure from a haunted pirate ship, and the pirates are coming out of the ocean and after him, trying to kill him. I will address the huge plot hole. Why the hell doesn't he just move into the mainland center of America or Canada? You know, away from the oceans where they can't reach him because the old man hasn't, like, slept for 1,000 years or something. Basically, Eddie and his dorky bro help out. They try to move this treasure, try to outsmart the water demons. This is a Ghost Pirates episode, basically an obvious homage to John Carpenter's The Fog. And I will say, a pretty fun one. The Ghost Pirates are not as scary as the Ghost Captain, but had their appeal to them. Oh, so just like the cartoon, no surprise. There was a novel that released like 3 years ago titled Entry Wounds, which was about a haunted gun. Well, Wolf also reviewed a Twilight Zone tale about a haunted gun, so check that out. Steven Spielberg is going to sue the Gremlins. Also, didn't they use Chinese armor instead of Japanese armor in the Misfortune Cookie? Yes, they did. They did. Anyways, water demons. Eddie and his bro try to help the old sea captain. They find out that all the demons want is their treasure back. They're not trying to kill the captain, they just want to steal it and take it back. They're only threatening him because they think he's the bad guy, he's the thief. Where Eddie and his bro go out to sea and have to dump all the gold and treasure, the doubloons and gems down in the water to basically help the demons go to peace. They get their treasures back. However, Eddie's a greedy jerk and won't let it go. The water demons almost kill his bro and drown him, and Eddie learns a lesson that money isn't everything. Basically, his greed has been making him a total dickhead, but he finds out when his brother is almost killed that he returns the amulet he tried to steal to get his bro back. He didn't want to let it go. He wanted to have the treasure for himself, but when his brother's life is on the line, he finally reveals that he does care for him, and he throws the necklace back down and gets his brother spat back up. Eddie learns a valuable lesson and cares about his family, and it's all a happily ever after. Basically, don't let greed consume you, that kind of thing. I thought it was alright. I guess Japanese armor look creepier since it obscures your face more than, other than that, I don't know. Yeah, people always get the two cultures confused with each other. Yeah, Japanese and Chinese always do. Who wins the fight? The virus from the Tale of the Renegade Virus or Digger from Virtual Pets? Oh, definitely the Renegade Virus. I kind of like that one episode of Archie's Weird Mysteries with the Ghost Pirates. Never saw the show. Oh, you want the Tale of Dead Man's Float next. How the hell can you not tell the difference between Chinese and Japanese armor? Yeah, apparently they couldn't. But remember, this was like pre-internet days when this show was on. So, Water Demons, I thought was definitely a decent episode. It could have been better, needed some tweaks here and there, but it's alright. But you know what's a better water episode? The Tale of the Dead Man's Float. Here it is, alright. Tale of the Dead Man's Float, the haunted swimming pool episode, going up high onto favorites. Yes, I will put it above the dark music. The Dead Man's Float, it's a classic. It is an S-tier masterpiece. It is one of the scariest and most creative Are You Afraid of the Darks ever. This is Are You Afraid of the Dark at its A-game. Basically, it's about a haunted swimming pool. Long ago, this pool was shut down because a lot of people died in it. The pool monster is this creepy zombie killing and drowning kids. We find out there was a graveyard here, which the school was built over. However, they removed the headstones, but they didn't remove the bodies poltergeist style, where their spirits took the form of the pool zombie. This monstrous demonic entity, which is bloated and rotten and covered in sea stuff, basically kills people in the swimming pool because they're disrupting their final resting place. The ghost is not at peace and is violently attacking people. Years later, they find the pool, which was shut down, and found out that their school actually had a cool PE-style Olympic swimming pool, and they reopen it for the public. However, this revives the monster, who is now back in full force trying to kill people. This has one of the kids from Goosebumps' Welcome to Camp Nightmare as the main protagonist, and Zeke. Yeah, I really liked him. He was pretty interesting. He's this awkward nerd guy. One of my only nitpicks with him is, though, the romance arc, which he had better chemistry with a girl who actually liked him, but he's crushing on the bitch cheerleader instead. Man, what are you gonna do? But yeah, very creepy mystery. We find out that there's a pool monster. It nearly kills the girl the boy has a crush on. They meet the old janitor, who was actually once the school lifeguard, who tells them about the mystery, that the pool is haunted by this monster. So to get rid of it, they decide to make supernatural chlorine, which will wash away the pool zombie's essence from the swimming pool. Yes, I am dead serious. That is how they try to combat it. However, the pool monster catches on to what they're doing and actually chases after them and attacks them. The pool monster is so cool. It's gnarly, it's creepy, very gory and gross. Surprisingly hardcore for a kid's show. People are still surprised that the Dead Man's Float got away with so much on this series. Like, this was a Nickelodeon kids program, and people died in it, and it had a horrifying R-rated monster as the villain. Something invisible attacking you. The fear of drowning. The monster's design. OMG. Yeah, pretty scary. JonTron is scared shitless of this episode. Yeah, he was. Who would win, the Renegade Virus or the Phantom Virus? Phantom Virus because he didn't go out like a punk. The Renegade Virus could have been much scarier. It could have made him question his sanity or psychologically tormenting him. Yeah, too bad they went for comedy. Yeah, the fear of drowning. The monster drags people down in the pool and slowly suffocates them to death. I am sure they probably attacked some kids too, but a lot of kids apparently drowned in this pool, which is why the monster is so scary because it has a body count. The monster in this has the best reveal out of any villain in the show. Yeah, when it hops out of the pool and reveals its gross skeleton form, that is nightmare fuel. Also, imagine what he looks like. That is what is grabbing you as you slowly drown in his clutches. Yeah, for the longest time, you don't see the pool monster until halfway through, where they get like food coloring or something onto him, and we see his gross skeletal form rise out of the water. It is horrifying. May even be scarier than Jaws. Well, we see the shark actually maul people, so it does win points there. There should have been more bad endings. There are some, but not bad for the way you want. There is a kid death at the very beginning. Yeah, the pool monster drowns like someone's little brother, and yeah, it is confirmed he did die. Are You Afraid of the Dark at least had the balls to kill kids? Anyways, they fight the monster and they're able to stop him with the chlorine, and the bitch popular girl at last grows to love Zeke because he proved that he's a badass man. Because chicks dig badass masculinity, and they have a happily ever after, and I guess Zeke never learned how to swim. But the pool monster dies being killed by supernatural chlorine, which, yeah, is pretty funny when you say it out loud, but pretty epic in the context of the episode. After all these years, the tale of the dead man's float definitely still floats highly as a champion swimmer. Highly recommend this one. Dead Man's Float is a top favorite, and yes, it would have made my top 10. Alright, so we did some very good ones. We gotta do a bad one. I don't want to be stuck with any terrible ones. Here's a weak one. The Tale of the Room for Rent. Going on to meh. Yeah, I'll put it under Super Specs because Super Specs was at least creative. Room for Rent is, surprise, a haunted ghost haunting this house that a girl and her family are renting out. Basically, the ghost is haunting this house expecting like his girlfriend to come back. We find out the old lady next door was actually the girl who dated him, and he needed to be at peace, and the effects have not aged well on this episode. The ghost looks fake as hell. It's like a Star Wars hologram. You know, like the old blue kind of staticky kind of holograms. The ghost is not scary because he looks like a normal guy painted blue. The effects have not held up well, and basically the ghost acts like a psychotic monster until we find out that he wanted to make peace with his girlfriend, and we're supposed to forgive him for everything, including trying to murder the main girl in this. Room for Rent, it's a dud. It is boring, it is weak, it has one of the lamest monsters in the series, and has another cheap-ass, cheesy ghost redemption story arc, where the ghost just needed to make peace, and the girlfriend, now an old lady, makes peace with her man and helps him move on into the afterlife, and all's well as end well, even though the ghost was a psychotic poltergeist demon. I did not like this one. I'm putting it on meh because it's not the worst episode ever, but it is boring and lame. Hi, Kat. Hey, Akira. Well, my church starts at 7 p.m. Okay, then you got time for more. Also, is that blood the pool monster is covered in? You literally see bits of flesh hanging off. Probably the most graphic the series has gotten. Yeah, that might actually be his body, not all his victims. I think he's like a rotting zombie kind of deal. That's his flesh and bone and blood like leaking off of him from the pool. That is a pretty gruesome looking monster. He would definitely make it on my top 10. Both top 10 best monsters and best episodes. Room for Rent wouldn't because it's boring. We need Are You Afraid of the Dark villains ranking. That would be fun. I might think about that, but for now, I'll talk about the episodes. Alright, let's get another bad one out of the way. The Tale of the Dream Machine, which, going on worst. Yeah, I'll put it under the Full Moon, because Full Moon at least had funny bits. Dream Machine, another dud. It is a boring one. Basically, it's about a haunted typewriter where whatever you type on it, it makes the events actually occur in real life. And we find out that the kid wrote something stupid that's life-threatening, and they have to break into the building to basically fix his story so the bad things don't happen. A lot of fat-phobic jokes in this one because the teacher's like this female Homer Simpson. She like can't stop eating. It's a joke how fat she is. And basically there's a joke where it literally takes her forever to go to the bathroom to crap it all out so the kids have time to type this story. I didn't really like it. It's not scary. It's not super creative. It is a big fat ripoff of the Blob that ate everyone. There's a lot of fat phobic jokes in here, on par with Say Cheese and Die Again, I will say, and not really scary. It left no impact on me. I thought it was boring as hell, and when it's not being offensive, it's just slow. Too many shots of the kids being funny, and I kept asking, you know, you don't have to break into the school. Why don't you just type the end of your story on the magic typewriter? If I recall, you do have to have the script, like, all together, which is why they needed the rest of his story, but yeah, it is kind of contrived. Dream Machine sucks. It is a story that gets an F grade. We need Are You Afraid of the Dark? Okay, that. Well, are you afraid of the dark? They are the fates worse than the dead. What is worse than dead? Fate worse than death? Yeah, I think you might have misspelled there. Dream Machine sucks. What do we want to do next? Okay, The Tale of the Gruesome Gourmet. This one, awful. It is going on rock bottom. This is the one where the boys think the new neighbors are cannibals. Basically, two overly imaginative kids believe that their new neighbors are secretly cannibals who are killing and eating people around the neighborhood, despite having no evidence of that, but trying to investigate that to make sure they're legit. And this one is so goofy, over-the-top, ridiculous crap. All the characters are either bad actors or goofy. There's the babysitter who's dating this psychotic bad boy who's an idiot bully. Yeah, you kind of wonder how this couple hook up. There's like this kind-hearted, sweet, innocent teenage babysitter girl and her psychotic bad boy who threatens to burn kids to death. Like, what does she see in that guy? I'll burn you like toast! Toast! Worst episode, cannibals. That episode almost made me stop eating. Yeah, a lot of gross out in this too, because they try to fake you out that the neighbors' meat dishes are people, and they look unappetizing beyond belief. Also, the kid knows that the typewriter has some power, yet later he's like, why don't I write a story on it where my best friend is buried alive? What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, stupid. Tale of the Dream Machine. I like the dream scenes. They were a little scary, buried alive by, like, vampire. Dan Versus took the concept of the Gruesome Gourmets, but did it right. Yes, they did. Dan Versus did it better. Gruesome Gourmets has very ridiculous jokes, ridiculous setups. The idiot bully is so over-the-top goofy, and again, I kind of question how the sweet, innocent girl next door is dating the psychotic lunatic who threatens to burn children. The neighbors are also goofy. I believe it's implied they might be a gay couple because they're two guys who are living together, and we don't see any women in their life, and they definitely have flamboyant attitudes. I guess Are You Afraid of the Dark got gay representation. Too bad it's in one of the worst episodes ever because they are also not scary. They're goofy. There's this scene where they're like slipping on marbles, which came right out of Home Alone. They try to solve the mystery. We find out that the neighbors are actually nice guys, but the idiot boyfriend mysteriously goes missing, and it's implied that they killed and are feeding the idiot boyfriend's corpse on their, like, dinner party. That the boys were right, they are cannibals, but we never get a solid answer because it's a vague twist, and yeah, it sucks. It sucks. This is the worst episode of the series, and might be our rock bottom entry, but we'll see where the rest of these take us. But do not recommend the Gruesome Gourmets. It is definitely a worse dish. Even Gordon Ramsay wouldn't Even Gordon Ramsay wouldn't want. Gravity Falls done it better. Yeah, they did. The only thing I like about this episode is the polka dot dress, which reminds me of Minnie Mouse. Yeah, but the neighbors were just a nice gay couple who brought the boy a new bike. Yeah, unless they were feeding him the bully's corpse, then not so nice. Agreed, Blacksmith Orange. I want to know, basically I explained click Goosebumps or die at the beginning of the Dead Man's Float. Yeah, with the two cops. Oh, you mean the gay couple. Yeah, they were definitely better there. I don't know, for some reason, every gay couple ever, it's always this middle-aged black guy and this dumb white guy. They always do that. You ever notice that? Whenever there's a gay couple, it's a wise black guy and a young, goofy white dude always hooked together to be the gay couple. They did that in a lot of stuff, including Gravity Falls. Gruesome Gourmets, it sucks. Don't watch it. Don't recommend it. I don't even recommend watching it out of seeing how bad it is, because it's just Are You Afraid of the Dark's worst traits amped up to 1,000. Definitely worse. Are you fucking kidding me? That's my Gordon Ramsay impression. Okay, gonna use the restroom, so please vote on which you want to see next. I'll be right back. Gonna use my litter box and get more water. Alright, Cat's back from the dark. What did you guys vote for? Gruesome Gourmet is the bad egg of the series. Definitely agree. I mean, they did it in 2 in Jumanji, The Next Level. Oh, they did? Okay. Never saw that one. I saw the first one, but never watched the one with Danny DeVito and the other guy. Decent Ramsay impression. Thanks, Blacksmith, but I feel like it should have been a little louder. Sorry, I didn't want to blow out your eardrums. Okay, people want the midnight shift. Okay. Now that I've narrowed it down, this should be easier to find. Where... Sorry, I'm talking. Midnight Shift is definitely one of the fan favorites of the series, and I can see why. I actually ended up really liking this episode. I was afraid I wouldn't, because the first vampire episode was not so good. The next attempt, the Midnight Shift, was definitely awesome. I agree. If I could find it. Sorry, forgive me, people. A lot of episodes still on here. That's gonna be what eats up time the most, trying to find some of these. But yeah, I really liked the Midnight Shift. The vampire looked awesome in that. It's Vampire Town. Nightly Neighbors, Night Nurse. The vampire looks really awesome in the Midnight Shift. He's very creepy. This also has one of the Blue Rangers from Power Rangers, and my favorite voice actress of Cheetara from the Thundercats. Here it is, finally. Tale of the Night Shift. As you can guess, going into favorites, it is wicked. I actually might like it more than the Dead Man's Float. I know, blasphemous, but what can I say? This one was awesome. Basically, a vampire invades a hospital. It tricks the night staff into inviting himself in. He smuggles his coffin through like the FedEx delivery, where Basically, signing for this package allows him to be invited into the hospital, where the vampire goes on a murder spree. The vampire is attacking, infecting, and possibly killing several innocent people working the night shift. We find out that Chitara is the nurse, and the Blue Ranger is one of the paramedic assistants. Basically, the vampire is hidden under the basement, where he goes on a rampage attacking people as Chitara slowly puts it together that something odd is going on here, and the vampire is feasting upon people. The vampire looks gnarly. It's got this creepy look, got like this gross blue skin, this Lucius Malfoy kind of hair, and a very deep booming voice. The vampire is a total beast. He is savagely attacking people, and he cracks jokes about how all the different ways he can kill the hospital staff. Yeah, the Power Rangers Ninja Storm, the Blue Thunder Ranger. Stay alive in a void. Hey, James. Staying alive in a void. Ah, Blacksmith Orange must love the click ending then. Excellent vampire design, nightmare fuel. On Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction did an episode with a vampire in the hospital as well. Never watched that. Night Shift, this one got a 10 out of 10. I did this one for a Halloween, and I'm actually very proud of this video because it was definitely fun, even with Pinky Dye cameoing. But yeah, Night Shift, really creative premise, really fun with the vampire. You actually like the kid heroes in this because they're all just people doing their job. Chitara has this will they won't they romance with one of the patients who's trying to hit on her. The Blue Navy Ranger is actually a likable character because he's this well-meaning goofball who accidentally gets turned into a vampire and roped himself into this mess. He tries to fight the vampire infection and help them, but he can't control himself because the vampire is slowly taking over this hospital. And one of the best climaxes ever of Are You Afraid of the Dark, they basically try to distract the vampire while one of them destroys his coffin in the basement. The coffin is hidden underneath the basement near a furnace. They have to burn the coffin to destroy the vampire, while Chitara lures him up and is luring him into a trap, and the vampire is very sadistic and monstrous. Really love that about him because it's actually creepy. The atmosphere is almost Halloween 2 levels, where it's a slow, quiet hospital. The monster could be around any corner, very intense, and he actually is killing people and infecting them, picking them off one by one. The fight on the rooftop is epic, even with the infamous dummy. Long yellow nails, red eyes, greener skin, vein in the head. I remember that one. The fact that it was based on a real life still creeps me out. Between Nosferatu on the series or Margot, the vampire, which you prefer? Might go with on this Nosferatu, I might have to go with Margot. Yeah, the vampire doesn't have a name given, which I made fun of in my review. Basically, we have to call him Margot because the vampire impersonated a girl earlier in the episode. Yeah, this vampire can actually shapeshift, and he pretended to be a friendly nurse named Margot, and that's what the Are You Afraid of the Dark wiki calls him, so we're stuck calling him that. This has a very epic climax. They burn the coffin, which actually sets the vampire on fire, too. He's burning alive and he falls off a building, turns into a really fake-looking dummy, but it's just so hilarious, and the vampire splatters when he hits the ground, killing him. Chitara saved the day, everyone infected by the vampire is alive and well, and all life returns normal, and Chitara finally accepts a date from the nice guy she was ignoring, and the Blue Ranger gets respect. Night Shift, awesome. 10 out of 10 episode. It is easily on my top 10, and I actually did like it a bit more than the Dead Man's Float. I can see why this show got fans, because the Night Shift is definitely a worthy entry you'll want to sink your teeth into. What up with the eyes? Yeah, the makeup job was awesome. Little off topic, but I have a fan theory that the reason Drake could hear Willie's phone ringing in his stomach and not him screaming was because Willie was already digested, and that was his ghost. Interesting theory, Blacksmith Orange, but I'm not sure about that still. Alright, you've been waiting, so let's finally knock out the tail of the Renegade virus, which, surprise, surprise, going on the worst. Renegade virus, a very interesting concept, a very cool designed villain. However, a totally goofy plot full of so much stupid humor and really not taking this idea seriously at all. The Renegade virus is basically about a phantom virus that traps a knockoff Zach Morris in a VR video game world. Zach Morris and his geeky knockoff Screech are basically these two troublemaking brats who agree to one of their teacher's VR designs. They go to like their gaming science teacher who wants to test his VR video game on them for free, and the kids basically, Zach Morris enters the VR world, but the Screech kid implanted this virus to basically troll and get back at Zach Morris for abusing their friendship, where the game goes screwball, and we meet the Renegade virus, a phantom virus that is plaguing the game and slowly trying to corrupt and kill Zach. So, if I remember, the Phantom Virus basically wants to implant himself into Zach Morris's body. This prank goes horribly wrong. The Phantom Virus grew his own intelligence and awareness, and he wants to hack into Zach Morris's brain to take his body and escape in the real world. And to do this, they go through a wonky, glitchy video game nightmare, where Zach Morris is trying to escape and beat the game, but the Renegade virus is there foiling him. Apparently the Renegade virus's actor has gotten into some controversy in real life. Can't go into detail here, but let's just say it had something to do with children, and leave it at that. Oh, now his and Wolfie's spirit is being used to power Big Yellow's body. What's worse is he's already dead, so they had to endure the pain of digestion for eternity, since he's already dead. Yeah, interesting there. Boring. You can find most episodes of Beyond Belief in Fact or Fiction on YouTube. Highly recommend them, especially Jonathan Frakes episodes. Which is what keeps the suit alive, continuing from my last comment. Okay, souls power Big Yellow. I can definitely see that as making sense. Wish we got Mascot 2, which was allegedly going to be on the final season, but Discovery Family screwed them over, so sadly we never got that. Hope the Haunting Hour gets a revival, at least, because it was an awesome show, and because there isn't really a main cast, you can easily update with new child actors. Anyways, Renegade Virus, it is a ridiculous episode. The virus might be the goofiest villain of the series, and that is saying a lot. The virus is over the top, he's hammy, he's ridiculous. They have these goofy-ass moments that don't make him scary. He's like riding a tricycle chasing Zach Morris, and I played that scene a lot where he slides up the stairs and it looks so silly, like something out of a Three Stooges segment. The Renegade Virus has these goofy one-liners, and we actually see he has wires in his hands, like an old-fashioned, like, fat computer plug, which I guess he's going to plug into Zach Morris's skin. Not sure how that works, but yeah, he's gonna brain upload himself into Zach Morris. But the Screech Kid has a change of heart. Zach Morris apologized to him, they make amends, and they liberate him from the video game, where Zach Morris is free and the Renegade Virus dies, and the experiment is declared a failure. And I guess it's a happily ever after, despite the fact that Screech could have killed Zach Morris and unleashed an unholy virus upon the land. But yeah, it's bad. Renegade Virus is goofy as hell, man. It is silly. It is ridiculous. It is definitely a virus that needs to be cured. What's House's favorite episode? Oh, definitely the Tale of the Doll Maker. If you weren't here, Blacksmith Orange, Tale of the Doll Maker made it on favorites. It is one of my top 10 favorites. House really likes that episode because he thinks it's cool that houses get representation as awesome villains. Don't forget the Renegade Virus gave him 10 minutes since they needed a plot, I guess. Yeah, that was kind of weird. The virus gives him a running start. It's like, why? They can actually get him out on time. You'd want to risk that? Fun fact, the main actor in The Renegade Virus played the big brother in Crimson Clown. Oh, that is cool to know. I know Are You Afraid of the Dark recycled actors, just like Goosebumps and The Twilight Zone did. Warwick Davis Leprechaun is more entertaining. Yeah, he is. House's favorite Are You Afraid of the Dark episode is The Tale of the Doll Maker. Finally, some House representation. Yeah, Renegade Virus, it sucks. Oh man, you know what also sucks? The Tale of the Quicksilver. Did not like this one. It's going on worst. So, this is going to be one of my more controversial entries. The Tale of the Quicksilver is actually a fan favorite episode, which surprised me because this one was terrible. The Quicksilver demon is not scary. He looks doofy as hell. The plot really makes no sense. It is not scary. It's not that funny, and it's not very creative. Basically, a demon known as the Quicksilver Demon haunts this house where Ashley Banks plays a girl who summons the demon out from hell so she can kill it. Yes, let me repeat that. She summons a demon out of hell so she can kill it. You know, sending it back to hell. Already this made no sense. So surprise, her ritual goes wrong, the Quicksilver demon kills her, and is now free and on the loose haunting this house. Some two brothers move into the house, and basically uncover the mystery. The Quicksilver demon is alive and haunting their bedroom. Apparently, Ashley Banks had a twin sister who's attending the same school as them, because I guess you wouldn't want to move out of the place where your twin sister died horribly, but whatever. Ashley Banks is in the same school as them. The boyfriend has a romance with... one of the boys has a romance with her, and eventually makes contact with her twin sister. They rope her into helping the mystery, where the sisters are actually magical witches, which can combat demons. Ashley Banks basically has to confront her dark and troubled past, and it made me kind of ask why Ashley Banks' twin wasn't the real main character. Instead, we're focusing on these two brothers who have really nothing to do with her sister's death or story. I know what House's favorite children's movie is. Monster House. Hi, House. Hey, Orange Smith Black. What episode do you think reached haunting hour levels of horror? I thought 13th Floor, Night Shift, and Quiet Librarian came pretty close. If we're gonna compare to the haunting hour, I think the Night Shift, Dead Man's Float, and I actually think the Prom Queen, too, all reached haunting hour status. I think these were definitely ones up to the haunting hours level of greatness, and definitely had the same tone and style that the show would have. Anyways, Quicksilver, Ashley Banks confronts her past and takes down the demon. The demon is one of the worst monsters ever. One, he looks like a goofy Emperor Palpatine action figure. He's not scary, not threatening, and I don't think he even talks. Like, he doesn't have any dialogue. They banish the demon, and Ashley makes peace with her dead twin sister, and her sister congratulates her on getting laid. Quicksilver, it sucks. This one sucked. I don't get what fans see in it. The Quicksilver demon's not scary. Ashley Banks is not an interesting character. They focus so much on the brothers who aren't even that important to the story other than getting Ashley Banks' twin to help face her past. And yeah, the final fight is really terrible. Did not like the Quicksilver, and I do not get why people consider it one of the best episodes ever. I'm surprised you said Quicksilver was the Sans of the series, because it is. While it was overrated and not as good as I remember, the characters on Sans were so much more insufferable. Yeah, Sans's cast was far more annoying, so Quicksilver, I will give credit. The characters weren't as annoying, I just wish they had more uniqueness. I have one Tale of the Last Wish. That was creepy, haunting hour fuel. Tale of the Last Wish. Isn't that the one with Bobcat Goldthwait? I might be misremembering, but I do think that is the one. As mentioned before, the 13th Floor is the better version of Intruders. Yeah, Blacksmith, if you're late, 13th Floor made it onto Terrifying. It is not one of my favorites, but I do think it is a pretty solid, scary episode. So 13th Floor made it onto Terrifying, along with Crimson Clown. I know that made your top 10 too. Alright, let's get back to Dr. Vink with the Tale of the Dangerous Soup. This one I am going to put onto alright. Yeah, I know some people told me they hated the Dangerous Soup. This is the one where Dr. Vink is running a restaurant where he has this magic gargoyle that makes magic happen for his ingredients. And the gargoyle is actually a vicious monster that feeds on people. Neve Campbell is actually in this episode, which surprised me. Yes, Sydney Prescott is our main hero girl in this. Basically, she plays a waitress at Dr. Vink's restaurant, but uncovers the evil gargoyle and tries to foil it, even though the gargoyle can't really move or do anything. The Last Wish is about a creepy Morpheo guy and the fairy tales. Okay, that is the one I'm thinking of. Silver Bullet from Stephen King was more scarier than this episode. As I mentioned before, 13th Floor is the better version of Intruders. Yeah, I agree there. At least the characters were a little more developed in Quicksilver. Yeah, I gave it a point for that. It takes the same concept as Intruders, where a character is not of this world, but actually made it watchable. Yeah, I agree. 13th Floor is better than the Haunting Hours Intruders. What exactly were we supposed to fear in Dangerous Soup? Sure, he psychologically tormented the victims in that room, but what danger were they exactly in if they were just illusions and not real? Danger was present? Yeah, that's right. The gargoyle made their nightmares come to life, and use people's fears and nightmares to make this soup. That is seriously the plot. It was making soup from their nightmares, and I guess that made it taste good because Dr. Vink made a killing serving the stuff to people. The people are not endangered. I guess Dr. Vink might kill them if they threaten to expose a secret ingredient, but yeah, the monster's not scary. Essentially, Neve Campbell faces her fears. I think she has her boyfriend with her. They destroy, like, the gargoyle statue, but haha, Dr. Vink traps them in a room and threatens to torture them or something. Yeah, it is kind of weird and nonsensical how Dr. Vink gets away with it in the end, and he locked them in the room to be a part of his new experiments. Again, kind of makes it questionable if Dr. Vink's supposed to be a villain or an anti-villain of some sort, but very lame. I remember giving this a silver skull because there were some interesting concepts, and I love Neve Campbell. She's my favorite final girl. So I did give it some points, but it's just meh. It is an alright episode. Not the worst thing ever, but definitely square in the middle. Definitely needed some extra spice in this soup. Oh yeah, that's right, Kiara from The Lion King 2 is in this. Also, the scene of the gargoyle flying out of the room was so laughably fake, it almost looked like a cartoon. Yeah, the CGI aged very poorly. I can see why the gargoyle didn't move often, because it has a flying scene and it looks fake as hell. It's like a cartoon, as Blacksmith Orange said. The effects in this one have aged very poorly. Some effects in Are You Afraid of the Dark are not going to look good, and we still have more to cover, so yeah. Dangerous Soup needed some extra spice. It is an alright tale. Alright, somebody wanted The Final Wish. This one I will put onto alright or terrifying. I might have to put it on alright. The Tale of Final Wish, if I'm remembering this one, it's about a little girl who loves fairy tales and is still clinging to them. However, everyone makes fun of her for believing in fairy tales, and then she starts to slowly lose love for fairy tales when, I swear to you all, the Sandman, played by Bobcat Goldthwait, shows up in her room to make her nightmares a reality and show her how fairy tales are bad. And yeah, basically she's sent to this scary dream world where the Sandman is trying to scare her straight with fairy tales, and the little girl honestly didn't do anything wrong. She has too much attachment to fairy tales, but it tries to scare her straight and turn her away from that, and it's a little mean-spirited. That was kind of one of my problems with it. The Final Wish is very mean. Bobcat Goldthwait is having the time of his life as a supernatural Freddy Krueger villain, but he's also a funny villain, which makes him less scary. I could not tell what tone they were trying to go for because Bobcat Goldthwait is hamming it up while also trying to scare her with these horrible fairy tale monsters. She's basically in a dream world trying to be scared straight. Sort of an opposite depiction of the Crimson Clown, where they're trying to teach the little girl to grow up. Okay, just checking my comments. Yeah, Final Wish, I thought it was alright. I might have given it a gold skull or a bronze skull. I don't fully remember, but yeah, that kind of dropped it even further because I don't remember a whole lot about this one other than the goofy-ass Bobcat Goldthwait antics. Yeah, Bobcat is funny, but this tale just has a very mean atmosphere. Everyone's like making fun of her for liking fairy tales, and it's about trying to make her break this hobby, basically. Let it go, grow up, that kind of stuff. But she wasn't really doing anything bad and wasn't super addicted to it, which is kind of mean to me. The Final Wish, I think, is alright. It's a creepy tale and is like The Haunting Hour. Really? The Final Wish with Bobcat Goldthwait is a Haunting Hour level story? Like you just mentioned, yeah. Sorry, I just need my 500 waters. Yeah, the Final Wish. I wished it was a lot stronger. Alright, what else do we have left? Quite a bit. Alright, let's get some bad ones out of the way. Let's get the Laser Maze, which is going on to meh. This is the one with the twin girls who enter the laser tag arena, which is being run by this psychotic Jim Carrey alien. And yeah, this one was really goofy. Laser Maze is kind of dated because, one, I do not see a lot of people playing laser tag anymore in the arcades, and two, the villain is goofy as hell. He's trying to do like this Jim Carrey impression. Basically, he's trying to teach these girls how to play laser tag so he can make clone copies of them for an alien invasion. The laser tag maze is actually an alien simulation where he's trying to create super soldiers. And I kid you not, he literally puts one of the twin sisters on a giant photocopy machine to create an evil clone of her. Yeah, the Laser Maze, another ridiculous entry. For one, it's not scary. It is over the top. It tries to aim for a sci-fi horror, but one, the villain, the Jim Carrey alien invader, is so goofy, and I swear there's a point where he turns to the camera and winks his catchphrase at us. He tries to kill the girls when they catch on by chasing them down in the Laser Maze, but with real lasers this time, where the twin sisters, who are total brats, one of them has to learn about teamwork, one of them wants to be noticed by her twin and valued, and the sisters basically get along. They're kind of competitors. They're like in martial arts together. They're into video games, but one sister is like a sore winner who rubs her victory in her faces. The other is a sore loser, and they basically learn teamwork and defeat evil alien Jim Carrey together. It's a very silly episode, not gonna lie, and one that didn't really leave an impression on me. So, what can I say? The Laser Maze took a shot, but it missed. Okay. Another bad one. The Tale of the Manaha by Isaac Butts. This one, going on worst. The Tale of Manaha sucks. It is one of the worst episodes of the series. This one would have made my top 10 worst episodes ever. Not sure if it would have been number 1 because Gruesome Gourmets really sucked, but Manaha is bad. Basically, it's a haunted summer camp story, where the summer camp is haunted by an evil Native American shaman who's trying to scare the white people off the land to take it back, and he's the bad guy, which is kind of mixed messages there, but yeah, the shaman is evil, and it has one of the weirdest nonsensical twists ever. Number 1, the main characters in this one are all annoying. The main kid is the only one likable because the other boys are all idiot bullies or total douches. The twist ending of the Final Wish that is not over is scary. Yeah, it's not over yet because she's still in a nightmare, which again I felt was too mean. It's not like the haunting hour, but is close. Yeah, if you like the final wish, that's fine. It is not the worst episode, but to me I thought it was alright. Anyways, the Tale of Manaha is not alright, it sucks. Basically, there's this douchey camp counselor, Oscar Butts, who is a total cliched idiot bully, and the actor is really hamming it up as him. Basically, the summer camp is haunted, and the evil Native American shaman picks them off one by one. They're being taken by monsters known as the Manaha, which we never see, and the boy has to crack a mystery and find out how the shaman is doing this and save all his friends, etc. It has one of the weirdest twists ever. Basically, none of it is real. It's all been in their mind. None of the hauntings and monster attacks actually happened. It was all illusion magic by the magic shaman. The magic shaman, by the way, is a real supernatural spirit, which makes this even more confusing that he didn't have actual powers this whole time. He's been scaring the camp with illusions, which kind of weirds me out, because does this mean that in real life the camp counselors, including the grown adults, were being beaten to death by this old man shaman in real life? Yeah, the illusions didn't actually happen, and the boy unlocks his inner spirit with nature or whatever and looks past the illusions and defeats the shaman. The shaman's taken down, and I will admit the ending is satisfying, where the idiot bully is now forced to take all their camping gear. He's like carrying 50 bags on him, and they all make fun of him, which is very satisfying. Unfortunately, it's in a very crappy and weird tale. Yeah, Tale of Manaha. Talk about a lame summer vacation. It is bad. It is one of the worst tales ever, and I don't think anyone's gonna disagree with me that it belongs down here next to the gruesome gourmet. Alright, gonna use the restroom again, but please feel free to vote on which episode you want to see next. We only have so many. BRB. I'm back from the dark. Okay, wanted to see if anyone voted yet. Like you just mentioned, lol. The twist ending of the final wish. Some people might claim it's like the haunting hour. I kind of disagree on that. I didn't find it as deep as the haunting hour. Look, any camp scary episodes I know you're trying to be... Look, any camp scary episodes, I know you're trying to be scary, but look, unless you're trying to be on par with the Sleepaway Camp, the first one, then please stop. You're not gonna surpass it in tone. Also, the fact that concerning the Manaha, that Europeans... hang on, just need my charger. Also, the fact concerning the Manaha that Europeans have basically taken the land in the past, and now the native is trying to take it back, is now the villain. As he pointed out, raised some red flags. Yeah, that kind of did seem very iffy there. Basically, that's what the Manaha shaman wanted. He wanted to steal his land back, and that's why he's attacking the summer camp, and he's framed as the bad guy for it, which... yeesh, nowadays raises some major red flags. I could have looked past it if they were trying to show that he was no better than the colonizers, which they kind of do, but they did not do it well. It's like if someone kicked me out of my house and I was portrayed as a monster for just trying to get it back. Okay, not quite the same, but you get the idea. Yeah, that is I get what you're saying. Let's get the 2 recent bad ones out of the way, try and end this on a happy note. Wait, were you talking about the Manaha or the Watcher's Woods? We did not talk about that one yet. Laughing in the Dark. Okay, someone wants Laughing in the Dark. We'll do that one next, because it's right up here. The Tale of Laughing in the Dark. This one with Zeebo the Clown. Gone into favorites. Yeah, of course it is. Laughing in the Dark, I was a bit harsh toward it on my rapid fire review, but I have started to appreciate this one, especially after watching the later revival seasons. Laughing in the Dark is about a ghost clown named Zeebo. Basically, there's this urban legend of a clown who died in the circus. He died in a horrific fire, and he has a statue/shrine kind of built around him at the traveling circus. Zeebo and the ringleader are both portrayed by Dr. Vink's actor. It's implied that the ghost carny is Zeebo without the clown makeup, but we never get a solid answer to that. Basically, Luigi challenges the main protagonist to steal the nose off the clown statue to prove that he's brave. He breaks into one of the carnival rides and steals like a clown nose off a weird animatronic of Zeebo. However, this pisses off the ghost of Zeebo, who haunts the kid until he returns his nose back, because without it he can't rest in peace, or he like disturbed his final resting place or something. The kid is haunted by the clown, and weird ghost clown antics kind of happen. He sends him like threatening balloons like Pennywise. We see hints that Zeebo is in his house, is around the corner, is watching him. Zeebo was a huge smoker, and apparently the kid somehow bought a box of cigars from the store. Like, as John Tron pointed out, who sells a kid a bunch of cigars? Ouija, seriously, French Canadians, seriously, French Canadians, why do your parents give you weird names like this? Yeah, who names their kid Ouija? Laughing in the Dark had a surprisingly eerie approach, since you never saw Zeebo. Yeah, that made him scary. You never see Zeebo. You catch glimpses of him and hints that he's there. We see, like, his smoke in the air. We see, like, a footprint he left behind. We hear his voice at times, but we never fully see Zeebo. Yet the fact that you knew he was in the house and at the end was admittedly unnerving. It takes away a sense of security. Yeah, the ghost clown effects are definitely great. Zeebo is super creepy and unsettling, and what makes him scary is you can't tell if he's good or evil. All Zeebo wants is his nose back, and he does send him threats. However, Zeebo does not have a kill count confirmed. He might hurt the main character, but he doesn't do it yet, basically trying to scare him into giving it back. Eventually, the boy breaks down, gives the nose back to the animatronic, and gives him a box of cigars, which, as JonTron pointed out, who gives a kid all these cigars? Basically, he appeases the ghost, and when he leaves, we find out that the carny was actually a ghost too. It's implied the carny might be Zeebo without the clown makeup. He, like, takes forms like most ghosts do. But yeah, happy ending. The boy learns to not screw with the clown, and the ghost clown is at peace for now. I will say there is a much creepier animatronic for Zeebo. There are 2 Zeebo robots in this. One is the goofy, cartoony Funhouse clown, which we see most of the episode. However, there is one with a serious uncanny valley effect, which looks so much creepier. I like this scene, which was super eerie, where he passes by one of Zeebo's, like, memorial statues, and the statue moves, saying, "What do I look like, you some kind of clown?" That statue looked creepy. So much creepier than the one we actually see in the Funhouse, and I really like that. It's implied that's what Zeebo looked like in life, but again, it's kept very vague. So basically, he appeases the clown, and Zeebo scarred kids for life as one of the best Are You Afraid of the Dark monsters ever. I completely agree. This episode is awesome. It is one of the top tier episodes, and I will put it on favorites. I'm sorry I didn't give it a 10 out of 10 when I first reviewed it, but I was admittedly a bit harder on it than most. But Laughing in the Dark, I will agree, belongs in favorites. It is an, 'Are You Afraid of the Dark' laugh out loud riot. I have a theory Zebo is the ride supervisor who is the ghost. Okay, that's what I thought too. Dr. Vink is the man in the entrance ride. Yeah, Dr. Vink is that actor. I did point that out. I feel like the kid must have snuck the cigars from his dad, but I feel like his dad is going to notice an entire box missing. Yeah, he will notice a whole box of Cubans gone out the window. I have a theory. Okay, read that. Fun fact, I saw the TV glow was heavily inspired by this show. One character even throws powder on the fire. Ooh, that's nice to know. Still haven't seen that, Blacksmith, sorry. I'm back, so where are we now? Shadow Link, we're on Laughing in the Dark, wrapping up how Zebo the Clown is iconic. It is on favorites. What do I look like, some kind of clown? Yes, definitely. Well, a more better twist than the Hellhound episode than on the Lost Tapes. Yeah, I like Laughing in the Dark. It is top tier. It belongs in favorites. Zebo the Clown, iconic. And as I said earlier, Zebo the Clown came back for a cameo in the Top Hat miniseries arc. Sadly, Zebo should have been the main villain there, but hey, a clown cameo will suffice. Ah, classic. Laughing in the Dark is great. Fully agree. Honestly, I might actually give this episode a review. I might go back and review this one, if there's enough fan love, that is. Since I did not give Laughing in the Dark a fair shot when I started the rapid fires, and yes, I apologize for mixing up the main character names. As everyone pointed out, Ouija is not the main kid, it's his best friend. I'm sorry I goofed, I made a mistake, but I had like 20 episodes in that rapid fire, so please forgive me. I might go back and review this one if you guys love it enough, so please type hashtag #AreYouAfraidOfTheDark in the chat and comment section, and I will consider it. Speaking of tapes, lost tapes, by the way. Okay, Blacksmith Orange. Alright, so what should we do next? I guess we should do Watcher's Woods, since everyone wanted me to do that one. Alright, controversial opinion, but Watcher's Woods, I do think is alright. Yeah, we'll put Water Demons above it. Watcher's Woods, another camping episode, but this time it's the girls' camping episode. Basically, two girls, one of them played by Kaylee from Firefly, are at a haunted summer camp where three girls mysteriously disappeared in the haunted woods. The woods are haunted by this supernatural nature monster called the Watcher. The Watcher is constantly watching the girls. Yeah, make of that what you will. The Watcher is this creepy, like, tree demon. He looks pretty cool and gnarly, however, I do have some problems with this plot. Basically, Kaylee is a total bitch and a nasty prick towards her partner at summer camp. She doesn't like the main girl, constantly arguing with her, and they get dragged into going into the Watcher's Woods to find where those three girls died, but dun dun dun, the three girls didn't die. They became psychotic witches living in the woods. They trapped Kaylee from Firefly in a cage and threatened to eat her, where her partner has to save the day and confront the Watcher. The Watcher put a curse on them, keeping them trapped in the woods. And if she wins over the Watcher and wins his trials and tribulations, the witches will be free and they'll free Kaylee from her cage and, you know, not eat her. Very clunky storytelling, I will say. There is a lot going on in this episode and not enough time dedicated to it. Watcher's Woods was fine. Wish the villains were better. At least the main kid lead was okay. Yeah, more likable than Kaylee. Ah, Blacksmith Orange said hashtag #AreYouAfraidOfTheDark. Zebo makes cameos in other tales. Yeah, he did. I know he's in the miniseries and he has, like, posters and ads of himself in other 90s episodes. Yeah, I have Blacksmith Orange. I have all 3 seasons on DVD. Wow, lucky you, Christopher. Hashtag #AreYouAfraidOfTheDark. Oh, people want me to talk about Zebo, huh? Alright, hang on. Watcher, which main leads? Zebo makes cameos. Yeah, okay. Between the haunted house game or this episode, which was your favorite? The haunted house game was much better than Watcher's Woods, if that's the episode you're talking about. I like the haunted house game because it was a lot more fun. Watcher's Woods is very clunky, messy. There are some good moments, but a lot of bad moments too. So, as I said, my rapid fire, there is a plot point that comes right the hell out of nowhere, where basically the hero girl is trying to prove to the Watcher that she can save her friend, and the Watcher, I kid you not, falls in love with the kid hero. Yeah, the Watcher crushes on this 12-year-old girl despite being a 10,000-year-old nature spirit in the woods. He wants to make the main girl his queen and, rule the forest together. It is very weird, out there, and creepy for the wrong reasons. Basically, the main girl wins, she outsmarts the Watcher, and breaks the curse. The three witch girls, who are goofy as hell, not threatening. I think they were trying to be the hocus pocus witches, but didn't have the charm or acting chops or even comedic timing. Like, the three witches are free, they're liberated, and they get their happy ending even though they don't deserve it, and Kaylee apologizes for being a bitch to the main girl. The Watcher is sent back into the forest. The girls are now free, all of them. They wave goodbye to the three witches who regressed into children now that they're free. I don't get it. And yeah, basically have a happy summertime experience and now respect nature. Watcher's Woods is alright. I don't get what people really love about it. Yeah, the Watcher has a really cool design and is very threatening, I will say. There is definitely a fun camping spirit here, and about, like, teamwork and all that, but the storytelling is very sloppy in this one. The three witches are not funny and not eerie, not scary and all that, and the lesson is a bit clunky. The plot is kind of all over the place. They had way too many ideas, and a lot of them did not line up. The Watcher's crush on the main girl really went nowhere and could have been deleted. But yeah, Watcher's Woods is definitely a meh camping trip. Stone Gremlin Productions. Oh, pedophilia. Cinema Snob. Oh, pedophilia. I used that joke. Alright, let's talk about a good episode. The Tale of the Unfinished Painting. Going on to favorites. Yep, I really like this one. This one is honestly almost top 10 material for me. This is the one where Kaylee from Firefly returns to be in a good episode, where she basically wants to be an artist and gets mentorship at a haunted museum where strange things are occurring. I love the atmosphere in The Unfinished Painting. The villains are scary, but in a more subdued, low-key, kind of creepy way. Basically, Kaylee takes a mentorship program at this art museum, and there's this really eerie, dreamlike atmosphere, like something right out of a portrait. There's a ghost that is in the museum. Kaylee's following it. The museum is very eerie, quiet, cold. You can't really hear anything. It's like a very unsettling place. There's something not right about it, but Kaylee is still going here anyway. She's trying to paint a painting, and we find out that the artist mentor is actually this psychotic witch who is feeding talented artists to this weird Pamela Voorhees head. She has like a shrine where a magic head consumes the souls of artists somehow. It is a very trippy episode. Unfinished Painting, a masterpiece of a picture. I agree. Also, does the Watcher really do anything? I feel like the three witches were a much bigger threat. The Watcher himself doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I agree. The Watcher is kind of there. He's like a greater scope villain, but they don't do much with him. We don't really see him demonstrate any of his power. Yeah, they kind of go for kind of a vague kind of mythical god-like creature. It didn't pan out very well. Between the girl and the painting or this episode, which do you prefer? Well, I actually really like The Unfinished Painting. I thought it was really creepy, very creative, very eerie, and the villains are greatly underrated because what they're doing is very monstrous, and really like the girl in this. Love the atmosphere. Unfinished Painting is an unsettling episode. I will say I do like the girl in the painting more because I grew up on The Haunting Hour, so that is also a perfect 10 out of 10 masterpiece, but The Unfinished Painting is just as good as the girl in the painting is, and it has its own unique charm. So basically, yeah, haunted artist story, haunted museum, very creepy atmosphere. Basically, the girl manages to defeat the weird severed head shrine and finally paints her masterpiece and becomes a star artist. And her boyfriend now like respects her and her hobby and all that. I will say this one is a underrated masterpiece. It will make my top 10 Are You Afraid of the Dark Tales. Unfortunately, I might not do that, but now that I have this list, but yeah, Unfinished Painting, it is a masterpiece. It is a picture worth 1,000 words. Trippy episode. Is it more like trippy than Being John Malkovich, if you heard of that? I would say it's more like a Nightmare on Elm Street kind of trippy. Got this weird dream stuff going on, doing weird things with the premise. Both are great, but I would give it to Girl in the Painting on the Haunting Hour a little more for the good payoff of the lesson. Yeah, Girl in the Painting has a much better twist than the Unfinished Painting. Unfinished Painting has a happily ever after twist. The Girl in the Painting was more suspenseful than creepy. The only thing that was creepy was how obsessive she got with the painting. Yeah, the art is trying to control her, but it's not really her thing. Unfinished Painting, I will say it is a masterpiece. Not as good as the Haunting Hours Girl in the Painting, but definitely up there. It is an Are You Afraid of the Dark masterpiece. Okay, we gotta start making some headway. So, let's get a bad episode out of the way. Where'd it go? I just saw, yeah, here it is. The Tale of the Virtual Pets. Going on to worst. Yeah, going on to worst. The Tale of the Virtual Pets sucks, and a part of the reason is it is very dated, has the crappiest effects of the franchise, and has easily the worst villain, a Neopet named Digger. Basically, there's this super awesome wicked video game out there. It's like this weird PC game where you get to take care of virtual pets, and yes, this was on during the Neopet craze because basically you're taking care of a virtual pet. These kids get addicted to this super cool video game. However, the video game character Digger has sentience and is feeding on their brain. It's like feeding, downloading their intelligence and using like a crappy CGI laser beam headed to their head and is feeding off of them. And it's supposed to be a moral about how video games rot your brain and are addictive, but I cannot believe any kid, even back in the 90s, would obsess over this piece of crap video game. Also, concerning virtual pets, even if you are not familiar with computers, you should still at least be familiar with a mouse. Yeah, this one definitely has dated technology. People didn't even know how to use computers in this episode. And no, this was not when the internet was a new thing. This was in the 90s where computer PC games were all the rage. And Digger is terrible. Yep, I remember that era. I myself used to have one of those Neopets. Yeah, it is kind of a take that towards the Neopets because Digger and the virtual pets are clearly supposed to be an homage to that. All the kids were crazy about Neopets, and I guess they wanted to get kids away from video games, but holy cow, did they not do it well. The plot is a mess, it's not scary, it's all over the place. The concept is pure ridiculous because we never really find much about the virtual pets game and lore and all that such. It is one of the worst episodes of the series, and a part of that is from the graphics and dated technology, and a story which really botches its moral. It is definitely one of the worst. Do not watch it. It is a game over, man. Alright, gonna need to use the restroom again, but please feel free to vote on which you want to see next. We do have the 2 miniseries down here if you want that, but please tell me what you want to see next. BRB. Alright, I'm back from the dark. Let's see what you voted for. Neopets was 2000s, though. Well, Are You Afraid of the Dark did come back briefly in the 2000s. They had their first revival around that time. Oh, geez, Virtual Pets, a terrible premise with villainous tech, and it was not done well. Poor actress who played in this. Glad she went into a better episode. The Ghost Next Door, by the way. Oh, she did? Okay, I didn't recognize her. The 2 miniseries to get them out of the way. Well, did a bad revival tale, so how about a good one like Zombie Dice? Okay, we'll do Zombie Dice first, then a revival. Alright, just gotta find it. I still have quite a few episodes on here. Yeah, we gotta make more progress. So, where'd you go? Zombie Dice. Here it is. Zombie Dice. Going on to favorites. Yeah, I really liked it. Zombie Dice is underrated. One of the best revival episodes ever. This one is so fun. A bit outlandish, but a fun kind of outlandish. Basically, this creepy arcade opens up, and the arcade manager is really this psychopathic mad scientist who likes to gamble with people's lives. He has magic dice called the zombie dice, and basically if you roll a bad zombie, then he takes you and I kid you not, shrinks kids down into tiny minifigures so he can sell them on the black market. Yes, it is very bizarre and out there, but what can I say? It is stupid fun. I love the villain in this. He is kind of this mischievous gambler slash schemer kind of guy. He manipulates the kids into gambling their lives and souls to him. However, he's clearly an underhanded mastermind doing anything he wants to win. I made a lot of jokes that he's basically kind of like the Riddler from the Arkhamverse series. Very egotistical and smug, loves to play games, loves to win, is basically steps ahead of all his opponents. He pretty much cheats. He knows they're gonna roll zombies on his zombie dice. He takes these kids who are too overconfident, basically, knowing they're gonna lose. However, the hero, Hiccup, yes, the guy who plays Hiccup from the How to Train Your Dragon verse is in this. Hiccup actually saves one of his bros. When his bro gets roped into this, he uncovers his scheme, and he challenges him to basically one of his zombie die games and has matches with him where it's a total battle of wits. It's basically gambling on yourself, figuring out the game, and trying to outsmart the master, and that makes it very suspenseful, very fun. Zombie Dice is not a super scary episode unless you count, slavery is kind of a thing. He is taking kids, but a very fun supernatural sci-fi, kind of like a heist episode, basically. Zombie Dice is basically a good lesson on how too much gambling can be bad. Plus, Mr. Click was such an entertaining villain. I agree. Mr. Click, really cool. The guy playing him is having so much fun. He's not a scary villain, but more of a hammy, sleazy, magnificent bastard kind of smartass kind of villain. Very clever, very intellectual, definitely steps ahead of all the main characters, and that's what makes him very threatening. That Yu-Gi-Oh! Episode of Dungeon Dice Monsters was way more fun. Yeah, it was. Zombie Dice is basically kind of playing with Snake Eyes kind of game. Not super inventive, but has high stakes and gambling all around. You want Cutter's Treasure next. We'll do that one after. Zombie Dice, I love the way the hero outsmarts the villain in this. Don't want to spoil it, but if you watch my top 5, it is very clever and actually pretty smart. This episode is very smartly written, too. Zombie Dice is a game I definitely roll with anytime, so it goes on favorites. Alright, somebody wanted a mini-series. We got 2 of them left. Just need my 500 waters. So, we'll talk about the second one, Curse of the Shadow. Alright, time to piss everyone off. It's going on worst. Yeah, I'll put the Gruesome Gourmet under it, at least. I did not like Curse of the Shadows. This one sucked. One big reason, it is long. This episode is 6 hour-long episodes, and only 2 of them have anything important and interesting happening. It is boring. And this has easily some of my least favorite members of the Midnight Society. There's this loser twink boy who gets emasculated in every scene he's in. There's this obnoxious fat kid who's an annoying comic relief who's not once funny. There's this annoying activist girl who is an obnoxious cow. I hated every scene with her. There's also this guy who we don't really know much about. What was his name? Like Logan or something? He like vanished. He was taken by the Shadow Man monster. There were only two characters I actually liked in this. One was the black girl, who is this kind of geeky, charming, like naive schoolgirl. Basically, she's one of the funnier members of the team. I liked her more than the obnoxious activist bitch. And there's the kid magician. He's like an amateur magic user. He wants to be a stage magician. He's a fan of Sardo. He's kind of like the Tucker of the group. I liked him a lot more, and every moment he annoyed his bitch sister definitely made me like him more. Save the silver sight for last? Okay. Never watched the other two miniseries for the record, so how bad are they? Well, Curse of the Shadows is boring bad. The other one is obnoxiously terribly bad. This one is boring. They pad out the mystery for so long. So basically, there's this evil monster known as the Shadow Man. No, he does not hide under people's beds. He is actually a demon that haunts the forest, and basically one of the Midnight Society members disappeared trying to explore this legendary Shadow Man. He vanished in the woods, and the rest of the Midnight Society are trying to find him. They uncover the mystery of the Shadow Man and go out in the woods, only to run afoul of the Shadow Man when he curse marks them or something. He like touches them, and apparently if you enter the Shadow Man's forest at night, then you are forever like on his hit list or something, and he chases and stalks you. They entered his forest and piss off the Shadow Man, where he spends basically half the series haunting them and doing nothing but jump scares. This miniseries is so padded out, and only 2 episodes out of 6 actually matter. That is 1/3 of the series. It is a lot of boring-ass, cringe-inducing tween drama. The twink boy has a crush on activist girl for some reason. I don't know why. She's not attractive, she's not likable, she's not really smart, and she spends so much time being preachy. Yeah, this was out during the woke era, and of course the activist girl is a girl boss, always annoying everyone, talking about politics. At one point, she calls Sardo a boomer. Yes, Sardo gets called a boomer in this miniseries. And that pretty much made me give up all hope for it being good. And I was right, because it didn't get any better until the last episode. So basically, they find out that their friend is taken by the Shadow Man. They explore. They find out that there was a dark and troubled past, of course, which occurred here. The Shadow Man was once a caring father. His little girl, who ran like the lighthouse with him, accidentally died in a tragic accident falling off a cliff. They were like about to lose their family home. She wanted to show the lighthouse still had function. She died, and the Shadow Man is basically a mourning father who is unleashing his rage upon the world by haunting the lighthouse, forcing people to stay away from it, and keeping his home and keeping the memories of his daughter in his own disturbed horror monster way. However, he's trying to kill the Midnight Society, and in a very confusing plot point halfway in, they finally find their missing Midnight Society friend, but he's not himself. He's possessed by the Shadow Man. It is not explained very well, but the Shadow Man like took his form. The real Connor or whatever, he's like trapped in like a limbo realm. The Shadow Man has been taking souls and holding them trapped in a Silent Hill version of the lighthouse. Well, glad I missed this one. Yeah, you did. You should be lucky. They call Sardo a boomer. Oh yeah, Sardo is back in this. And yes, they did get the original guy to play Sardo again. And I believe he also has like his grandson who does a pretty good job mimicking him. I will praise that. Sardo is back, and he's vital to the plot because, of course, his stupid magic trinkets help them combat the Shadow Man. They call Sardo a boomer at one point, so that should tell you how well this is going to stand the test of time. Basically, Sardo helps him out. He has like a magic light, magic trinkets. They hold a seance. They find out that their friend isn't their friend. He's the Shadow Man. And the Shadow Man is basically using the physical form of this Midnight Society member to commit crimes in the daylight, because the Shadow Man can only exist at night or in the darkness. It is very creative. The main character, this loser twink boy, loses all his friends and he has to basically man up and help save them. He looks into the past. We do see the original Sardo. Sardo tried to warn the Morning Dad not to use the magic trinkets for once. And yeah, basically, this is all Sardo's fault because his shop gave the Shadow Man the trinket, which turned him into this ghost mutant. Oh boy, even in the revival era, Sardo still sucks. Well, it was nice they got the original actor that played him to come back. Yeah, I do agree. It's Sardo. No Mr. accent on the dough. Basically, the twink boy basically confronts his fear and fights the Shadow Man, and we find out he time travels somehow and prevents the daughter's death. Yeah, apparently Sardo's time travel trinket actually worked. He makes it back into the past, he prevents the daughter's death, and basically it never made the Shadow Man become a mourning father who would buy a Sardo trinket to become a monster man. And basically this fixes time and everything's back to normal. Everyone's alive and well. None of the bad stuff happened. The Shadow Man is now alive and now a caring father. The little girl apparently grew up into like the principal or something of their school, and everyone like has a hookup at the end. There is way too much focus on the stupid tween drama, more than I'd like. It is not entertaining. It is boring. I actually cheered when the obnoxious fat kid and the activist girl died. That should tell you how likable this Midnight Society is. Yeah, it sucks. I hated it. It went on way too long. It was very clear this was made for like a streaming show, but I watched it on TV and you could really feel the padding. A lot could have been trimmed down. It should have been like 3 episodes long because they focus so much on the teen romance and it is not at all interesting or attractive. The activist girl actually shows up in prom in a suit. She looks like an old man wearing a suit, basically, and it's treated like this hot girl moment. The camera gives her slow-mo, and yeah, it made me laugh. It is awful. It is awful. Curse of the Shadow actually might make my top 10 worst episodes ever because it is just lame. It is lame. It's boring. It's droll. The Shadow Man is wasted. All the scares are jump scares. And yeah, it sucks. It reminded me why I don't consider myself a hardcore Are You Afraid of the Dark fan. Yeah, it was nice they got OG Sardo back, but too bad he was in this lousy piece of crap. But it only got worse with the third one, which we'll get to after some positive episodes. Alright, let's talk about the Fire Ghost, which I will put on to terrifying. Yeah, I'll put it under Crimson Clown. The Tale of the Fire Ghost, basically a haunted fire station where they do actually, these two kids basically meet their dad at his local fire station. Their dad is a firefighter, a local hero. The kids have to stay overnight at his fire station where we learn it's actually haunted by a fire ghost. The writing in this one is actually pretty good. Basically, they try to fake you out. There's 2 shady characters, and they try to trick you into believing that one is the fire ghost. There's this weird, cranky, old firefighter guy who doesn't like the kids at first, and there's this weird police officer who looks like Leon Kennedy. Yeah, I swear, he looks like Leon Kennedy. Basically, pretending to be a nice guy, but obviously hiding something. Basically, there's these 2 characters, but surprise, they're both ghosts. The cranky old guy is actually a nice guy who defends kids from the fire ghost, which is Leon Kennedy. Leon Kennedy is the fire ghost, and he's basically haunting the fire station because he wants to burn it all down and kill their dad because their dad kind of had like a role in his death at the from like a fire accident, basically. The fire ghost is trying to burn down this fire station and kill everyone inside, but the kids and the good firefighter ghosts are trying to stop him. And yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Not perfect, but I do think it's definitely a fun, old-fashioned ghost story. Well, about as much as wearing a suit like on She-Hulk. Yeah. Well, She-Hulk also had tits, where this girl didn't. Yeah, Fire Ghost I actually think is actually a decent episode. It is on Terrifying. I did not give it a 10 out of 10 because I do think the Fire Ghost's final form doesn't look all that good. They do use bad CGI to make him look like the Human Torch. It has not aged well. He looked creepier with all the ash on his face, and Leon Kennedy is definitely having the time of his life as a mischievous ghost. Basically, they extinguish the Fire Ghost very anticlimactically with water. The sprinklers activate when he turns into his Human Torch form, and that kills the Fire Ghost. And the old cranky guy makes peace with the kids, and everything's all happy and hunky-dory. Fire Ghost, definitely a fun episode. Not one of the top-tier episodes to me, but it is solid enough. It is a fun, old-fashioned ghost episode, and I do think kids will really like this one. The Fire Ghost is definitely still a full-on blaze of glory. Okay. Contrast to the Frozen Ghost, I love the Fire Ghost episode. Love the atmosphere, characters, villain, and premise throughout the fire station. Yeah, Fire Ghost definitely has some fans, and I can see why people like it. Isn't the guy shopkeeper from the Haunted Mask in this episode? No, he's Ray Lawson from Train Magic, which we'll get to. You know, I might save Train Magic for last, since that episode was good. No, he was in a different one. Yeah, Train Magic. The ghost here was on The Scarecrow Walks at Midnight. That's right, he was it Stanley? Is Stanley the Fire Ghost? That's funny, I probably didn't notice that, but yeah, Stanley might be the Leon Kennedy Fire Ghost. I do think it's a terrifying episode, so I'll put it up there. Alright, somebody said they wanted the Tale of the Cutter's Treasure, so I'll put this one onto Terrifying 2. The Tale of the Cutter's Treasure, which has Dr. Vink and Sardo together for the first time, only to get completely shafted for kids on a mystery where they're kind of assist trophies for them. Basically, The Tale of the Cutter's Treasure is about a pirate ghost, this time played by the guy from Alien Cubed. You know, the wise black guy in prison. I can't remember his name, but yeah, he's apparently Captain Cutter, a ghost that is haunting the beach trying to reclaim his treasure, and two brothers unfortunately get roped into this thanks to Dr. Vink and Sardo, and basically have to find Captain Cutter's treasure and defeat the ghost who's haunting their grounds for good. And Dr. Vink and Sardo are both here. It's implied Sardo and Vink actually get shipped together at the end. It is very weird. Yeah, this one I thought was pretty terrifying. Captain Cutter is a very fun villain. He's kind of more of a human villain. They sadly don't do much of a makeup job at him. He's kind of this spooky, evil Jack Sparrow kind of bad guy. Captain Cutter is definitely cool in this. He has like a booby-trapped Legends of the Hidden Temple style maze where they're trying to uncover his treasure. I think the kids were like trying to save their house or something by stealing his jewels. But yeah, they go on a fun treasure hunt adventure against an evil pirate ghost. And yes, this one is actually a two-parter. It did have 2 parts, and that did make it flow a lot better. There was enough time to explore, flesh out the characters, and make Captain Cutter an iconic villain. Oh, Stanley was the good ghost. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, he looks a lot older. I didn't know he was the good ghost. Cutter's Treasure is the only 2-parter of Are You Afraid of the Dark, and it was pretty solid. Yeah, I agree. Nothing super impressive. It's not gonna, like, blow you away, but it's an old-fashioned campfire ghost story. It is fun. Dr. Vink and Sardo are here, and I will say Dr. Vink is actually at his A-game. Believe it or not, Dr. Vink actually gets redeemed in this episode. He becomes a good guy on the treasure hunt with the kids, and actually respects them and helps them save the day. Sardo is kind of there. He doesn't really do much in this episode, and I think they really overhyped Sardo and Dr. Vink meeting together for the first time because they barely interact until the end where it's implied they hook up. Captain Cutter is definitely a fun villain, and spoilers if you don't know, Captain Cutter is the main villain in the last miniseries. They brought him back, and Boy, do they bastardize him something fierce. But his first episode is pretty good. This is definitely a gem worth finding. Captain Cutter's Treasure, pretty solid. I'll put it on terrifying, but not one of my all-time favorites. Alright, gonna use the restroom again and get more water because I'm low. So, vote on what you want to see next. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Let's check your votes. The Last Dance. I kind of felt bad for Cutter and his fate at the end. Yeah, Cutter, I think he was too much of a likable villain, which is why some people felt sorry for him. But, I mean, he did try to kill kids, so he did deserve it. The Last Dance. Vink definitely has a big career throughout his tales. A hermit, a movie maker, a restaurant owner, a barber, and now a treasure hunter. Oh, someone wants Ghost Island. Alright, we'll do The Last Dance first because everybody likes the classics. So, I'm trying to remember. Is The Last Dance... No, it's not the one I'm thinking of. I might need a reminder for The Last Dance. What was that story about? I'm trying to picture it in my head, but I don't fully remember. I'll just delete some of these bad episodes first. Oh, that might be the Phantom of the Opera one. I think that is the one I'm thinking about. Alright, let's knock off The Tale of the Prisoner's Past. This one going on to worst. It's another generic save the villain, redeem the ghost. The ghost was actually a good guy, but again, we're following like a ghost convict and we never learn of his crimes. Like, for all we know, he could have raped and murdered children. The Prisoner's Past is one of the lamer ghost redemption stories, and I remember not caring about it in my rapid fire because it was just another one and pretty weak this time. The prisoner was actually haunting the prison because his corpse was in the walls or something. It was like an event and nobody ever found it despite the obvious smell would have given it away. And two brothers who are assholes to each other are annoying all throughout. Yeah, this one's going on bad. Last Dance. Oh, that was... Okay, that is the one I'm thinking of. It's the Phantom of the Opera / Notre Dame one. Yeah, Last Dance. I actually kind of like this one. I will put it on... Will I put it on terrifying? Because it's not really scary, but... I don't want to put it on alright. So yeah, I'll put it up here. The Last Dance, that's the one with the hunchback / Phantom of the Opera type of character. Basically... like a bunch of drama kids are putting on a play. However, the lead actress is crushed on by this weird, deformed monster man living in the catacombs under the school. My only problem is, there is never an explanation for who the hell this guy is. It's like, who was he? Was he a student here? Was he a kid in her class? Is he even a kid? Or is he an actual adult? He implies he's been living down here forever. He basically abducts the lead actress because he has a crush on her. However, despite fearing him for the first half of the episode, she does see he's actually a nice guy. He's friendly, he's compassionate, he's an artist, but he's hid under the catacombs because he's hideously deformed. Sort of Phantom of the Opera style, but he has like this deformed hunchback body, and honestly, this guy did not look that creepy. He has like these gross mutant hands, but that's about it. He walks with like a hump and a limp, but he looks like a really normal looking dude if you take away the Ninja Turtle hands. Basically, he brought her here. Her boyfriend notices her disappearance and goes mystery hunting to find and save her, finding the big-ass catacombs under a generic high school, which, yeah, I do think is pretty funny. Basically, the guy's actually good. The boyfriend has a fight with the knockoff Quasimodo here. However, he's actually redeemed. He proves himself good. He saves the boyfriend from falling to his death in the catacombs, and all he wanted was a dance with her because no woman would ever love him, and she looks past his hideous appearance and finally shows him love, shows him care, compassion, and restores his faith in humanity. Again, I do kind of have a question of, who is this guy? It's implied he knows her and is like might have had a past with her, but never explained at all. He's just this weird mutant man living under the school. There's like no backstory given at all. Yeah, Last Dance was like their take on The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Prisoner's Past was forgettable for me. The Last Dance was a solid, fun revival tale. Yeah, it was. Well, I'm back once again. How much we got left to review? We do have a big chunk still. I mean rank. Yeah, we're on The Last Dance, which I actually thought was pretty good. I will put it on Terrifying because there are some plot holes and some unanswered questions in this. It is a nice, cutesy, heartwarming tale, and honestly one of the revival's better emotional stories, because I actually did feel for this guy, and I loved how she looks past his hideous appearance and shows human compassion. The guy finally gets happiness with a woman, and he leaves the catacombs to find a new life elsewhere, I guess. Yeah, this one is pretty alright. I'll put it on Terrifying. Could be better, but it is definitely a decent episode, and I actually think this should have been one of their series finale episodes because it is pretty good as a final farewell. The Last Dance was definitely a hit you could groove to. Yeah, ain't the last dance for us in this series? Okay. Alright, so what do we have left? We got some good ones and some mid ones. Alright, this is the one Shadowlink brought up earlier, The Tale of the Mystical Mirror. The one about the crazy witch girl who steals women's beauty by making herself hotter and turning them into dogs. Yes, you did not mishear me. That is the scheme. She turns people into dogs. And what did I put this one on? I might put it on alright, but like way at the tail end. Alright, we'll put it on alright for now. The Mystical Mirror, basically this hot girl who poses as a modeling agent, lures women to her lair, promising to make them beautiful models, only to steal their beauty with a magic mirror and turn them into dogs. Yes, the girls who get their beauty stolen are turned into dogs. It is very bizarre, even for Are You Afraid of the Dark? Basically, the main girl and her boyfriend try to foil her and take her magic mirror, and old-fashioned kind of evil witch, don't trust strangers kind of story, and beauty lies within, and very, very trippy. I don't remember a whole lot about this. I remember this was on my, last string of rapid fires, and at this point, we just had, a bunch of meh tales left. I do think this one is alright. Definitely like the crazy-ass concept, but some people might find it very laughably out there. Has Scooby-Doo. Rugs? Rare. Mystical Mirror was a weird one, but I liked it fine enough. Yeah, it's definitely one of the more middling entries. I like the bad hair day for Goosebumps. Oh, you actually like that? That's like one of our last bad ones left. No, they turn into dogs, yeah. Our last bad Goosebumps episodes left are My Hairiest Adventure, because nobody has ever recommended that, and Say Cheese and Die Again, which I know you're all looking forward to. Mystical Mirror, I liked it alright, but it needed to put on the dog. Alright, let's do another bad one. The Tale of the Oblivion. This one, going on to worst. Another Sardo episode, and this time it had a creative premise but did not make good use out of that. Basically, Sardo sells a magic trinket where whatever you draw gets sent to Oblivion. And no, that does not mean it killed them. It sent them to like this magic shadow realm. Basically, a bratty little boy gets these magic brushes, I believe, like colored pencils or something, and whatever he draws vanishes and goes to the Oblivion world. At one point, he accidentally sends his sister away in a fit of rage, and the Oblivion realm is haunted by this psychotic Viking who's the guardian of Oblivion, and he tries to kill them even though they're trapped in this pocket dimension limbo. Sardo gets involved because of course he does. They try to escape, they outsmart him, try to find a way out of Oblivion, which is kind of a void, but it's bad. It's just boring and confusing, and the magic rules do not make any sense in this episode. Like, how do you escape from Oblivion? It's not one of their better Sardo entries, I'm just saying. Oblivion can go to Oblivion for all I care. Yeah, this one sucks and is an absolute mess. The storytelling is all over the place, which is why I don't remember a whole lot. No, I meant I kind of like Bad Hair Day. Yeah, I know you do. That was Many Faces. Yeah, that was a different one. Forever Game, Oblivion. Oblivion, the episode of a disappearing panties. That's right, he made the sister's underwear disappear in a rather juvenile scene even for Are You Afraid of the Dark? Yeah, Oblivion can go to Oblivion for all I care. Alright, so check in what people recommended. Someone wanted Many Faces, or the Forever Game. Okay. The Tale of the Forever Game, their haunted board game episode. The one that's sort of D&D / life. This one, going on to meh. I'll put it under the super specs. Forever Game, I didn't care for this episode. It had some unique ideas and some fun moments, but overall, a lot of things I hated too. Namely, our main character. Basically, our main character is an idiot bully who likes picking on his sister. However, they wander into a magical forest where the idiot bully finds a magic game called the Forever Game. Whatever you do in this game happens to players in real life, and basically he uses this game to bully his sister some more. And boy, am I thinking, wouldn't this have been more interesting if the sister found the game and was using it to get back at his bro and he undergoes a redemption arc? Nope, it's just the idiot bully being a bully towards his sister. Basically, he meets this magical spirit who also lives in the forest. Apparently, they're all a part of the Forever Game, and he basically plays it with him. I believe it's this guy who looks like Keanu Reeves, basically. He befriends this ghost boy, and they play the Forever Game, and he find out that, oh, this is actually a life and death game where you have to win your sister and your idiot best friend back. And yeah, didn't really feel fun. It wasn't that creative. The main character is really unlikable. Basically, he's supposed to learn that he loves his sister, and, you know, he picks on her, but not enough to kill her, that kind of spiel, but that honestly did not make me like him any better. That definitely would have made it better. Yeah, the sister being the main character. Forever Game, interesting premise, but very flawed. That's what I agree. I remember giving this like a 5 out of 10. It was definitely Bronze Skull territory. The Tale of Lot 123, the girl that turned uglier. Oh, that one. Now I'm remembering, yeah. Forever Game, it's alright. Basically, he wins the game, and the sister proves that she's badass because she survived the game. That was her story, and the siblings get along. I think the spirit guy is, like, freed now that the Forever Game is over, and it's whatever. It is a meh tale. It's a very messy story, and honestly, a weaker version of the Haunted House game. I recommend that one more. Alright, so what else do we have? Interesting premise, yeah. That definitely would have made it better. The sister being the one controlling the Forever Game and getting back at her brother, but having her change of heart, that would have made it a lot better. But no, they stick with the douchey bro. I will say that the beast creature was pretty cool. Yeah, he kind of was. That was pretty interesting. Alright, you want the Tale of Lot... I'm trying to find that. Sorry, I don't see any of the numbers on here. It probably has a long title. I see the Lunar Locust. Okay. Where's the Lot one? I don't see it. I might have to get rid of some other episodes to make it easier. Alright, so I think this is it. The Tale of the Vacant Lot. This is where the girl wanders across a weird traveling Middle Eastern mage. There's like this pretty Middle Eastern girl selling stuff, kind of like in an old-fashioned Middle Eastern Islam village. She sells her this magic trinket, and basically the trinket is making her uglier and making the Middle East girl like absorb her beauty or something. It's never explained if she's like a witch or a spirit because she has magic. She like disappears as such. This one I will put on alright. Yeah, I remember liking it. I remember liking it decently. It had its interesting moments and about how inner beauty is more important than outer beauty. Basically, the girl gets like uglier. The Middle Eastern ghost woman is like absorbing her beauty. She's like wearing the weird burqa because she's hiding her inner ugliness. Basically, she learns about like valuing like herself and such, and I thought it was done a lot better than the turning women into dogs episode. Definitely had a lot better theme, a lot creepier imagery. The ghost girl is not super scary. I know they tried with the makeup that, oh, she's so hideous, but not very threatening. Vacant Lot, that's what it's called, thank you. Another solid episode. Definitely liked how the more she takes, the more nasty she becomes. Basically valuing yourself in a way. Yeah, kind of picture of Dorian Gray-esque story, but with a magic trinket shop, basically. She's at like a magic pawn shop. Her greed is like making her ugly and all that. I didn't think this one was alright. It's a watchable episode for sure, but it could have been a bit better. Namely, it's not scary. That's what held it back greatly. Of course, she breaks free and learns to love herself, and the vacant lot mysteriously disappears again. It's an alright episode. Definitely one that has a lot of inner beauty, but could have used some appealing razzle-dazzle on the outside. Alright, gotta use the restroom again, but feel free to vote what you want to see next. Alright, BRB. Alright, I'm back. The Tale of Badger, the third miniseries. Yeah, Headshot was definitely better than The Tale of the Vacant Lot. Unlike our main lead, Vacant Lot. Ariel Winter's character wasn't so lucky. No, she was not. Alright, so somebody wants Badge, somebody wants the miniseries. We'll do Badge first, if I can find it up here. I actually really like The Tale of Badge. Yeah, here it is. The Tale of Badge, the story of a magical girl learning magic and combating a demon threatening her loved ones. Going on to favorites, I did love this one. Yeah, there we go. Tale of Badge. This one, underrated, really kick-ass magical girl story. Basically, this lonely girl who doesn't value herself basically gets a magic power passed on to her by her grandma because their family comes from an entire lineage of magical girls. And unfortunately, the annoying bratty brother disrupts this and accidentally unleashes Badge, a monstrous demon that is after her entire family and wants to kill them all. Badge is like her grandma's arch enemy, and now Badge is turning his sights towards her, where she must combat this demon and believe in herself so she can use magic to save the day and trap Badge back in basically his trapdoor box. Badge has been held into this magic trinket, but when the brother breaks it, he breaks out and goes on a rampage, and Badge is a really creepy-ass monster. The makeup job on him looks fantastic, even to this very day. He looks like this very creepy Wolverine fairy tale demon, very unsettling, and I do like the main protagonist in this because basically she's trying to become badass, wants to become a badass magical girl, learns that her life has a lot more value than she thinks. Badge was awesome. Love the villain is basically a demon-like badger. Yeah, that's it. He's like an evil badger. She saved her sisters by trading the ring villain once at the beginning, using the villain's ambitions to defeat her. Okay, that is the vacant lot. Okay. So, really like the fight between Badge and the magical girl. Really kick-ass, really fun. And this one has like a good old-fashioned dark fantasy kind of feel. That's what I really like about it. Badge, awesome villain, and definitely earned his badge of honor as a kick-ass Are You Afraid of the Dark monster. Highly recommend this one. This one might have made my top 10 favorites, but it was kind of outclassed by some superiors above it. But yeah, Tale of Badge, definitely a magical adventure, and it belongs on the top. Alright, let's get a lame one out of the way. The Tale of the Twisted Claw, going on to worst. This was the original pilot for Are You Afraid of the Dark, and I know some people actually preferred it more. Me, I was kind of indifferent. I didn't think it was that good. Basically, it's a monkey's paw story. Two troublemaking delinquents basically pull pranks on this mean old lady. They're rewarded a magical monkey's paw where their wishes come true, but the wishes backfire. And the kids kind of like wise up. They learn a be careful what you wish for story, and it's revealed that the old lady was getting revenge on them. I didn't really like it all that much. Honestly, I thought it was one of their weaker episodes. It's like, some people say they preferred this over the Phantom Cab, but the Phantom Cab was also pretty weak, but Dr. Vink really owned the role. Here, the Twisted Claw is a lot more confusing, slow, not super scary. It's supposed to be their Halloween episode, but you never really get the Halloween spirit from it. I think it's one of their lame duds. The Tale of the Alien Zoo. Oh, you like that one? Okay. The villain was trapped. Okay, I did read that one. You said Cutter was in the third miniseries. Yes, he is. We'll talk about that one right after. Hang on. Still a better Monkey's Paw story than the Tales from the Crypt in Season 7. Well, that's because Season 7 of Tales from the Crypt sucked. Only the finale was good. The Tale of the Granny that Haunted the Apartment. Okay, got a lot of good ones, okay. Alright, so somebody wanted the third miniseries, and this is the Ghost Island miniseries. This one, going on to worst. I hated it. I actually hate it more than the Gruesome Gourmet. The Tale of the Ghost Island. This is the last miniseries, and unfortunately the last Are You Afraid of the Dark product ever released. It sucks. This one is bad. The main characters are unlikable, the scares are all lazy jump scares, the plot is a confused mess, and they bastardize one of the best Are You Afraid of the Dark villains. So, surprise, Captain Cutter is the main villain in this, and boy do they do him dirty. Basically, 4 annoying Zoomers who are our Midnight Society are going on vacation on a haunted island that's allegedly haunted by this rip-off Bloody Mary ghost. They're vacationing there only to encounter supernatural hauntings. The Bloody Mary ghost is used as a fake-out villain. She was actually a woman who fell in love with Captain Cutter. However, Captain Cutter betrayed her and sealed her in a haunted mirror so he can use her spirit to fuel his immortality. Captain Cutter is actually this weird, lanky, annoying twink who runs the hotel. He's like this British twink who looks like he's in between genders. Basically, he seduced this pretty woman on the island, however, used her, betrayed her, and trapped her soul in the mirror to stay immortal forever, and rather than, oh, I don't know, hiding the mirror somewhere secret, he keeps it in one of the hotel rooms where her spirit keeps escaping. So how did they fuck up Cutter? He's one of the stupidest villains ever. He has the mirror in a private hotel room at a hotel. Yeah, Captain Cutter, with all his great riches, now runs like a beach resort, basically. He's like the head of this hotel. I'm kind of surprised they went this route with him. Captain Cutter is basically a character who's among the cast. He's the goofy, weird, uptight manager of the hotel. We find out halfway through that he's actually Captain Cutter, still alive and ageless because he's feeding off of this Bloody Mary chick's soul by keeping her trapped in the mirror. While this is going on, the main kids, one of the girls has like a traumatic backstory because her sister died and they basically brought her to this hotel to help her relax and get over her trauma, basically help her get over the death of her sister. The Midnight Society in this sucks. One, the main girl cannot act and she has a really goofy ass face. Like every time they do dramatic zooms on her, she has like these weird fish eyes that go side to side and she looks really goofy. Another is her annoying best friend who has a crush on one of the guys but is a total bitch to him because we're doing that cliche where she's a tsundere. And we have the two twink losers. This one has the first gay Midnight Society member, and he is easily the worst character in this because he's not funny, he's not amusing, he's not relatable, and the gay boy has a crush on the ghost gay boy, who is a big fat ripoff of Hannah Fairchild from The Ghost Next Door. Yeah, there's a good ghost in this who was killed by the Bloody Mary ghost, and apparently their spirits are haunting Captain Cutter's hotel because he's keeping them trapped here to feed off their essence. It is not properly explained very well. Worst episode, The Chameleons. How did he escape his fate from his episode? Never explained. Apparently this is actually connected to Captain Cutter from the main series, and there is a lot of cheap-ass member berries in this. I swear, they reference the original Are You Afraid of the Dark so many times, and it is all cheap, shallow member berries like an MCU movie. At one point, the ghost turned the radio on to station 109.1. Yeah, because only hardcore fans are gonna get that. If you're a kid watching this, you will have no idea why the hell half this stuff is happening. Did they even brought back the original actor to play Cutter? No, they did not. They hired some new twink-looking guy to play Captain Cutter. Apparently the immortality spell made him younger, so they can explain why he doesn't look like a buff, kick-ass black guy anymore. Just like the Ghostbusters, the Frozen Empire with gay romance. Yeah, it does a gay romance in this too, and not once do you ever feel for it because the gay kids are done in like a way where you can easily censor it so they can advertise this in China and the Middle East, which do not like gay romances. It is cheap, it is shallow, it is total pandering to people, and it shows you how ballsless Nickelodeon really is, because you cannot tell that the gay kids are supposed to have a gay romance. Sorry, just reading comments, yeah. Wow, just wow. So, basically, the girl is, like, undergoing this trauma, the main girl. She's trying to overcome the death of her sister, and lo and behold, somehow the magic mirror allows her to make contact with her dead sister, and her dead sister gives this ultra-generic, soulless speech about how she has to accept that she's gone and move on in life, that she has to continue living for her sake. And this has no meaning whatsoever because it is the exact same thing all her friends have been saying since the vacation began. All her friends are saying, you have to move on, you have to let her go, you have to live life, your sister wouldn't want you to live like this, and it has no effect on her until the sister regurgitates the exact same crap they've been saying, that she has to let her go. And I guess that's a happy ending because, yeah, the sister helps her let go of her trauma, and it turns out the Bloody Mary ghost girl was actually an innocent victim of that evil man, Captain Cutter. Yes, they do explain that Captain Cutter is only magic because he's harnessing evil Bloody Mary's powers, thanks to trapping her soul in a mirror. It is not explained why the hell she doesn't ever betray him, but yeah, apparently they finally break the mirror, Captain Cutter loses his magic, and he's actually, like, surrounded by the Midnight Society. They, like, surround him and use, like, magic to hold him back. And These kids are not badass. They try to have like this badass X-Men moment where they're all standing against him and they all look like a bunch of queer twinks. It is not badass or cool at all. Captain Cutter is afraid of them. Yes, he's afraid of this scrawny gay guy who looked like he would die if he tripped on himself, and these weird, awkward loser girls. They actually scare Captain Cutter. They defeat him, use the magic against him, free evil Bloody Mary, and Captain Cutter, I guess, is absorbed into the mirror as like his ironic comeuppance, and that frees all the ghosts from the Ghost Island and saves the day. And they have this really cringy speech about how we have to respect the dead, and the Midnight Society like summon the ghosts around their Midnight Society meeting. I don't know what the heck is happening. It is very weird. Tries to go for this artsy scene about how we need to cherish the dead and we invite the spirits here, and the spirits like literally show up in a Midnight Society meeting on Ghost Island. And it's bad. It is bad. It's 4 episodes, so it's shorter than The Curse, but I did not like one single moment in this miniseries. It is boring, it is torturous, it got worse, and the plot makes no sense. Captain Cutter is a loser twink who basically got his power by using a woman. Yes, this does have the message all over it. Captain Cutter is actually a loser, manipulative incel who used Ghost Bloody Mary's magic to make himself the badass ghost we know in the main series. That is how dirty they do Captain Cutter. Guess she had to hear it from the horse's mouth, I guess. About on par with bad as the Black Christmas 2019 remake. Yeah, that is true. It is Black Christmas 2019 bad. Do not watch it. Ghost Island is terrible. I hated it. It was not scary. It was not funny. The message is preachy, and they wrecked your boy Captain Cutter. Captain Cutter is completely destroyed, on par with Picard in the first 2 seasons of Picard. Don't watch it. Ghost Island deserves to be flushed down the crapper. Alright, so let's talk about something positive. The Tale of the Shiny Red Bicycle. Going on to favorites. Yeah, we'll put it above Phone Police, that's for sure. The Tale of the Shiny Red Bicycle. Absolutely beautiful story. Very tragic one. Basically, this boy lost his best friend in a tragic accident and is suffering basically trauma and PTSD from it, having nightmares about his friend, and he remembers their shiny red bicycle, which they rode together. Basically, this one does what Ghost Island failed to do. An actual heartwarming story about the ghost of the best friend telling his bro to move on and let him go. Have some closure, live life again, and yeah, no surprise, it did it much better than Ghost Island's crappy version did. Shiny Red Bike is a classic. It is awesome. It is touching. It is really cute and adorable, and I actually think Are You Afraid of the Dark managed to do successful emotional horror stories. Shiny Red Bike is definitely worth the ride. Sorry, just checking my comments. Yeah, Shiny Red Bike, favorites. It is awesome. 10 out of 10 masterpiece. Alright. I think this was the one no, the Closet Keepers, that was the one. The tale about the zoo ones, right? I think Closet Keepers is it. It's either this. No, Unexpected Visitors was the one with Bill and Ted. Yeah. Okay, Closet Keepers. This one, I'll put on Terrifying. Yeah, I did like it a bit more than Cutter's Treasure. Basically, a deaf girl and one of her idiot bullies who makes fun of her for being deaf are abducted by aliens and are being sent to a space zoo because they don't have humans. And basically, the deaf girl uses her deafness to help save them. They basically enslaved animals on their alien zoo with these hypersonic ear rape sound weapons. They have like supersonic guns which shoot like basically rays that harm your hearing and disorient people. They captured basically some of their subjects through this, and because the deaf girl is deaf, she uses that to her advantage and save the day, and shows that handicapped people can be pretty badass, and yeah, it's pretty fun. Won't lie, it's pretty fun. It is a sci-fi horror story, so not super scary. Even the aliens don't really have a threatening appearance, and Yeah, I think it's fun. Closet Keeper is basically a prison break where two people who don't get along have to work together to bust their way out of this zoo. Very creative premise, very interesting story, and definitely has a nice message about how handicapped people are normal and can be badasses too. Really like the Closet Keepers. It is definitely a zoo worth its entry price. So I'll just say it. After a long debate between Shiny Red Bicycle and Dead Man's Float as my favorite episode, I have to go with Shiny Red Bike. Oh, really, Shadow Link? You like it that much? Goes to show you the 90s does better than what the 2020s could ever do in modern times. Yeah, it is embarrassing how many of these episodes are better than modern crap. Agreed, Shadow Link. Shiny Red Bike has a great cast, great emotional trauma, and it's just a wonderful story overall. To me, it's just a perfect episode. Yeah, I agree. Definitely not higher because I do have some personal biases, but I do think Shiny Red Bike belongs in favorites. Closet Keepers is another hidden gem. Having a deaf girl be the hero against aliens was pretty awesome. I agree. I will put it on Terrifying because I did have some problems with it. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's a solid episode. It goes on Terrifying because it is pure fun. Okay, so, you know what's not so fun? The Tale of Bigfoot Ridge. This one, I'm gonna have to put on worst. I'm sorry, I did not like this one. Bigfoot Ridge is allegedly one of the underrated episodes. Hayden Christensen stars as the hero in this episode, and all I will say is he's better on Night of the Living Dummy 3. This one, basically, one of their friends was lost in, like, the mountains. They're at, like, a haunted ski ridge. One of their friends went up to a restricted mountain because it's really haunted by a ghost, and this very creepy, eerie shadow demon basically trapped the friend on Bigfoot Ridge, and Hayden Christensen and one of his friends are trying to help save her. They located her, except there's a huge gaping plot hole in this story. Their friend has been trapped here for almost 5 to 10 years. 5 to 10 years, a normal human trapped on this mountain being held hostage by a ghost, and I'm like, how the hell are you alive? 5 years without eating, going to the bathroom, showering, or living life, and it is not explained at all, which made me really not like it because that is a huge flaw in the writing. Yeah, agreed, Cat. Not even pre-Anakin Skywalker could save this episode. Yeah, it is a huge plot hole to how their friend is still alive after years trapped on this haunted, closed-off ski resort, and the Shadow Demon hasn't really killed her. It's been feeding off of her and slowly taking her form. Essentially, they combat the Shadow Demon and help her save her life and break her free from it and save the day, yada yada. Did not like it. I did not like it. Mostly because I couldn't see past the plot holes, and the monster was really defeated easily. It is so anticlimactic. It made me question how the hell it held you hostage for years if it was that easy to beat. Going on worst. Alright, someone wanted The Tale of the Chameleons. This one's about the evil chameleons that try to take over a girl's life. It's going on to alright. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was not a huge fan of this episode, namely because the special effects have not held up well, and that goes for both the CGI and practical effects. So basically, an evil lizard alien invades this home. There's these two twin black girls who basically live there. One of the sisters is ambushed by an evil alien disguised as a chameleon. It's really a regular lizard because Are You Afraid of the Dark is cheap. It steals the sister's place and basically leads to a which one is the real one kind of plot. One of the sisters is impersonated by a monstrous lizard alien agent trying to steal her life and wants to kill the family and implant them with her lizard kind impersonating the family. It's a sort of an alien invasion plot, and a lot of people love it because of the twist ending where Spoilers, she chooses wrong. She killed the wrong sister, turned her real sister into a lizard, and the lizard agent is still free and winking to the audience that she's gonna kill the family and replace them all. Sort of a bad guy wins, but not really if the sister can still fight back and catch on to you again. I thought it was okay. I know my friends really love this episode, and a lot of hardcore fans absolutely love and cherish this one, mostly thanks to the dark twist ending where it's implied the bad guy won. I would say she more so got away with it, but one, that's kind of a stretch. And two, the effects are bad. The effects look fake. You can tell when it's a real lizard and when it's a toy lizard half the time. Okay, yeah, the famous twin sisters from 90s Disney. That's who was in this episode. Sister actresses star on plus Twitches. Okay, Twitches, okay. Bigfoot Ridge was a letdown. It had a good start at first with a missing friend, but when the action and plot starts, it falls apart very fast. Yeah, it did. The friend should have been dead all along, while the Umbra shadow was pretty weak. Yeah, that one. That monster sucked. We don't even see its true form. The Chameleons was fun, starring both Tia and Tamara Monray from Sister, and they play them well. And I did like the dark ending, if only the effects are better. The Tale of the Catching Souls. Oh, you want that one? Okay. So yeah, this one I think was alright. I know I upset a lot of people, but I did not think the Chameleons was all that great. It was definitely overhyped to me. I'd say it's definitely decent, but not high tier for me, and definitely not awful enough to be bad. Wish the effects were better, but all in all, I think it's just a decent episode, rather than an out of the stars episode. Okay, somebody wanted the Catching Souls. We're finally narrowing this down. Yeah, here it is. The Tale of the Captured Souls. This one, I will put on terrifying. Yeah, I'll put it above Cutter's Treasure. Captured Souls. Basically, a family moves into a creepy house. I think they're vacationing. It's like a timeshare house. But the house is run by this really creepy little boy who lives there. Surprise, he's not a little boy. He's actually an evil, wicked, mad scientist who's capturing souls through his magic device. He has like this machine planted in the house that can suck out the soul energy because the mad scientist is actually 1,000 years old. He's keeping himself immortal and forever young. He's leeching off of the main girl's parents, basically. The parents are, of course, useless, stupid adults who don't think supernatural stuff is happening, while the daughter tries to save their lives. Basically, he's capturing their souls in this device, making himself younger, and the girl has to outsmart and defeat this mad scientist. And you actually like the main girl in this one. There's a very underlying creepiness because they do reveal that this guy is actually an 1,000-year-old man, and he still hits on this like little girl, but because they're like the same age physically, it's like much creepier. The kid is a very creepy and unsettling. I will say the kid is definitely having the time of his life, being this evil mad scientist. Definitely a very eerie and unsettling episode, basically trying to combat danger even though people don't believe you. Definitely cool. Captured Souls was pretty good. Peter was definitely an underrated villain, manipulating so many in order to keep them from his youth. Yeah, Peter, he was definitely an unsettling villain. Michael Morningstar from Ben 10 did this better. Yeah, that guy was more powerful, though. Captured Souls, I think, is actually an underrated creepy episode. I would recommend it. It's not one of my favorites, obviously, but it is a very terrifying entry. Definitely captures the soul of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Alright, gotta use the restroom again, but please feel free to vote what you want to see next. Alright, I'm back. Only got a few left, so let's get this show on the road. Alright, got Quiet Librarian, Apartment 214. This episode has a pretty good moral of enjoying our youth, and Peter is the one who gives it. Yeah, that is pretty unique, I will say. Let's do the other Sardo episodes. First, the worst time trap, and the best, the door unlocked. Okay, remember that. Got a lot of requests. Okay, let's do the tale of Apartment 214, the one with the ghost old lady. Basically, the main protagonist is this nice girl who hangs out with the neighborhood, especially this kind old lady. However, the old lady dies, and her ghost basically haunts the girl because she didn't, visit her on the day she died, and that is basically haunting both of them. Tale of Apartment 214, I will put on terrifying. Yeah, I'll put it under the fire ghost. Yeah, this one has a very creepy atmosphere, a good old-fashioned haunted house ghost story. The ghost is haunting the apartment, creeping out the main girl. They try to fake you out into believing that she's evil, but no, she just wanted to say goodbye to her best friend. It is another ghost redemption arc. The ghost is actually a villain at first, but gets redeemed because she realizes that the girl did like her and actually wanted to say goodbye. She just had other stuff going on in her life, and that's what basically triggered this whole kind of misunderstanding plot line. She thought she was abandoned, but no, the little girl had a life because she has friends outside of her. They basically make peace, and yeah, it is a pretty cute, emotional ghost redemption story. I will put it on terrifying. I remember not finding it super scary, but I can see why kids would find it creepy. I'm finished with church. Hey, Kira, we're finally on the last two strings. Hey, Cat. Yeah, Ghost of 214, underrated. I will say it is a good episode. Not one of my favorites, but I would still recommend it. Alright, Tale of the Quiet Librarian. There it is. Finally easier to see these. Tale of the Quiet Librarian, going on to favorites. Yep, I actually did enjoy this one. Basically, it's a haunted library with a ghost librarian who kills people by absorbing them in her magic box if they're too loud. Her box can absorb noise and by association souls. She basically keeps people trapped in this library who disrupt her rules. Basically, two kids are in the library doing a research project. However, they stay overnight where the night librarian comes out. The night librarian is this really unsettling, low-key kind of witch character, basically trying to kill them by swallowing them up in her soul box. We see those who are devoured by the soul box become forever bound to the library, and there's this unsettling scene of all her victims are basically children who have cobwebs and dust covered onto them. They're locked in this sealed room where she's keeping their souls. She has their sounds and their soul basically through this box. One of my favorite creepy moments in this is where she's chasing the main girl throughout the library, and it is literally so quiet that the librarian is tracking her by hearing her heartbeat. That is so creepy and such a feral predator type of thing that it really earned a lot of points. I think The Quiet Librarian is a really scary episode. Basically, the kids have to combat and defeat the evil librarian queen, and basically use sounds against her. And yeah, it's pretty high suspense, pretty creepy atmosphere, really fun with the sets, really fun with the magic. I think The Quiet Librarian is an underrated episode, so it's going on favorite. It's definitely a book worth checking out. Ghostbusters does it better with the library ghosts. They probably did. Well, I see you're on Are You Afraid of the Dark series, okay, but as best actor. They end up living with the old lady. Oh, that's right, she lived in the same apartment as her and could finally be with her. Welcome back, Akira. Apartment 214 was fine, solid story and some scares, but honestly the old lady ghost could have toned down her scaring a bit from the misunderstanding. Yeah, that was kind of over the top. Quiet Librarian is a creepy fun time. Definitely like the villain main lead scares and funny way they defeat her. Yeah, it was. Love this one. Remind me of Hansel and Gretel, like a Quiet Librarian. Yeah, I will say, it is a favorite. I put it up highly, but definitely outclassed by others. Okay, other Sardo episodes. The tale of the time trap going on rock bottom. Yeah, did not like this one. Basically, Sardo sells a magic trinket to some stupid kid. The magic trinket is a genie lamp haunted by Belle, who is an evil genie and easily the worst Are You Afraid of the Dark character. Belle basically uses magic wishes to screw this kid over and destroy his life out of some really petty vengeance. I don't get why she's such a bitch, but she is. And basically, it's a whole bunch of random nonsense happening. It is a comedy episode. Sardo gets tricked into swapping places with Belle, the genie girl, while she waltzes out, I guess, living life normally. Don't understand how, because you're a magic spirit, but whatever. And, of course, they easily defeat her, because now that Sardo's the genie, he'll make his wish come true to defeat Belle, and she's anticlimactically defeated off-screen. We don't even see her get her comeuppance. Yeah, this one sucks. This one doesn't even have anything to do with time travel. Why is it called the Time Trap when it has nothing to do with time travel? Yeah, this one, awful episode. It made me really hate Sardo too, but I hate Belle more, so this one is definitely one of the worst ones. Tale of the Night Nurse. Time Trap definitely was the worst Sardo episode. Genie was definitely annoying and definitely had one of the most pathetic defeats. Yeah, she was defeated by her own stupidity. Better to be careful what you wish for. Yeah, that should have been it, but no, it's called the Time Trap. Alright, so let's start getting some of these out of the way. The Tale of Highway 13. Going on... alright. This one was alright. It's a ghost adventure where someone gets into like a haunted streetcar race with like a ghost trucker. It's like a haunted racing episode. The highway is haunted by a ghost driver, but the ghost driver, of course, was a misunderstood soul, and he just needed to be defeated by a drag race. And I think the ending really went on way too long in this episode, because there's like more endings here than Return of the King. I think it's alright. It's another old-fashioned Redeem the Ghost story, but one done with car chases. It's okay. It's okay. Time Trap versus Be Careful What You Wish For. Might go with Be Careful What You Wish For because the idiot bully got a satisfying twist ending. If Time Trap gets a remake, could Christina V play the evil genie? She probably could. Okay, are we almost done with the Sardo episodes? I think we are. I might be missing one more, but yeah, it looks like we're narrowing him down. Nightly Neighbors, Many Faces, Jake the Snake. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to do the Tale of the Door Unlocked. Wherever it is. There it is. Tale of the Door Unlocked. Easily the best Sardo episode. This one, I'll put it on Terrifying. Yeah, that's as high as Sardo's gonna get from me. Tale of the Door Unlocked. Basically, a kid goes to Sardo's shop, buys a haunted magic trinket. This time, he buys a door that can look into the future. Yes, really, that is what it does. He looks into the future and he sees the girl he has a crush on is like going to die in a fire, and he basically works with Sardo to help save the day, and yeah, I actually really liked it. It reminded me of the Haunting Hours Black Mask, a very underrated episode, trying to prevent like a Final Destination death kind of. Sardo's actually pretty funny in this version, and I will say, Sardo definitely won me over because he is helpful in this story too. And basically, the kid uses the door to help save his girlfriend from like a fire. And, you know, prove himself that he's a hero, he's not this dweeb. The door unlocked actually unlocked him a better life. So I will say, this definitely made me appreciate Sardo a bit more, and is easily one of his best stories. I wanted to like Highway 13 more, though it does have its faults and its pacing. At least the message and morals was good. Yeah, that's why it's on alright. It had good ideas going for it, but fell a little flat. Vampire Neighbors. Oh, you want that one next. Door Unlocked is the best Sardo episode. Like the character and the unique use of seeing the future quite a bit with the magical doors. Yeah, they actually use the magical artifact a lot more in this, so that made me like it. So basically, Sardo's trying to sell a diet rabbit miraculous. Kind of. I'd seen this episode where the protagonist suspects his neighbors were vampires. Oh, that one, okay. There's the night nurse. There's the nightly neighbors. All right, nightly neighbors. Going on to worst. I did not like this episode. For one, it is very obvious that the neighbors are vampires. Basically, it's like the full moon. Some new neighbors move in next door, and the main character suspects that they're actually monsters, and they're trying to crack the case to prove it. They fall for a very obvious fake out, and yeah, I kind of pieced together that they were indeed vampires, and the twist is, no, there wasn't a rational explanation. They were supernatural, and lo and behold, after some amateur child detectiving, they find out, yep, they were vampires, and their son was like in a coffin in the basement the whole time. I did not like this one. I thought it was very predictable and not very funny. That's what kind of held it back. Some of my friends really liked it because of its goofy charm, but me, I thought it was just a lame duck episode. I am putting it on the worst because I did give it a decayed skull. Did not like. I'd seen episodes where the protagonist suspect his neighbors are vampires. Yeah, that is the one. Also, I thought that the Shadow Man was a good one, especially since during the episode, the Seth kid wanted to join the others but refused. Then, in the end, he became an official member. The Tale of the Midnight Madness. We already did that one. That's in favorites. The one with Nosferatu in the Haunted Theater. Yeah, that's up here in favorites. Nightly Neighbors was meh. A lot of predictable stuff. Night Shift was the better vampire tale. Fully agree. Night Shift is also up here in favorites. It made it second place after Station 109.1. Okay, somebody said they wanted the Night Nurse, and this was the series finale for the original 90s to 2000s Are You Afraid of the Dark, and yeah, it's gone on to bad. Yeah, I still haven't changed my thoughts on this. I thought The Night Nurse was a very unscary and weak series finale. Basically, a girl moves into a house and the house is haunted by an evil nurse trying to give her a shot which killed the previous girl who lived in the house. The night nurse was basically incompetent at her job and accidentally killed someone, and the ghost is trying to deliver this unintentionally fatal shot to her. I guess it's kind of creepy if you're afraid of needles, because there's a lot of shots of the nurse walking around with her booster shot chasing her. The night nurse is not a very threatening villain, and as soon as the girl reveals that, no, she's actually allergic to this medicine that's in the shot, the night nurse realizes the error of her ways and apologizes, and at the last minute turns into a ghost redemption plot. Yes, seriously. This is late, but the Ghastly Grinner is basically the mascot of the series. Was it? I'd say Sardo and Dr. Vink were more of the series, but Ghastly Grinner, kick-ass villain. I think, he did make it up here in favorites. Night Nurse, what a letdown. It is a wet fart of a finale. Did not like it. It was not scary. It wasn't deep. It was another rehash of the previous plots where the ghost was an innocent person who tried to do good, only to do bad, and gets redeemed in the end. Sigh. Night Nurse was a terrible finale, absolutely weak throughout, and quite a bit dumb moments. Yeah, it's not scarier. The monsters live nearby in your neighborhood. So basically, Dark Deception Chapter 5, where the evil killer nurse with Harley Quinn's voice. Not really, because the nurse wasn't evil. She apologizes for nearly killing her because she looks at the medical charts, which I guess she never did in the past, but whatever. She apologizes and the ghost rests in peace, and everyone lives all happily ever after. Terrible letdown of a finale, and the 90s Are You Afraid of the Dark deserves so much better, but hey, one thing is for certain, it is a lot better than Ghost Island. This is it, the final two strings. Let's go. Alright. The Tale of the Wisdom Glass. Going into worst, awful episode. Oh, did I break something there? No, I didn't. Okay, it's just the fire. Okay, Tale of the Wisdom Glass. Awful episode. Awful main character. A rich brat. Basically has to learn to cherish friendship. He goes back to save his friend from evil video game ghosts, only to die in the end anyway, proving that he should have saved himself. Did not like this one. It is ridiculous. It is corny and nonsensical and not at all scary. It strangely goes for dark comedy. Wisdom Glass might make my worst episodes ever. It is that weird and incomprehensible. The Tale of the Jagged Sign. Going into... Alright. I put it Underwater Demons for sure, yeah. No, I actually would put Vacant Lot ahead of it too. Okay, Jagged Sign, another ghost redemption story. There's a Jagged Sign, which was actually a message a ghost was trying to send his still living lover as the kids try to solve the mystery. Another meh episode. It's not really scary. It tries to go for a more emotional horror story about a ghost trying to rest in peace and give a final message to his lover. I thought it was alright. It wasn't one of my favorites, and I do remember giving it like a silver skull. Hey, Jon Snow, you're back. We got through a lot more. Wisdom Glass, the episode where being honest and saving others means nothing and gets you killed anyway. Yeah, garbage episode. Really botched the moral with that one. Wisdom Glass sucks. Jagged Sign, I thought was okay. Not one of my favorite episodes, but definitely a decently watchable episode. We are not toys, lady. We're people. The Tale of the Unexpected Visitors. Going on to worst. It is so bad it's good funny. The main characters are obvious Bill and Ted stand-ins, but the episode is kind of confusing and very dumb and cheesy. The sad thing is, the production values are actually pretty good. Bill and Ted are both annoying idiots who stumble upon this alien invasion case where the aliens are abducting people because they believe human beings are like action figures or toys to play with, and we get the infamous line, "We're not toys, lady, we're people." And they prove to these aliens that they're actually living, sentient beings whose lives matter, and the aliens apologize. The CGI has not aged well. They're like these weird yellow energy beings, and did not look good. They basically apologize. The aliens were like kids or something. They're released and they send a rock song through the satellite, the "We Are Not Toys" song, and it's dumb, but yeah, just plain dumb. I can definitely see this as a so bad it's good entry, which is why it's high up, but Unexpected Visitors, really goofy episode. Do not recommend. Jagged Sign was fine. Character and premise were good enough. Yeah, it was an okay episode. Unexpected Visitors is definitely so bad it's good episode of the series. Well, aside from Renegade Virus, yeah. I definitely thought Unexpected Visitors was funnier, so it does get points for that. It might be the top of the worst heap, but yeah, I still can't get over that it's just plain dumb. Alright, what do we want to do next? Okay, The Tale of the Many Faces. Another bad one. I did not like this one. It's basically, what if we did Scary Mary but terribly? A young girl gets invited to like a modeling agency, but the modeling agent is actually stealing girls' faces and keeping them prisoner. Except for one problem, there is nothing like restraining the faceless women. She's just keeping them trapped in their house because they can't go outside since they're ugly, so why can't they go out and call the cops or get help to beat her to death or something? No, The Many Faces, it is a bad version of Scary Mary. That's the best I could describe it. It is a bad version of Scary Mary. Not scary, not interesting, and the villain really sucks and gets taken out anticlimactically when they, surprise, gang up on her and force her to take back the spell. That is how they defeat her. They gang up on her and get her to retract the spell, and all the women get their beauty back, yada yada, and I guess she's hiding in disgrace because she's ugly now. I did not like this one. Yeah, the makeup is good, but the story is not. I remember you kind of liked it. Oh, Jake the Snake, yeah. Many Faces, the episode where everyone's an idiot. Scary Mary was 100% better. Definitely agree. But it doesn't have the stupid jingle. Okay, The Tale of Jake the Snake. Yeah, going on to favorites. A lot of people requested this episode, and I can see why. Jake the Snake was awesome. Basically, it's kind of the mascot of Are You Afraid of the Dark? Jake the Snake is a mysterious person who lives underneath the school, and an amateur hockey player wants to be the best player on the team, where he makes a deal with the devil. Jake the Snake has a super duper super hockey stick. He gives it to this kid. It made Jake a famous hockey player, and now it can make him a famous pro hockey player. It succeeds, however, it comes with a deadly price. Namely, it mutates him into a monster. He's slowly becoming a snake, and we find out Jake the Snake was the former hockey player. He used like satanic magic on this hockey stick to make him super cool and the best player ever. However, it feeds on souls and corrupts them into monsters. Jake the Snake, really cool monster. This guy has a creepy ass design, really wicked voice, and a lot of good effects surrounding him. I like his weird glow-in-the-dark face. It did grow on me. I do think the teeth glowing was weird at first, but yeah, a really wicked monster. The CGI snake pit, not so much. They look like Beast Wars graphics. Bioconstrictor from Max Steel's 90s edition. Eat your heart out. Jake the Snake Terrifier. Yeah, I really like this episode. Jake the Snake is basically what you'll do for the price of winning and the power of friendship, because the main protagonist's friend actually stumbles upon Jake the Snake and finds out he's corrupting his best friend into a snake monster like him. He's trying to free him from Jake the Snake's constricting hold over him, and there's like this big old-fashioned mystery, kind of like Mascot. At least there's a creepy basement, a creepy hockey player on the team kind of thing, and yeah, he uses the stick to get better, but realizes it's corrupting him, and Jake the Snake actually takes the best friend hostage and tries to feed him to a snake pit, where he breaks free of Jake's hold over him and uses the snake to kill Jake the Snake by sending him falling in the bad Beast Wars CGI snake pit. And he chose friendship over winning, where the bros make amends, and we see in the twist ending Jake the Snake's alive somehow. Not sure how the snakes didn't eat him, even though they clearly did, but whatever. Yeah, this one's awesome. Jake the Snake really scored a winning goal. It is one of my all-time favorites now, and I can see why fans really loved it. It's always hockey because, you know, Canada, yeah. Also, Jake the Snake is for the Year of the Snake, yeah. It is the Year of the Snake. Jake the Snake is bar none my favorite revival tale. Great villain, likable characters, and even some creepy body horror. This is how you do a snake man. Unlike Teacher's Pet from Goosebumps. Yeah, you can say that again. Teacher's Pet really sucked, and Jake the Snake, better Snake Man monster story. Alright, I gotta get more water. I'll be right back. So you guys, please cast your vote on next one. We're on the final string. Alright, back and ready to rock. Let's do this. Final string. Here we go. Underrated episode, Guardian's Curse. Oh, Train Magic. Not gonna lie, Train Magic might be our final one. C7, Bookish Babysitter. Okay, we'll get to them all eventually. Alright, let's do Guardian's Curse, a haunted mummy one. I'm putting this one on favorites. I actually really like the mummy in this one. Believe it or not, this one actually appears on a lot of worst episode lists, but I don't get why. I thought it was pretty cool. Basically, they disturb a tomb of a mummy, and the mummy is very creepy. It's downplayed, it's kind of off-screen a bit, but done in a super vague kind of creepy way. Basically, two kids, one of them played by Montana Max, are trying to break the Guardian's curse and help the mummy rest in peace, otherwise the mummy will kill them. And the mummy turns out to be a super hot chick who hooks up with their dad when she's immortal in the end. Yeah, it's pretty goofy as a twist, but I had fun with this one. I really love the Guardian's Curse because I love mummies a million times better than Return of the Mummy for sure. This one is definitely a good old-fashioned kind of Universal Monsters love letter tribute, and I think it's really enjoyable. I did give this one a perfect score because I had that much fun with it. It really made me fear mummies again, and definitely an entertaining haunted museum story. Oh yeah, and better than The Haunting Hours Night of the Mummy. This one actually is impressive, but not as good as Don't Wake Mummy. Alright, someone said C7. This one, gonna put on Terrifying. This one came so close to being one of my favorites, but it does have some cliches I don't like the adults who don't believe the kids that it's haunted, and basically the ghosts are actually good guys who want to rest in peace. If you're wondering why it's called C7, basically there's a ghost of a soldier who never made contact with his girlfriend. He died like in the war. They're basically like living in this haunted beach house where they were supposed to meet each other by the sea, but the boyfriend never made it, and the two kids are trying to help them basically hook up together. This one actually has a really heartwarming twist. It is a old-fashioned tragic love story, and I actually really liked it. It's honestly really good. It has a good emotions, has a good tragic romance. The kid characters are at least funny in this, and I think it's hugely underrated. C7 was very entertaining. Not terrifying, but a good kind of terrifying, where it's basically an A rank. I definitely recommend watching this one. Tale of the Guardian's Curse, like I said, underrated, needs more love. C7, for the most part, pretty good. Yeah, it is pretty good, not perfect. I Fear More, Don't Wake Mummy, Don't Judge Me, especially the mummy cat. Yeah, Don't Wake Mummy was far scarier. I do think Are You Afraid of the Darks wasn't bad, though. Alright, somebody said The Bookish Babysitter. Where is that one? I'm trying to look for it. Ah, here it is. Bookish Babysitter. Controversial opinion, but I'm going to put it on alright. This one is also claimed to be an underrated episode. Basically, a kid who hates reading is haunted by a babysitter who uses her magic spell book to make the book characters real and haunt him. And basically there's a message about appreciating reading, how books are fun. The little boy gets kind of scared straight by these fairy tale monsters. The effects and makeup are really good in this. They look pretty creepy, pretty gnarly. He encounters a lot of fairy tale villains and monsters, and basically starts to learn how serious the books are. The babysitter kind of scares him straight a little and shows him how fun reading is. Basically, he finds out he wasn't endangered. It was a story the babysitter's telling. I believe this tale actually inspired Dead Time stories from Nickelodeon. Spoilers, we are not reviewing that. I tried giving Dead Time stories a shot, did not get into it. Bookish Babysitter, I think it's an alright episode. I remember giving it a silver skull, so I didn't think it was all that hot, but, you know, teaching kids how to read and appreciating books is definitely a good moral, won't lie. It's a fun little kiddie adventure about how books have serious nightmares to them and should be appreciated more. I think it's alright. Bookish Babysitter was fine, characters were fine enough, and the effects were pretty solid. Dead Time Stories is pretty bad anyway. Yeah, did not get into it. It could not decide if it wanted to be a haunting hour or an Are You Afraid of the Dark style show, and unfortunately both tones did not mix well. Okay, uh, let's talk about Vampire Town. This one, going into worst. I did not like this one either. It is just as bad as The Nightly Neighbors. Basically, this punk goth kid who looks like Keanu Reeves' Neo goes into this haunted town, which is run by vampires. And he, basically solves a mystery, finds out that the vampire town is evil, and slowly sheds off his, vampire kid skin. It's like, wait, is he a goth kid or a douchey vampire kid? Yeah, I did not like this one. I did not really like the main character because he was annoying and not well acted, and the vampires are not threatening or scary in this, which did hold it back, and the twist ending, the hotel clerk was also a vampire, but he was like a daywalker or something, and I guess he kills Keanu Reeves. Did not like it. It is a lame one. Vampire Town tries to be like Grampires, but A Haunting Hours Grampires was way better because it had Christopher Lloyd. Pretty much the bad version of Midnight Madness. Hell, the villain was beaten the same way. Yeah, he was at Daylight. Bookish Babysitter was kinda hot, though. Yeah, she was. Alright, Photo Finish. I do remember liking this one, so Photo Finish, I will put on Terrifying. Yeah, it will go above Curious Camera for sure, yeah. Photo Finish, this one is another haunted camera story. Basically, this fraternity house is haunted by a ghost photographer who snaps a pic sending the main protagonist back into the past, where they have to, I guess, break free and help the ghost, finish his unfinished business, basically. I thought it was pretty good. Not great, but definitely a decent, serviceable haunted photographer episode. Photo Finish, pretty short but satisfying. I will say it's terrifying. The Tale of the Magician's Assistant. This one actually might go on favorites. Yeah, I ended up actually liking this one. Magician's Assistant. Basically, this kid wants to be, what's his name? Was his name Shandu or something? I think it's Shandu or something. This very old magician gets an apprentice. The main character wants to be his apprentice and he shows him how magic works. However, he plays with magical stuff beyond his comprehension, where he accidentally unleashes an Emperor Palpatine monster, and he has to use the magic teachings the old guy taught him to help save the day. We find out that the Emperor Palpatine was actually an illusion and part of the trick. He was just testing his assistant to see if he was indeed ready to use magic for good and not for selfish purposes. Yeah, I actually really liked this one. It was very cute, very sweet. The villain, not so much. He looks like Emperor Palpatine to me. It's a very goofy episode, but I really love magic, and I will say it's pretty much Bad Hair Day done right. An underrated haunted camera story needs more love, and you do feel for the villain in a way. Yeah, he was tragic. A photo within a photo sounds weird. Shandu can do. Yeah, I love the magician's assistant and the bond with Shandu and the boy. Yeah, very cute passing of the torch mentorship story. The boy sort of grows up and appreciates magic more, and is finally given the blessing to become the true magician and not just his assistant. Underrated, it is Bad Hair Day done right, and I will put it on favorites. Alright, speaking of underrated, The Tale of the Stone Maiden. Stone Maiden, sorry. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. I will actually also put this one on favorites. Yeah, this is an episode everyone hated that I love. It is a pretty good story. Basically, a girl and her boyfriend have a fight where the boyfriend is accidentally turned into a statue because he took a drink from a magic fountain. The fountain curses people by turning anyone who drinks it into a stone statue. The fountain actually has a separate statue that's supposed to be attached to it, its lover. And if the statue girl gets its lover back, it'll cure everyone because it'll finally be happy now that it has its partner back. And the girlfriend, who had relationship problems with her boyfriend, actually tries to save his life because she does care for him. And they get into some wacky misadventures. We meet the artist, who's this eccentric oddball, and she befriends this kooky homeless guy who I actually found really funny. The homeless guy and the artist have a romance too. It's a very twisted kind of rom-com supernatural story. I really like it. I thought it was funny. A more better than The Sorcerer's Apprentice? Yeah, way better. Photo finish, hunted by a bullied student who uses photography to trap those who caused his death. Yeah, that was an interesting premise. Yeah, I put it on terrifying. The last one you did, I mean. A very unique premise with the Stone Maiden, and you definitely do like the ways the characters do in order to break the curse. Yeah, they come together through the power of love. There's a lot of love going around. The homeless guy and the artist fall in love. The girlfriend loves her boyfriend and decides she wants to save his life, and the statues are also lovers too. So I would say this is a pretty good Valentine's Day horror story. Yeah, they get the statues back together, and the boyfriend is free, and everyone makes amends and falls in love. Yeah, Stone Maiden, pretty underrated. I will put it on favorites. It did make my top 5 episodes that everyone hates, but I love. So, going on top. The Tale of the Reanimator. This one is the love letter to Jeffrey Combs' Reanimator, and yeah, I think it's terrifying. I'll put it on terrifying. Basically, a loving tribute to Jeffrey Combs' Reanimator movie, but I would say it's more like Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, because there's like a potion that the flower shop guy is making. The girl accidentally uses it, her idiot bully brother steals it, and they drop it on a grave where a zombie comes out and it's tracking them down, where they have to work together to stop them. And it's kind of more like Resident Evil Nemesis, because the zombie is kind of their nemesis, always following them down and tracking them, trying to kill them, basically. They trap it by luring it to the flower shop and working together to save the day. I do think it's actually pretty underrated. This one actually ends up on a lot more worst episodes, but it's pretty terrifying. The zombie's not scary, but he is menacing. He's very threatening, and there is high suspense, so I will put it on terrifying at least. Enough is enough. I've had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane. Reanimator was fine. Only problem is I wish the zombie was better. Cast was pretty solid, though. This is better than Best Friend Forever from The Haunting Hour. Yeah, it is. It totally is. Sorry, just reading some comments and getting some water. Final string, let's go. The Tale of the Long Ago Locket. Basically, Will Friedle finds this magic locket which belonged to a patriot fighting during the Revolutionary War. However, the patriot soldier died and was executed before he could give it to his lover, where Will Friedle and the ghost team up to help save the day. And yeah, Are You Afraid of the Dark? Not good at love stories. This one, I'm gonna put on meh. I did not care for it. I am so sick of Are You Afraid of the Dark trying to do love stories, and the fact that the miniseries also didn't do love stories good should tell you that it's never been good. Will Friedle is definitely an all-star. Love him on Batman Beyond for sure, but his Are You Afraid of the Dark episode was just really meh, really forgettable. It's not scary, and it is another time travel episode, which should tell you how all over the place the plot gets. Yeah, Will Friedle is a delight. He is. Unfortunately, yeah, Ron Stoppable is in this, and he's pretty generic, honestly. He did not really shine in this episode. I think he stars in better stuff. Agreed, Jon Snow. Long Ago Locket, basically a tragic supernatural love story where, of course, Will Friedle gets the locket to the lover because time travel. I think this would have been better if he didn't keep hopping back to the present day. Instead, he hops to the present, goes to the past, hops to the present, goes to the past, and so on and so forth. Really meh episode. I would not recommend it. It is an easily skippable episode. If you like supernatural romances, then this one's for you. The Tale of the Hunted. Going on to worst. Yeah, it's another one I did not like or care for. Basically, this girl who's hunting wolves with her friends gets cursed and transformed into a wolf, and she learns what it's like to be hunted. Except I'm thinking, wouldn't it have made more sense if her family, who were the actual poachers, got transformed? Instead, she's kind of like morally gray, so it feels rather mean-spirited. Oh, and plus, The dog can't talk. It is very awkward and silent for a lot of it. Basically, the girl gets turned into a magical dog. She's trying to survive getting hunted, and like her friend realizes it's her and convinces the parents not to shoot this wolf because the wolf is innocent. And yeah, basically it's a whole hunting is bad kind of story, but the ghost wolves are not very well explained or well defined, and honestly, it's a really boring episode because the wolf can't act or express personality. So, yeah, it went on worst. Love how you had us in the rapid fire review. It was amazingly dull. Yeah, it is boring. I'm back. We're on the home stretch. Hey, Blacksmith Orange. Long ago, Locket is meh. Should have been mostly during the Revolutionary War time, since those were the best parts. Everything else is a bit of a drag and pretty meh. Yeah, way too much focus on Will Friedel's love life. Yeah, Hunted was wasted potential. Are You Afraid of the Dark has a fantasy with love stories, time travel, redemption stories, and ghost stories. Yeah, you can really tell they were recycling some plots later, and The Hunted was definitely one of them. But yeah, Hunted took its shot and it's missed. The Tale of the Sorcerer's Apprentice. A bullied boy basically becomes the vessel for an evil Quan Chi-like sorcerer who will use sacrifices to summon him and basically attack his tormentors. This one I actually put on terrifying. Yeah, I'll put it under The Last Dance. Sorcerer's Apprentice, pretty solid, not gonna lie. The magic is a bit cheesy and the effects are goofy, and I do like how the sorcerer looks kind of like a Quan Chi kind of evil sorcerer. Basically, the boy thinks everyone at school hates him and thinks his life sucks. However, his best friend tries to snap him out of the corrupting force. There is like this magical serpent staff that's corrupting him, and I do think it's actually pretty decent. It is kind of terrifying. It is basically love yourself, have backbone, have self-esteem kind of story, and the boy learns that his life is good, he is loved, and he destroys the staff by throwing it into the swimming pool, and it breaks the brainwashing spell over everyone. Definitely a nice dark fantasy story. It is solid, but not in A+ tier. Unlike Nick Cage, Sorcerer's Apprentice, this story is pretty solid. Definitely a good scary story, I agree. Nick version of Jafar was on here, yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll put on terrifying. Okay, Tale of the Lonely Ghost. Oh man, so many people I know love this episode. Basically, a bullied girl who deals with her bitch cousin is locked in this house, kind of the house of no return style, where she meets and befriends the lonely ghost, a little girl who died tragically like in a fire. And basically they become best friends and they get back at the bitch cousin. This one, I'm gonna put on alright, namely because the cousin is so unlikable. The idiot bully cousin is one of the worst characters and most hated characters of the series. She has this like unrelenting hate boner for her cousin and tortures her. It feels like the lonely ghost should have haunted her instead of the good cousin, but whatever. It is another ghost redemption story, and by the time I watched this, I was getting kind of sick and tired of these because there are so many ghost redemption stories that it got kind of disturbing how many there were. Lonely Ghost I liked enough, but I will agree that there are better ghost tales, yeah. Lonely Ghost I thought was fine. It was like Silver Skull territory. I'm not a huge fan. The cousin really ruined a lot of fun. I'm glad she got her comeuppance, but it wasn't as satisfying as you'd think. Basically, the girl stands up for herself, helps the ghost girl achieve peace, and they live happily ever after. It's alright. I think it's kind of overrated, actually, but Lonely Ghost will be in the middle. Alright, finally, let's get rid of the final few. Tale of Old Man Corcoran, who, I will say, also going on to alright. Basically, these two kids move into this new neighborhood. There's this haunted cemetery run by the creepy gravedigger, Old Man Corcoran, who they believe is a ghost, but not really. The ghosts are actually the kids playing in the graveyard. It is kind of a fake out story. We believe Old Man Corcoran's this shady serial killer figure, but nope, he was actually a nice guy the entire time, and the ghost kids were the evil ones haunting the graveyard. It's an old-fashioned campfire story. I think it's alright. I didn't really love it. This one gets a lot of love and critically acclaimed praise, but to me, it's kind of decent. It's a bit rocky and boring. That's my problem, but yeah, it's just alright. Lonely Ghost I liked enough. Okay, read that. Unless it's not Janet, aka Magic School Bus. She's a jerk. Okay. The Tale of the Secret Admirer. Going on to worst, I did not like this one either. Basically, there's a ghost secret admirer who's stalking this girl, and this girl has really horrible taste in men because she's also after this dumb jock who the jock's friends like bully and make fun of her, and she's apparently supposed to learn to like deal with that. And the secret admirer is this creepy yandere kind of Two-Face looking guy. Yeah, seriously, he looks like Two-Face. Half his body's like burnt. It is pretty good makeup, I'll admit, but yeah, another kind of toxic romance kind of story, and it is not very good. Basically, the dumb jock boyfriend has to redeem himself and help save the girl from the evil ghost. The ghost secret admirer is trying to basically murder-suicide him and the girl because she reminds him of his past girlfriend. And yeah, the secret admirer is an evil as fuck psychopath who they basically blow up, and literally 2 seconds after the ghost dies, she hooks up with the dumb jock and basically learns that she should have valued him, which sends kind of mixed messages there. Secret Admirer, the Are You Afraid of the Dark version of Two-Face. 2 guns, bitch. Yeah, I love that. It is pretty much like a Two-Face lookalike. Yeah, not a huge fan of this one. The romance sucks in Are You Afraid of the Dark, and this is definitely one of the top examples of that. Yeah, thanks, Shaolin. Not a fan of this one either. So, Nick's trying to get Batman references. Yeah, I do find ways how they look alike. Alright, Tale of the Lunar Locust. A boy breaks up with his girlfriend and then starts a romance with this alien girl who claims to the guy that she needs his help to rescue her species. But they basically do a lot of questionable things, a lot of underhanded, like, kid detective work. Spoilers, the alien girl was actually evil and using the boyfriend to plant her alien invasion locusts. Well, you sadly don't get to see the lunar locust. It's mostly the sexy alien girl, basically manipulating him. I think this one is alright. Oh yeah, I'm definitely putting it above some of these. I'll put it next to the chameleons. Okay, Lunar Locust, alright. Basically a huge fake-out story where they have this sort of romance where the alien girl falls in love with this guy. This guy is totally into her, but she's actually an evil seductress who was using him all along. We do get several hints that she's not good, like she murders and eats the pet fish and is clearly manipulating him, being a bitch towards his ex-girlfriend. I did actually like the twist where the bad guy wins in the end because it is pretty entertaining and a solid lesson of how guys should not think with their dick. Lunar Locust, I think it's alright. Wanted to like Lunar Locust since it had a decent premise, but of course it was very predictable, especially with the ending. Yeah, it gets very obvious that the alien girl is not who she claims to be. So basically Blackfire of Are You Afraid of the Dark? I would say more so the Borg Queen, but yeah, that works too. That one, I think Lunar Locust was alright. It had enjoyable moments. Yeah, I might lower it a bit. Lower it under the Watcher's Woods. Okay. Alright, final 4. Let's go. The Tale of the Walking Shadow, which I think is underrated. I'm putting it on Terrifying. Yeah, I'll put it under Cutter's Treasure, that's for sure. Walking Shadow, I think, is an underrated episode. Basically, Hiccup and Carly Beth star in this one, and it's sort of their Phantom of the Auditorium. They're trying to set up a stage play, but this version of Hamlet. However, the ghost of a dead kid actor is haunting the stage play and trying to basically take over and hijack the play, while Hiccup and Carly Beth have this will they won't they romance and try to solve the mystery together. In a surprising twist, the ghost is actually a good guy. The actor was only trying to hijack the play and haunt it because he wanted to fulfill his final scene, which he never got to do. Why yes, this is clearly a ripoff of Phantom of the Auditorium, but at least we actually get to see the ghost more active in the plot. The ghost wasn't trying to kill Hiccup, but he was trying to act out their scene, where basically they have a big sword fight over the girl, but he was actually the former lover of the costume designer. One of the teachers is actually a ghost herself and has like a re-hookup with the ghost of her dead lover. They steal the play and have their happily ever after scene and help the ghost make peace by wrapping up this stage play. And I do love how when they're having a fight to the death, all the drama kids just drop what they're doing and watch the stage play out instead of, you know, helping their classmate out, but whatever. Walking Shadow, a very solid stage performance, unlike Stage Fright from The Haunting Hour. The Gallows, but done better, yeah. Okay, Walking Shadow, I think it's underrated. I will put it on Terrifying. It definitely has some question marks, but definitely, I think it's one of the good episodes. Final 3, let's go. Is someone back, Wolf? No. Okay, good. The Tale of the Whispering Walls. This one, going on Terrifying. Yeah, I did like it. This one, good old-fashioned haunted house story. Basically, a group of kids traveling across the country are lost on the road until they venture into this haunted house. The keeper of the house acts like it's an amusement park, but really he's trying to swallow their souls. Really love it. Classic haunted house, very scary, very eerie, cool makeup and effects. I actually got a good kick out of this one. It reminded me of The House of No Return. There's very creepy atmosphere and very creative use of the ghosts. Basically, the ghosts are trying to trap them in the house because it feeds off of people, and basically abducts a bunch of visitors who attend to it, and they have to fight their way out of this haunted house and escape. A bit of a predictable twist ending where the main heroes manage to escape and outwit the house and the keeper, only for a new group of travelers, a family, venture into the house where it's all gonna happen again. I thought it was pretty terrifying. For the next list, how about doing Final Destination deaths? Since 6 is coming in a few months, yeah, I might do that. Whispering Walls is pretty good, especially with the fun over-the-top villain. Yeah, Whispering Walls, definitely a good haunted house story. It makes it on a Terrifying for sure. Uh-oh. Gotta end it? Yeah. Alright. So, Silver Sight, going on to favorites, and The Tale of Train Magic, also going on to favorites. Really like it. Sorry guys, we're gonna have to end the stream early because I got company coming over. That completes my Are You Afraid of the Dark list. Thank you for tuning in. Take one last picture if you haven't seen it all. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I declare this meeting of the Midnight Society over.